Chapter 234. Blacklisted? A cold look flashed across Qin Zheng's eyes. A mere king of Dou dared to call him brother. It was extremely rude. If it wasn't for the 100 Herb sect, Hisong wouldn't even be able to walk out of the palace today. Lin Tian. Yes, your servant. Summon the dragon slayer Marquis to the palace. Yes. Lin Tian glanced at Hisong and left the hall with his head lowered. At the same time, the news that the 100 Herb sect wanted to blacklist Ning Qi had spread. Even the commoners in the city knew about it. Some were gloating, while others were worried. The 100 Herb sect wants to blacklist Ning Qi? In the 100 Herb hall, Lu listened to Aunt May's report in shock. Yes, it's true. Hisong is in the palace now. Aunt May nodded. Let my father go see what's going on, Lu said worriedly. She had a great partnership with Ning Qi, but her 100 Herb hall could only rely on the 100 Herb sect to survive. If the 100 Herb sect wanted to blacklist Ning Qi, there was nothing she could do. Master, hundreds of hooligans suddenly spread rumors in the city that Ning Qi is going to be blacklisted by the 100 Herb sect. I've looked into it, and it's very likely to be true. Huangfu Fei stood beside Huangfu Zhengxiao and bowed. There was an uncontrollable joy on his face. Huangfu Zhengxiao raised his eyebrows. Oh, is it true? It's very likely. Huangfu Fei nodded. Then I'll go to the palace to take a look. Huangfu Zhengxiao put down the brush in his hand and stood up with a smile. In front of him was a half-drawn dragon. There were horns and a head, but the dragon's body was still unpainted. Sister, Ning Qi is done for. He even offended the 100 Herb sect. Nangong Qixing ran to inform Nangong Yu. As soon as he heard the news. Nangong Yu. I was eating with Ning Hongtian and Ning Yan. Hearing this, she put down her chopsticks and asked suspiciously, Really? How did that bastard offend the 100 Herb sect? Isn't his relationship with Lu very good? Ning Hongtian also frowned and said, Nangong Qixing, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Uncle, could it be that you've been tricked? Ning Yan was also very doubtful. Nangong Qixing looked left and right, then said in a low voice, I am 80 to 90% sure that the 100 Herb sect's alchemy grandmaster, Hisong, who has a grudge against Ning Qi, is currently in the palace. I suspect that he was the one who ordered people to spread this news. If that's the case, I'm going to drink 3,000 cups. Ning Hongtian burst out laughing. Apart from Ning Qi's enemies who were happy, those who were on good terms with Ning Qi were all nervous and worried when they received the news. The 100 Herb sect's ban was no joke. This meant that as long as Ning Qi was within the boundaries of the 100 Herb sect, no matter if he was in the Qin Tang Empire, the Red Sun Empire, or the other vassal states of the 100 Herb sect, he wouldn't be able to buy the spiritual herbs he needed. This was a hopeless situation for an alchemist. Before Ning Qi arrived at the palace, the civil and military officials of the imperial court had already arrived. The 100 Herb sect's ban on the Dragon Slayer Marquis was a big deal, especially for the families who had a grudge against Ning Qi. When they heard the news, they were as happy as if they were celebrating the new year. Huangfu Zhengxiao was the first to enter the palace. He first bowed to Qin Zheng, then respectfully said to Hisong, Grandmaster I heard that you're here to pass on the 100 Herb sect's order? It's the sect master's order, Hisong said with a smile. Shinmu Duke, this is not the place for you to chat. Qin Zheng glanced at Huangfu Zhengxiao. Huangfu Zhengxiao's expression changed, but he didn't say anything else. Qiao Dinglong also arrived, then Kong Xiaofeng, Nangong Batian. When Ning Hongdo stepped into the palace, his expression didn't look too good. He had taken over Ning Hongtian's position, so he could also sit in the imperial court. What? The Dragon Slayer Marquis doesn't dare to come? Hisong swept his gaze across the ministers as his lips curled into a mocking smile. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Grandmaster you'd better wait. As far as I know, with the personality of the Dragon Slayer Marquis, there are too few things that he would be afraid of. I'm afraid you're not one of them. Humph. Hisong's face alternated between green and white. Qin was obviously mocking him. He snorted coldly and thought to himself, just you wait. After Ningqi is banned, your Qin Tang Empire will be replaced by the Red Sun Empire sooner or later. Qin, since you look down on me, I will stab you in the back. Let's see who will laugh in the end. Outside the palace, Lin Tian walked beside Ningqi, who had a serious expression on his face. As he walked, he said in a low voice, Dragon Slayer Marquis, how did you offend the 100 Herb sect? They actually want to ban you? Ningqi sneered, because I'm not willing to accept the 100 Herb sect's invitation. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Tian's face as he advised, Dragon Slayer Marquis, why don't you let the Emperor be the peacemaker and resolve the misunderstanding? The 100 Herb sect is a big sect, after all. Their sect master, Bai Caozi, has an unfathomable cultivation base and is a grandmaster. He's also an elixir king in the field of alchemy. It's not wise to form a grudge with him. Eunuch Lin, you don't have to persuade me. As for the 100 Herb sect, don't worry. If they want to ban me, let them. One day I will replace them. Ningqi smiled. What? Sure. Lower your voice. If someone hears you, I'm afraid that your Dragon Slayer Marquis residence will be uprooted tonight. Lin Tian was shocked. He did not expect Ningqi to say such words. Even Qin only complained to others in private. He never dared to say that he wanted to replace the 100 Herb sect. If Bai Caozi heard about it, Qin might not even be able to remain as the emperor. Haha, don't be afraid. Apart from me, only Eunuch Lin is here. I believe that Eunuch Lin will not betray me. Ningqi smiled. Lin Tian wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and rolled his eyes. He did not try to persuade Ningqi anymore. He was afraid that Ningqi would say a few more words when they arrived at the main hall. Under Lin Tian's lead, Ningqi strode into the main hall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless eyes swept over them. Some were friendly, some were worried, and some were encouraging. Some were resentful, some were gloating, and some were overjoyed. Ningqi ignored all of them. When his eyes met Ning Hongdu's, he nodded slightly and bowed to Qin. Subject Ningqi greets the Emperor. Qin nodded, at ease. Thank you, Emperor. Ningqi straightened his back and looked at Hisong, who was sitting right below Qin. I summoned you today because, Grandmaster, he has an order from the 100 Herb sect master. Listen carefully, Qin said. Chapter 235. Rejoicing at Ningqi's misfortune, Hisong cleared his throat and looked at Ningqi gloatingly. His lips curled into a smile as he announced, the 100 Herb sect has ordered that from today onwards, the Dragon Slayer Marquis, Ningqi, will be banned. All elixirs and spiritual herbs are not to be traded with him. Anyone who disobeys this order will be treated as an enemy and killed. The court was in an uproar. I didn't expect this news to be true. The 100 Herb sect's ban. Ha ha ha, Ningqi deserves it. Previously, he joined forces with the 100 Herb Hall to ban the Long clan. Now, karma has come. I must inform Long Ju Tian to return to the capital and make a comeback. I heard that the Long clan is doing very well in the Red Sun Empire. The Shenwu public house must have played a part in this. This is a blessing in disguise. When the Long clan returns to the capital, his business will cover both empires. I'm afraid the Shenwu public house will benefit the most. Let's see how the Dragon Slayer Marquis deals with this. Without spiritual herbs, his alchemy skills will be useless. From the looks of it, the 100 Herb sect is not simply banning him. As for whether they have any other plans, let's wait and see. Your Majesty, how can the 100 Herb sect ban a Marquis so easily? Ningqi is not only the Dragon Slayer Marquis, he is also an alchemy grandmaster. I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, a different voice rang out in the court. Ning Hong stood up angrily and retorted loudly. He looked at Song as if he was a demon from hell and wanted to devour his flesh, gnaw his bones. Ning Qi's appearance allowed him to see hope for the champion Marquis' residence. With a few years of stability, surpassing the Shenwu public house was only a matter of time. However, the 100 Herbs sect suddenly wanted to ban Ning Qi. This was equivalent to banning the champion Marquis' residence. As the champion Marquis, Ning Hong had no choice but to speak up. How dare you? What right does a mere Do Ling have to speak up here? Song stood up abruptly and sent a palm strike towards Ning Hong. Purple fighting energy swept out like a violent storm. If Ning Hong was hit by this attack, he would most likely die on the spot. Huang Fuzheng Xiao and the others smiled. How could the champion Marquis' residence allow such an idiot to become the master? At this time, not only did they not retreat, but they also wanted to face the 100 Herbs sect head-on. In the next moment, Lin Tian's figure flashed, and he appeared in Song's path of attack. He dissipated Song's attack with a single hand, and his expression was somewhat ugly. Grandmaster this is the Imperial Court. Everything is decided by His Majesty. If you dare to overstep your boundaries, don't blame me for being impolite. What a pity, Song thought to himself. After that, a cold smile appeared on his face. Then I'll see how you deal with this person. This person is from the Champion Marquis Palace, right? Haha, he's from the same lineage as the Dragon Slayer Marquis. No wonder he's speaking up for him. If my 100 Herb sect doesn't have the right to kill someone, then who does? What a joke. Seventh uncle, are you all right? Ning Qi stepped forward and whispered. A trace of lingering fear flashed in Ning Hongdu's eyes. He calmed himself down and said slowly, I'm fine. I'm afraid there might be some trouble this time. Seventh uncle, you don't have to worry about this, lest the champion Marquis' mansion gets into trouble. I can handle it myself. Ning Qi whispered. All right, I believe you. Ning Hongdu looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. After that, Ning Qi said to Song, you came here today to announce that I've been banned, right? If you're done, can I leave now? Wait, Song shouted coldly. What else is there? Ning Qi rolled his eyes. The sovereign said that as long as you don't enter the 100 Herb sect, you'll be banned for another day. If you've thought it through, you can kowtow to him and he'll forgive you for your disrespect. Song sneered. Ha! Tell your sovereign that I'll go find him when I've thought it through. Ning Qi laughed. After that, he said to Qin Zheng, Your Majesty, can I leave now? There's still a few dogs and chickens I haven't fed. Go. Qin Zheng nodded and waved his hand. The Dragon Slayer Marquis is too prideful. Admit defeat and kowtow to the 100 Herb sect's sovereign. Wouldn't it be nice to enter the 100 Herb sect? I'm afraid he's panicking right now, but he's acting like he doesn't care on the surface. He doesn't know the power of the 100 Herb sect here. Have you all forgotten that he has the 9th princess of the White Tiger Empire behind him? An official who deeply admired Ning Qi couldn't help but speak up when the crowd ridiculed Ning Qi. Ha ha ha, your news is too outdated. I heard that the 9th princess can't even protect herself. The 13th prince is not someone to be trifled with. Ning Qi killed so many of his Dohuangs. Do you really think those are cats and dogs? Humph. Have you all forgotten that the Dragon Slayer Marquis is one of us? There was a moment of silence. Then, ha ha ha. The crowd laughed loudly. The official covered his face and left in anger. Qin Zheng sighed in his heart when he saw this scene. Ning Qi is a solitary subject, and such subjects are actually the ones that the emperor can be the most at ease with. On the other hand, the Duke of Divine Marshal, Huang Fuzheng Xiao, has made friends with henchmen, and the objective in his heart is known to everyone. Qin Zheng slowly stood up and smiled at Song. Please, Grandmaster He. I'll let you be arrogant for a while longer. He Song laughed coldly in his heart. Because of Ning Chi, he hated Qinjiang as well. The Dragon Slayer Marquis has indeed been blacklisted by the 100 Herb sect. What a pity! As an alchemy grandmaster, he refused to accept the 100 Herb sect's recruitment. It's normal for him to be blacklisted. The main reason is that he has offended too many people. That's right. That day, everyone in the capital heard of this news and began to discuss it in private. 100 Herb Hall. Green Impermanence sighed. There's no turning back. Without the Dragon Slayer Marquis pills, the 100 Herb Hall's branch in the returning ruins will have to be withdrawn. Otherwise, we won't have enough pills. Lu frowned. That's the only way. Green Impermanence said in a low voice. The returning ruins was an extremely large market. The competition there was fierce. Many first-rate sects that were even stronger than the 100 Herb sect had sent people to the returning ruins. Whenever a rare treasure appeared, they would buy it. It was said that the master of the returning ruins was a Do Zun. His cultivation was comparable to the emperor of the White Tiger Empire. If the 100 Herb Hall did not have an endless supply of spirit-raising pills, they would not be able to establish themselves in the returning ruins. Ordinary pills were like street goods that could be sold by small vendors. The 100 Herb Hall naturally could not be reduced to a small vendor. Thus, they could only withdraw their branches. After returning to the Marquis's residence, Ning Chi met with Grandfather Ning. You even dare to offend the 100 Herb sect. The old master sighed. Chapter 236. Departure. Ning Chi still had more than 30,000 yellow rank, top-grade spirit cultivation pills in his interspatial bag, so he didn't lack spiritual herbs in the short term. Old master, I'm going on a long trip. Take these 5,000 top-grade yellow-ranked spirit-raising pills and exchange them for some demon pet contracts and young demon pets. The 100 Grass sect is banning my Dragon Slayer Marquis Palace. It has nothing to do with your champion Marquis Palace. However, it's best to let people operate in private and not be too ostentatious. Ning Chi took out a large pile of spiritual pills from his space bag and gave them to Old Master Ning. A look of ecstasy appeared on the Old Master's face. 5,000. So many. No wonder you're not afraid of the 100 Herb sect. Even they might not be able to take out so many yellow-level, top-grade spirit-raising pills at once. After a pause, a worried look appeared on his face. You're going on a long journey again? Where are you going? Ning Chi smiled and said, I have been stuck at the peak of the Do Ling class for a period of time. I just went out to seek a breakthrough. There is no need to worry. Oh, then go in peace. I'll help you keep an eye on things here. Great-grandfather Ning nodded. Ning Chi used 2 days to settle the matters at home, then set off with Li Macho, Zhang Long, and Zhao, who wanted to follow, and so did Xan Che and the other 3 women. In the end, they were appeased by Ning Chi. Looking at Ning Chi and Li Macho's departing silhouettes, Xinli and Cinny pouted and said, This vixen, she's stolen young master's soul. Xan Che glanced at the 2 girls and smiled. You too don't think about this. Raising your cultivation is the most important thing. Mother, when I grow up, can I also go out with young master? Zhuo Ling, or asked Madame Zhuo innocently. Before Madame Zhuo could answer, Lily Ware had already answered, Of course. Madame Zhuo smiled. We'll talk about it when you grow up. Several days after Ning Chi and Li Macho left the capital city, Bloodless Sword stood at the entrance of the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion. Dong dong. Who is it? Zhao Er opened the door, a bit of impatience on his face. As he saw Bloodless Sword's extraordinary aura, he immediately smiled and said, Sir, who are you looking for? Bloodless Sword smiled. Is the Dragon Slayer Marquis here? Oh, the Marquis has gone out. It will probably be 1.5 years before he returns. Zhao Er said. Are you out? Sorry to bother you. Bloodless Sword nodded and turned to leave. When he arrived at the Nangong clan, he did not even knock on the door and immediately locked onto Nangong Qixing's aura. When he entered the room, Nangong Chishing immediately jumped up from his bed. Little Yuan was naked at the corner of the bed. She thought that someone had discovered their affair and was trembling. "Who is it?" Nangong Chishing shouted coldly. "The blood slaughter sect." Bloodless Sword coldly said, "Ah, blood slaughter sect?" Nangong Chishing felt somewhat puzzled. Why would someone from the blood slaughter sect come looking for him? This was not in line with the rules. Thus, as he invited Bloodless Sword to sit down, he was also vigilantly observing Bloodless Sword. As long as there was anything wrong, he would immediately shout out loud. At that time, Nangong Batian would arrive and they would be safe. Bloodless Sword swept his eyes over little Yuan. Then he pulled out 2 portraits and threw them at Nangong Chishing. "Take a look. Are they the same person?" Nangong Chishing looked. One of the portraits had been personally delivered to the Zhejiang province secret hall, and he had left his mark on it. As for the other portrait, Nangong Chishing looked up at Bloodless Sword. "That person is Ning Chi." "Oh, then it's fine." Bloodless Sword nodded. He stood up and put away the portrait. With a flash, he disappeared from Nangong Chishing's sight. Even with Nangong Chishing's peak Do Ling cultivation, he did not discover how Bloodless Sword had left. "Young master, who is this person? He doesn't have any manners at all." After Bloodless Sword left, little Yuan immediately stood up from the bed naked. She walked to Nangong Chishing's side and teased him with her actions as she asked. Nangong Chishing impatiently pushed her away. "Go and wear your clothes. I need to make a trip to the champion Marquis's residence." "Yes." Little Yuan was startled for a moment. Then she nodded her head in dissatisfaction. Not long after, Nangong Chishing arrived at the champion Marquis's residence. He found Ning Hongtian and Nangong Yu, and told them about Bloodless Sword's arrival. After which, he looked at Ning Hongtian, wanting to hear his thoughts. "You said that you did not sense anything when he left? And your father did not notice when he entered your room?" Ning Hongtian asked in a deep voice. "Yes." Nangong Chishing nodded his head. "This person's cultivation is incomparably high. He has 2 portraits of my unfilial son. This means that besides us, there is someone else who wants my unfilial son's life. He came to confirm that the target is the same person." Ning Hongtian's mouth curled into a smile. Hearing this, Nangong Yu's face revealed a trace of joy. "This time this bastard is still alive." After a pause, she continued, "If that Zhurong had not been careless and had sneakily attacked him, this bastard would have died long ago. What a fool! If it were me, I would not have thought that my unfilial son would have such methods." Ning Hongtian said, "Then we just need to sit here and wait for the news." Nangong Chishing smiled. Sky, wind, forest. Ning Chi rode on a little white horse. Due to the aura of a rank 5 demonic beast, some low rank demonic beasts did not dare to approach him. Seeing this, Limacho ran far away to find demonic beasts to kill and level up. After around a month, Ning Chi arrived at the White Tiger Empire. In this month, Limacho had risen several times. She was now a 7-star Do Ling. With your speed, it won't be long before you reach the Do Wang realm. Ning Chi said jealously. Limacho smiled. "It's just that you are not willing to cultivate." In her opinion, Ning Chi did nothing all day and wasted his time. "Do I have to tell you that I need to complete an advancement mission to level up?" Ning Chi rolled his eyes in his heart and ignored her. Entering the White Tiger Empire this time, Ning Chi only planned to go to the Rising Cloud sect. He did not plan to go to the capital. However, when he was eating with Limacho in a restaurant, he heard some rumors. This time, the 9th princess is in trouble. She was imprisoned by the sacred concubine. I heard that she killed the 13th prince's guards. Aren't guards slaves? The 9th princess is the emperor's daughter. She was imprisoned because she killed a few slaves? That's not possible. Do you think they were ordinary slaves? Some of them were brought out by the sacred concubine from the Fang clan. Their status is comparable to the emperor's. I see. But why did the 9th princess kill the 13th prince's guards? I heard it was because of a man. I'd like to hear the details. Chapter 237. Walking into a trap. The emperor doesn't care. Hee. Saint Concubine Cold Sky is the daughter of the 3rd elder of the Fang family. Sometimes, even the emperor has to give in to her. I think he just wants to vent his anger by imprisoning the 9th princess for a while. What about the 9th princess's lover? Him? I think he's dead. Ning Qi frowned slightly and glanced at those people. He thought to himself, the unruly princess is imprisoned. Things are not good. After the meal, the two continued on their way. However, Li Macho found that Ning Qi should have gone to the west gate, but he went to the south gate, which was the direction to the imperial capital. Are you going the wrong way? Li Macho reminded. No, I'm going to the imperial capital. Ning Qi said. The imperial capital? Don't tell me you're the 9th princess's sweetheart. Li Macho's IQ was very high. She thought of the reason in an instant. There must be some misunderstanding. However, I killed by house guards. It has nothing to do with the unruly princess. I have to take responsibility for my own actions, Ning Qi said in a deep voice. After a pause, there are many experts in the imperial capital. I think you shouldn't go. Wait for me here. If you die, I'm afraid I won't be able to live. Li Macho smiled faintly. So I'll go with you. As a summoned creature, if the host Ning Qi died, Li Macho would indeed disappear from this world and return to the dragon-slaying mall. Her guess was right. Seeing this, Ning Qi nodded and said, All right, we'll act according to the situation when we arrive at the imperial capital. 7 days later, after passing through layers of checks by the guards, Ning Qi and Li Macho finally arrived at the imperial capital of the White Tiger Empire. Any passerby had the cultivation of a dosher, or even a great dosher. Doling or dowang were also very common. Li Macho's heart was a little inflated because of the rapid advancement of her cultivation. When she saw these dough kings, her face faintly showed a hint of fear. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble because of her appearance, Li Macho bought a bamboo hat and wore it. You go find a place to stay. I'll be back soon, Ning Qi said. Okay. After Li Macho left, Ning Qi went straight to the 9th princess palace. As soon as he got close to the 9th princess residence, he noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. He didn't recognize any of the guards at the door. Ning Qi merely glanced at them, and they noticed it. Who is it? Several guards immediately stepped forward and surrounded Ning Qi. Why are you sneaking around here? Ning Qi smiled and said, Actually, I don't have a purpose. I'm an alchemist of the 9th princess residence. I was out on a mission before. Why don't I know you? Consecrated alchemists. They looked at each other. One of them coldly looked at Ning Qi and said, The 9th princess has offended the Saint Concubine and is now in the imperial palace to reflect on her mistakes. Her people have also been detained. Since you admit that you are the 9th princess's imperial alchemist, please come with us. There were several alchemists in the 9th princess residence, so they didn't think that Ning Qi was the guy who had offended Bai Hao. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spoken in a polite manner. Instead, they would have taken him down directly. Moreover, they would have made a great contribution. No problem. I just want to see the 9th princess first. Is that okay? Ning Qi said with a smile. Several people showed a mocking smile. Don't worry, you will see her soon. 2 guards stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, and said, Let's go! Under their escort, Ning Qi was sent to a prison in the imperial capital. When a runner saw the 2 guards, he immediately greeted them and said fawningly, Greetings, sirs. The 2 snorted coldly and nodded. They pointed at Ning Qi and said, Send him to Heaven Room 3. All right. The runner skillfully took out the shackles and was about to put them on Ning Qi. Ning Qi frowned slightly and said, "There's no need for that. If I wanted to run, why would I follow you here? Don't talk nonsense. Seeing that you are an alchemist, I didn't cuff you immediately." The saint concubine's subordinate glanced at Ning Qi coldly. Click. Ning Qi's hands and feet were cuffed. Then the runner fiercely said to Ning Qi, "Kid, come with me." As he spoke, he even pushed Ning Qi. The two guards glanced at Ning Qi and immediately turned to leave. The bailiff hurriedly escorted them a few steps before walking to Ning Qi's side. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't move, the bailiff kicked Ning Qi's butt. "What are you waiting for? Do you want me to invite you over?" The runner sneered. "After entering this prison, no matter who you were, you would lose a layer of skin if you wanted to leave. Most people would die inside." So, even though the runner knew that Ning Qi was an alchemist, he wasn't afraid at all, let alone someone brought by the saint concubine's guards. It was basically impossible to leave. Ning Qi coldly glanced at him and said, "Later, you will unshackle me the way you put me. You pushed me, kicked me, and you will return the shackles to me. Oh, still so stubborn. Do you think this is an inn? You're the boss? Remember, in this tiger prison, I, Wan Hedong, am the boss. If you talk any more, I will throw you into the water prison. Wan Hedong, right? I'll remember you." Ning Qi smiled slightly. When the man was about to hit him again, he walked forward, making Wan Hedong kick the air. "Boy, wait and see how I will play with you." Wan Hedong sneered in his heart. The sky cell number 3 was in the deepest part of the prison. As soon as Ning Qi entered, countless eyes immediately turned to look at him. "Master Ning." There were more than a dozen people in the cell, each with unkempt hair and dirty faces. There were wounds on their bodies and bloodstains on their clothes, but Ning Qi recognized them at a glance. These people were the unruly princess's guards. Lin Chang and Mai Xinglong were among them, but there was no trace of Deng San. He should be locked up in another place. "Master Ning, aren't you in the Qin Tang Empire? Why are you also locked up here?" Lin Chang said with a bitter smile. He wanted to get up, but suddenly grimaced in pain. Obviously, his wounds had been touched. Ning Qi glanced at him and frowned slightly. There were countless wounds on Lin Chang's feet, and the deepest part was so deep that the bones could be seen. "They actually hurt you so badly." Ning Qi immediately knew that the situation was a bit serious this time. He immediately took out some healing pills from his dimensional bag and threw them to Lin Chang and the others. Then he said, "I was originally passing by the White Tiger Empire, and I heard that the 9th princess was in trouble, so I came to take a look." "You really shouldn't have come," Lin Chang said with a bitter smile after taking the pill. "Lin Chang, why shouldn't he come? Should we be here? If he didn't kill so many guards of the 13th prince, including the Saint Concubine's people, would the 9th princess be imprisoned? Even Big Brother Deng San's life is unknown. We can only wait for death here." Suddenly, someone said with dissatisfaction, Chapter 238. Chapter 238. Betrayal anger flashed across Mai Xinglong's face as he glanced at them. "Qin Haiyang, what's the point of saying all this now? If you have the guts, why don't you say it to Sacred Consort Cold Sky's subordinates? You only know how to target your own people. Didn't you hear that Grandmaster Ning rushed over the moment he heard that something had happened to the 9th princess? If it were you, I'm afraid you would have run far away. Mai Xinglong, I know that you have a good relationship with him and have received a lot of pills from him, right? But at this point, there's no need to say good things about him." Qin Haiyang sneered. Suddenly, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face as he rushed to the fence and shouted, "Wan Hedong, I have news to report. The culprit who killed the 13th prince's guards is here. Quickly take him to Sacred Consort Cold Sky and let us go." "Qin Haiyang, how dare you?" Lin Chang and Mai Xinglong were shocked. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Wan Hadong once again appeared in front of everyone. His face revealed a suspicious expression. "Where is the guy who killed the 13th prince's guards? Do you know what will happen to you if you trick me?" Chen Haiyang pointed at Ning Qi. "It's him. I saw him behead the 13th prince's guards with my own eyes." "Traitor!" "Despicable and shameless." Lin Chang and Mai Xinglong were very angry, but the others lowered their heads and did not say a word. When Chen Haiyang saw this, a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Look at the other brothers. What do they think? They say I'm a traitor. But I think you too are the traitors. Only by handing over Ning Qi will the princess be fine. It was me who saved the princess. Chen Haiyang is right. Only by handing him over will sacred consort Cold Sky release the princess. That's right. One should take responsibility for his actions. We can't be the ones to bear the consequences, can we?" A few people opened their mouths to agree. Wan Hadong looked at Ning Qi, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He had also heard of that matter. Those who died were all Picto Huangs. Some of them were even servants from the Fong clan. This group of people was actually killed by this person? This kid doesn't look even 20 years old? How can he be so powerful? Thinking back to how he had kicked Ning Qi twice at such a close distance, Wan Hadong felt a lingering fear. At the same time, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. As long as he handed Ning Qi over to the Saint Concubine, he would have made a great contribution. Ning Qi swept a glance at Chen Haiyang, then immediately consoled Lin Chang and Mai Xinglong, saying, "You don't have to worry. I originally intended to bear the consequences of this matter. It was my mistake to implicate you. When I return, I will definitely have a good drink with you." "Have a drink? Dream on." Apart from Lin Chang and Mai Xinglong, everyone else had a mocking smile on their faces. They looked at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a madman. "Watch him. I'll go report to the sacred concubine right away. As long as he is the culprit, I believe that all of you will be fine," Wan Hadong said to Chen Haiyang. Chen Haiyang nodded. "Go and come back quickly. I'm going to rot if I stay here." Wan Hadong turned around and left in a hurry. He left the Tiger Defense Prison and jogged to the gate of the Imperial Palace. "Bailiffs from the Tiger Guardian Prison? What are you doing here?" The Imperial Guard glanced coldly at Wan Hadong and said in a low voice. Wan Hadong said fawningly, "I have something to report to the sacred concubine." The guard was obviously surprised. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." Wan Hadong said, "I have something to report to the sacred concubine. Please help me pass the message." "Ha ha ha! A mere bailiff wants to see the sacred concubine? You must be crazy." The guards laughed loudly, looking at Wan Hadong with eyes full of mockery. "Let's see if you can still laugh later." Wan Hadong cursed in his heart. His expression immediately turned cold. He said coldly, "I know where the culprit who killed the 13th prince's guard is. If you have the mood to laugh at me, why don't you go and pass the message? Maybe you can get some credit." Hearing this, everyone immediately shut their mouths and looked at Wan Hadong with serious expressions. "Is what you said true?" "Absolutely." "Wait here, I'll go pass the message." One of the guards turned around and left. The other guards stared at Wan Hadong, using their qi to lock onto him. If Wan Hadong showed any intention of running, they would be able to capture him immediately. Deep inside the Imperial Palace, the guard went through layers of reporting and finally saw the sacred concubine. The guard knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. He said in a low voice, "Subordinate Li Jingdao greets the sacred concubine." "What is it?" The sacred concubine said coldly. "A bailiff said he knows where the culprit who killed the 13th prince's guard is. I don't know if it's true or not, so I don't dare to bring him to see the sacred concubine." Li Jingdao said in a low voice, "The culprit." Coldness flashed in the sacred concubine's eyes. Sacred concubine, could it be that guy Ningqi? Fang Qin and Fang Shu walked out from the shadows and said in a low voice, "Go take a look. If it's really him, I won't have to go back home to ask for help. As for the dragon you mentioned, quickly investigate it." The sacred concubine said coldly, "Yes." Wan Hudong, who had been waiting outside the palace, glanced inside from time to time. His face showed a trace of anxiety. Why hadn't there been any news yet? Suddenly he saw a luxurious motorcade under the protection of countless guards, slowly driving over. "It's the sacred concubine." The guard saw it and hurriedly half-knelt on the ground. Wan Hudong also knelt down. The car slowly stopped next to Wan Hudong. A cold voice came from inside. "Where are you from? Where is the person you mentioned?" Wan Hudong's body trembled. This was the first time he was so close to the sacred concubine. He quickly said, "Sacred concubine, I am Wan Hudong, a bailiff from the tiger prison. The person is currently locked in the third room. And if it's really him, I will reward you handsomely." "Thank you, sacred concubine." Wan Hudong's face was filled with joy. Under his lead, the sacred concubine arrived at the tiger prison. Wan Hudong's superiors heard the news and came over. They all half-knelt on the ground and saluted the sacred concubine. Among them, the person with the highest rank was the prefectural magistrate of the tiger prison, Shangguan Feihong, a 7-star emperor. Shangguan Feihong glanced at Wan Hudong and said to the sacred concubine, "May I know why the sacred concubine is here?" "I want to see the prisoner in the third room." "Lord Shangguan, please lead the way." The sacred concubine said indifferently, "Yes, this way please, sacred concubine." Chapter 239. Full of confidence when Wan Hudong heard this, he was shocked at first, but when he thought about his contributions, he was not that afraid anymore. He smiled and said in a low voice, "Sir, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. If I were to give this kind of contribution to the other lords, when would I ever be able to stand out?" After saying that, he quickly caught up with the others. "Wan Hudong, you bastard! How dare you?" Li Linyu coldly looked at Wan Hudong's back, a trace of killing intent flashing in her eyes. Inside the tiger prison, Saint Consort Cold Sky slowly walked to the third heaven cell. Fang Qin and Fang Shu immediately walked up and looked around. When they saw Ningqi, they smiled and said to the Saint Consort Cold Sky, "Saint Consort, it's him." "Saint Consort, everything was done by him. He is the main culprit. Please let the 9th princess go." Chen Haiyang and the others quickly knelt on the ground and said in a low voice, "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." Fang Qin glanced at Chen Haiyang and said sternly. The aura of a grandmaster instantly spread out and directly pressed Chen Haiyang and the others to the ground. Chen Haiyang's face was full of shock, and he did not dare to make a sound. Saint Consort Cold Sky looked at Ningqi calmly. "Is it you who killed so many of my son's guards?" Ningqi smiled and nodded. "Yes." The Saint Consort Cold Sky was surprised by Ningqi's attitude. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Ningqi smiled. "Saint Consort Cold Sky is as beautiful as a flower. Why would I be afraid of you?" Silence after hearing Ningqi's words. Everyone looked at him in shock. He dared to speak to the Saint Consort in such a frivolous tone? Did he not want to live any more? Was he going to throw away his life? "Master Ning, aren't you a little too bold?" Lin Chang and Mai Xinglong smiled bitterly. In their eyes, Ningqi was already a dead man. Even the princess could not protect him. "How dare you? Who is this kid?" Shangguan Feihong looked at Ningqi deeply and was about to scold him, but Fang Qin and Fang Shu had already moved. They directly broke the bars of the cell, grabbed Ningqi and raised him high. "Saint Consort, this kid dares to take advantage of you. Why don't you kill him on the spot?" Fang Qin said. In her eyes, Ning Qi's life was nothing more than an ant. Even his identity as an alchemy grandmaster wasn't enough to enter her eyes. However, she was still unclear of Xue Ling's background, so she slowly said, "I'll leave him alive for now. Bring him back to the palace, and I'll interrogate him properly." Fang Qin reluctantly put Ning Qi down. He was actually not sentenced to death on the spot. Wan Hudong stared at Ning Qi in shock. He couldn't understand why Saint Concubine Frigid Sky hadn't taken his life even though he had already taken advantage of her. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. Chun Haiyang and the others were also shocked. Just what was the reason for the Saint Concubine to be so lenient towards Ning Qi? He didn't even die. He is truly worthy of being called Grandmaster Ning. Lin Chang sighed inwardly. Then Ning Qi was caught by Fang Qin and brought back to the palace. Perhaps in order to vent her anger, Fang Qin added dozens of chains to his body. The chains were very heavy. If Ning Qi had not cultivated the dragon-elephant prajna art and had the power of 4 dragons and 4 elephants, he would not have been able to walk. Not long after Ning Qi was brought into the palace, Bahao rushed over after hearing the news. As soon as he saw Ning Qi, he roared and raised his saber to slash at Ning Qi's neck. Fang Qin frowned slightly and flicked her finger. A stream of battle qi shot out and blocked Baihao's attack. Baihao immediately glared at her. "Fang Qin, you want to rebel?" Fang Qin coldly said, "The Saint Concubine wants to keep him alive. If the prince is in a hurry, you can ask the Saint Concubine before acting." Baihao was about to argue when the Saintess Cold Sky walked out from behind. She glanced at Baihao, then at Ning Qi. "Tell me," she said coldly, "where did that dragon come from?" "Is she talking about Xue Ling?" Ning Qi immediately said, "She is the princess of the ancient Snow Dragon clan and also my friend. If the Saint Concubine wants to see her, I can introduce her." The princess of the ancient Snow Dragon clan? Fang Qin and Fang Shu's expressions changed greatly. They came from the Fang clan, one of the 9 great clans. Their understanding of the Dragon clan was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Therefore, when Ning Qi said it was an ancient snow dragon, they knew what it meant. This was a top dragon clan, a terrifying existence with a 12th grade dragon. Even the Fang clan was but an ant in front of such a monster. The Saint Concubine's expression changed slightly. She scrutinized Ning Qi, and after a while she said, "The Snow Dragon clan no longer exists in Dongxian. Are you lying to me?" "Dongxian?" Ning Qi's face showed a trace of doubt. "Ha ha ha, you don't even know what Dongxian is. How stupid, but how mocked." "Oh, then can the 13th prince answer my question?" Ning Qi smiled. "Scram," Baihao said coldly. Ning Qi was not angry and directly asked the dragon slaying system. The dragon continent is divided into 4 plates, namely Dongxian, Western Xian, Northern Xian, and Southern Xian. Host is only in Dongxian. Doesn't that mean that the 3 dragon clans and the Empire of the 9 states are only forces in Dongxian, and there are forces on the same level in Western Xian, Northern Xian, and Southern Xian? Correct. Not only are they on the same level, but Dongxian is the weakest of the 4 plates. I see. Ning Qi sighed inwardly. The dragon continent was really huge. Then Xue Ling said that she was swept to the Mountain Sea region by a hurricane. It was very likely that she was born in the other 3 plates. Saint Concubine, my friend from the dragon clan, said that she was swept here by a hurricane. Ning Qi said, "Swept here by a hurricane?" A trace of doubt flashed in the Saint Concubine's eyes. After a while she said, "Just treat it as if she really is the princess of the Snow Dragon clan. That's not in Dongxian, so I can't save your life. You killed so many of my son's guards, including the servants I personally brought out from the Fang clan. I'll pay with your life." After saying that, she looked at Baihao. Baihao's face was filled with ecstasy. He looked at Ning Qi ferociously and said, "Ha ha ha! Weren't you very arrogant before? Now you're in my hands. Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'll use all 108 punishments of the White Tiger Empire on you. Wait, I still have something to say. Ningqi shouted. What do you want to say? The saint concubine looked at Ningqi coldly. How much is my life worth? Don't tell me you don't know that I'm an alchemist, Grandmaster. I'll use pills to exchange for those dohuangs. Ningqi said. Dream on. Bai Hao laughed mockingly, but the saint concubine said, Oh, what pills are you going to use to exchange? Mother. Chapter 240. What woman does not love beauty? My son, don't be anxious. The White Tiger Alchemy Room can refine normal pills. Let me see what methods he has to save his life. A sneer appeared on the saint consort Cold Sky's face. Only then did Bai Hao feel relieved. How could a mere alchemy grandmaster, born in a remote place like the Qin Tang Empire, compare with those great masters in the White Tiger Alchemy Room in terms of the pills he could refine? Don't be anxious, sacred concubine. Let me think. I know how to concoct too many pills. Ningqi laughed. I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Saint Consort Cold Sky sneered. Ningqi immediately entered the dragon slaying mall. Pills. Pills. Ugh, he kept flipping through the selection of pills. All kinds of pills flashed past his eyes. They were either too expensive or too low in grade. Suddenly he saw a type of pill. Beauty stabilizing pill, low grade, yellow level. It can preserve one's appearance for 50 years. Selling price, 100 Dragon Slayer coins. Haha, this pill is good. I don't believe that the saint concubine doesn't love beauty. Ningqi was overjoyed. He then checked the beauty calming pill, which was of a higher grade. Beauty suppressing pill, low grade mystic rank. It can preserve one's appearance for 500 years. Selling price, 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. This price was really too cheap. Ningqi knew that this was probably a loophole in the system. Because the effect of the beauty calming pill was 0 in terms of combat, it was at most an auxiliary pill. It might not even be as good as healing pills or detoxification pills, so the price was so cheap. However, the system had never imagined that a woman would be willing to pay such a huge price for her appearance. 500 years. A dozong can only live for so long. It's about time. I'll use it. Ningqi chose his target, and the time it took to brew a cup of tea had passed. Bai Hao said mockingly, What? You can't think of any pills? Ningqi smiled faintly and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the Saint Concubine and said, Saint Concubine, would you be interested in a low-grade, profound, rank beauty suppressing pill? Can you exchange it for my life? Profound, low-grade beauty suppressing pill? A hint of shock finally appeared on the Saint Consort Cold Sky's face, which had remained as cold as a block of ice for 10,000 years. Even Feng Qin and Feng Shu looked at Ningqi in shock. Beauty calming pill. Could there really be such a legendary pill in this world? According to the ancient records, tens of thousands of years ago on the Dragon's continent, no one's appearance would age until they died. That was because there was an extremely common pill, the beauty pill. It was this pill that allowed an ordinary person to maintain their peak appearance until they died. I heard that a low-grade, yellow-rank beauty stabilizing pill can maintain one's appearance for 50 years without aging. Middle rank could last for 100 years. Top grade could be maintained for 200 years. The best quality could be maintained for 300 years. Low mystic level? Wouldn't it be at least 400 to 500 years? The beauty calming pill you mentioned, is it a pill that can keep one's appearance from aging? Saint Consort Cold Sky said slowly. From her expression, Ningqi knew that he had gotten the right bargaining chip, and he said with a smile, Exactly so. A low-grade, profound, rank beauty pill can maintain one's appearance for 500 years. The beauty-suppressing pill has been lost for tens of thousands of years. How could you possibly know how to refine it? Fang Qin could not help but ask. Saint Consort Cold Sky also stared at Ning Qi to see how he would answer. Ning Qi said with a smile, I told you I am a genius. That is why the ninth princess asked me to be her alchemist. The beauty-suppressing pill is nothing to me. I wonder if this pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years can be exchanged for my life? What beauty-suppressing pill? This kind of pill is useless. Bai Hao could not help but scold. Saint Consort Cold Sky said indifferently, If you did not lie to me and really know how to refine the beauty-suppressing pill, then it can indeed be exchanged for your life, but one is not enough. Mother, Bai Hao frowned. My son, you can leave for now. Saint Consort Cold Sky waved her hand. Bai Hao wanted to say something, but after seeing the coldness in Saint Consort Cold Sky's eyes, he immediately shut his mouth and turned away unwillingly. Before leaving, he glared at Ning Qi. Give me 3, and I won't take your life. Saint Consort Cold Sky said. 3 is no problem, but Ning Qi wanted to say something, but stopped. But what? Say it. Saint Consort Cold Sky said coldly. I heard that the ninth princess is imprisoned by you. Can you let her go? Ning Qi smiled. Little Nine? Hee, it seems that you walked into the trap because of her. Saint Consort Cold Sky's eyes showed ridicule, then nodded. As long as you give me the pill, I can let her go. One more question. Ning Qi said. Say it. Don't think that just because I made a deal with you, you can make endless requests. Saint Consort Cold Sky's voice became incomparably cold, and a unique aura of a Grand Master exuded, making Ning Qi shudder. This woman's cultivation method was probably of the Yin attribute. I only have enough materials to refine one beauty-suppressing pill. If you can find the spiritual materials, not to mention 3, I can refine 30 for you. Ning Qi smiled. Is that true? Saint Consort Cold Sky's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. She wanted 3 beauty-suppressing pills, not all for herself. The other 2 were prepared for those old demonic women in the Fong family who were in seclusion all year round. If Ning Qi could really refine more beauty-suppressing pills, then she could not only build a good relationship with those old demonic women in the family, but also establish a friendship with those she needed to look up to. I dare not lie to you. Ning Qi nodded. Say it. What spiritual materials do you want? Saint Consort Cold Sky said. Actually, the other spiritual materials are not important. The key is the drug. It needs the blood essence of a 7th rank dragon, and it can't be a hybrid dragon with low bloodline purity. Ning Qi said with a sincere face, the blood essence of a 7th rank dragon? No wonder the beauty-suppressing pill was lost. Saint Consort Cold Sky suddenly understood. Tens of thousands of years ago, the dragon race did not have the status it had today. At that time, it was relatively easy to obtain the blood essence of the dragon race. But now, the dragon race was above all other races. It was very difficult to obtain the blood essence of the dragon race. Even in the treasury of the White Tiger Empire, there were only 3 kinds of the blood essence of a 7th rank dragon. After hesitating for a moment, Saint Consort Cold Sky said, I'll order someone to collect the blood essence, but only 3 portions. Go and refine the first beauty-suppressing pill first. If you dare lie to me, you know what will happen to you. Of course. Ning Qi was ecstatic. 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins for a 7th rank dragon's blood essence. It was simply a bargain. It was not far from the day his ancient sky dragon egg mission was completed. At Ning Qi's request, Fang Qin and Fang Shu brought him to an alchemy room. You too don't peek, otherwise, if I'm not careful, the alchemy will fail, and none of us can bear the anger of Saint Consort Cold Sky. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 241. Dragon Clan Blood Essence White Tiger Empire. Imperial Treasury when the sacred concubine arrived. A 2-star Do Zong guarding the treasury hurriedly walked out from his retreat. He respectfully greeted the sacred concubine. This subordinate greets the sacred concubine. Saint Consort Cold Sky slightly nodded. I need to take a few things. After opening the door, you can leave. Yes. He used a special method to open the door of the imperial treasury, then turned around and left. Saint Consort Cold Sky slowly walked in, directly passing through rows of shelves filled with many treasures, reaching the deepest part of the imperial treasury. On the wall here, there was a grid. Quietly placed 3 glass bottles, each containing different colors of dragon blood. Saint Consort Cold Sky waved her hand, putting them into her sleeve, then turned around and left. After she left the guard of the imperial treasury, the 2-star dozong specially took a look, found that the 3 bottles of dragon blood were missing. Strange, while registering in a notebook. Outside the alchemy room, Saint Consort Cold Sky slowly came. Seeing her, Feng Qin and Feng Shu immediately came forward and saluted. Saint Consort Cold Sky nodded, glancing at the alchemy room. He still hasn't come out. Yes, Saint Consort, I feel that this kid is very glib, very likely to be stalling for time. Feng Qin said in a low voice. Haha, if he can't refine the beauty calming pill, just kill him. In this place, can he grow wings and run away? Saint Consort Cold Sky sneered. Saint Consort is right. Feng Qi nodded. Time flew, and soon a day had passed. When Saint Consort Cold Sky was a little impatient, the door slowly opened. Ning Qi walked out with a face full of smiles, saying to Saint Consort Cold Sky, Saint Consort, I didn't disappoint. While speaking, he handed over a porcelain bottle. Feng Qin and Feng Shu's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Can this kid really refine this tens of thousands of years old divine pill? Thinking like this, the two's hearts also began to stir. Which woman didn't want to stay young forever? Even if she couldn't, she could at least maintain her beauty forever, right? The saint concubine took the bottle expressionlessly and opened it. Inside was a sparkling and translucent pill, about the size of a quail egg. She placed the pill on her hand and could easily see her palm. There was even a trace of qi slowly flowing within it. It was as if this wasn't a pill, but a living creature. Is this the beauty pill? The sacred concubine glanced at Ning Qi suspiciously. Ning Qi said firmly, It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. The sacred concubine hesitated for a moment before tossing the pill into her mouth. She didn't believe that Ning Qi could take out a poison that could harm a grandmaster. After sacred concubine Cold Sky swallowed the pill, Feng Shu and Feng Qin looked at her nervously. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, it instantly turned into a liquid that flowed to his limbs and meridians. A faint layer of white light appeared on the surface of the saint consort's delicate skin. Then her skin began to undergo a massive transformation. It was getting whiter, tighter, and smoother. Then the sacred concubine's face also underwent a massive transformation. Before taking the pill, although she was beautiful, she still looked like she was in her 30s. But now her age was decreasing year by year. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, she had turned into a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Although her appearance still belonged to the same person, the temperament between the two was completely different. It really is the beauty pill. Feng Qin exclaimed in shock. Feng Shu immediately glanced at Ning Qi, a plan forming in her mind. After the pill's effect was completely over, the sacred concubine slowly opened her eyes and looked at the skin in her hand. At this time, Feng Shu immediately took out a bronze mirror. When the sacred concubine saw herself in the mirror, a trace of shock flashed across her face. She slowly reached out to touch her own face and said in a low voice, This is me. Congratulations on eternal youth, sacred concubine. Feng Shu and Feng Qin congratulated in unison. The sacred concubine took a deep breath, suppressing the ecstasy in her heart. Looking at Ning Qi, Her eyes instantly became 100 times softer. She smiled faintly. You really didn't lie to me. Here, these are 3 bottles of dragon blood essence. If you refine 3 more beauty pill for me, I will not mistreat you in the future as my consecrated alchemist. 3 bottles of dragon blood essence. Ning Qi was slightly startled. He thought it would be 2 bottles, not 3. Ecstatic, he immediately reached out to take it and turned to enter the alchemy room. Inside the alchemy room, Ning Qi couldn't wait to verify the concentration of the 3 bottles of dragon blood essence. 7th rank mountain dragon blood essence. Concentration above 95%. The blood essence of a rank 7 fairy dragon. The concentration is above 95%. 7th rank rainbow dragon blood essence. Concentration above 95%. Hearing the appraisal notification from the system, Ning Qi silently grinned. With the addition of Xueling's blood essence, he had already gathered for dragon bloodlines. He only needed 6 more to hatch the ancient sky dragon egg. System. Exchange 3 mystic low-grade beauty pill. The Dragon Slayer coins decreased by another 3,000, and then 3 mystic low-grade beauty pill appeared in Ning Qi's hand. In order to make it more realistic, he had to stay in this alchemy room for about 3 more days. Glancing at the Dragon Slayer coins, he still had 42,900. Ning Qi took a look at his own attributes. Host, Ning Qi level, Peak Battle Spirit EXP. 500000/500000. Stored experience. 58000000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 4. 8280/1000000 martial skill. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms level 4. 21500/1000000. Mystic Top grade 5 Tiger Breaking Blade level 4. 78/1000000 health points. 113450 alchemy. 4th rank alchemist proficiency 45,000/1000000 Dragon Slayer coins. 42900 inch. It's time to train in seclusion, at least to raise the dragon subduing 18 palms to level 5. Ning Qi thought to himself. System. Exchange for 3 more days of intermediate training grounds. Ding. Congratulations. Host has successfully exchanged for 3 days of intermediate training grounds. Please enter in non-combat state. The Dragon Slayer coins decreased by 3,000, leaving only 39,900. Ning Qi smiled and said in his heart, "Enter." He instantly disappeared from the alchemy room. Outside, Cold Sky, Saint Concubine, and Fong Qin frowned at the same time. They realized that Ning Qi's aura had disappeared from the alchemy room. Saint Concubine, he didn't run away, did he? Should we go in and take a look? Fong Qin whispered. Cold Sky, Saint Concubine hesitated and shook her head. No need, he can't run away. Maybe because of the cultivation method, we can't catch his aura. Chapter 242. The Unruly Princesses. Situation 3 days later. Ning Qi once again appeared in the alchemy room. 1 day in the intermediate training field was equivalent to 150 days. He stayed there for a total of 450 days, practicing hard, and finally reached the 5th level of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. His proficiency in the dragon elephant prajna art also increased. At this time, his attributes changed a little. Host, Ning Qi level, Peak Battle Spirit EXP. 500000/500000. Stored experience. 580000 martial arts. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 4. 16500/1000000 martial arts. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms level 5. 0/1000000 Top grade 5 Tigers Breaking the Gate Blade level 4. 78/1000000 health points. 113450 Alchemy. 4th Stage Alchemist Proficiency 45,000/1000000 Dragon Slayer Coins. 39900 After reaching the 5th level, the power of the 18 dragons subduing palms was twice as strong as the 4th level. If it was said that Ning Qi was unable to deal with an expert of the Do Huang class earlier, it was likely that he would have the ability to fight against a 1-star Do Huang now. However, he was merely at the peak of the Do Ling class. No one would believe such a horrifying ability to leap levels, even if it was set out. After a while, the Dragon Elephant Prajnar will also reach the 5th level. At that time, I will have more than 1 million HP. Even a battle grandmaster would have to fight me for a while. Ha ha ha. Ning Qi laughed in his heart. After tidying up his appearance, Ning Qi opened the door and walked out. Saint Concubine looked at Ning Qi quietly. Fang Qin and Fang Shu stood behind her. It seemed that the 3 women didn't rest at all during these 3 days. They just stood outside for 3 days and 3 nights. Ning Qi smiled and said, "I didn't disappoint you. Here are 3 lower-grade Mystic Beauty pills. Please check them." He handed over a porcelain bottle. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky opened it and saw that it was indeed the medicinal pill she had eaten before. She revealed a smile and put the porcelain bottle into her universe ring. 100% success rate. This boy's talent in alchemy is far beyond the alchemy grandmaster level. It's possible for him to become an alchemy king. Fang Qin was shocked. For a peerless divine pill, like the beauty-suppressing pill, to have a 100% success rate was enough to show Ning Qi's alchemy ability. Sacred Concubine, I have fulfilled my promise. Can you let the 9th princess go now? Ning Qi smiled. Come with me. Saint Consort Cold Sky said indifferently. Afterward, Sage Concubine Cold Sky led Ning Qi around the imperial palace a few times before finally arriving at a remote location. Towering trees blocked out the sunlight, and a sinister aura filled the air. Ning Qi couldn't help but shiver as soon as he entered. This is the legendary Cold Palace? With the unruly princess's temperament, it would be strange if she didn't get sick after being locked in here. Ning Qi thought to himself. When the palace maid guarding the Cold Palace saw the sacred concubine, a look of bewilderment appeared on her face. Who are you? This is an important place in the palace. You are not allowed to come here as you please. The palace maids berated, because the sacred concubine's appearance had returned to that of a 17 or 18-year-old. She looked more like a concubine who had just entered the palace, so the palace maids didn't recognize her immediately. This concubine doesn't recognize you? Saint Concubine Cold Sky looked at them coldly. You are Sacred Concubine Cold Sky? The palace maids were startled and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Our eyes are bad. We didn't recognize Sacred Concubine. Please forgive us, Sacred Concubine. At the same time, they were shocked by the Sacred Concubine's appearance. Why did she suddenly become so young? Did she have a breakthrough in her cultivation? Open the door. Saint Concubine Cold Sky said indifferently. She didn't intend to pursue the matter. Instead, she was a little happy. After all, the effect of the beauty-calming pill was better than she had expected. Yes, the palace maids worked together to open the door, then lowered their heads and stood on both sides. Saint Concubine Cold Sky glanced at Ning Qi, then walked toward the door. When Ning Qi passed by the palace maids, they secretly looked at Ning Qi. They felt a little strange. Why would the Sacred Concubine Cold Sky bring a man who hadn't lost his power to the palace? They had stayed in the palace for many years and had long trained a pair of fiery eyes. They could tell if a man was a eunuch or a real man just by the way he walked. Oh no, the Sacred Concubine is here to see the princess. Young Master Fang is still inside, one of the palace maids said with a pale face. When the others heard that, they all broke out in a cold sweat. Inside the Cold Palace, The unruly princess was tied to a pillar by several chains. There were many wounds on her body. She looked at the person in front of her with hatred. It was a young man in his 20s named Feng Xiaohan. He was the descendant of one of the servants that the sacred concubine Cold Sky had brought out from the Feng family. He was a king fighter. Because he was born in the Feng family, he also served under the sacred concubine Cold Sky. He was a rank 5 imperial guard. Dog slave, who do you think you are? How dare you come here to humiliate me? I will exterminate your entire clan. Exterminate your entire clan, the unruly princess said to Feng Xiaohan fiercely. Feng Xiaohan looked at the unruly princess with a cold smile. A cold light flashed in his hand, and another wound appeared on the princess's body. Her clothes were also cut open, revealing the fair skin underneath. Bitch, if it weren't for you, my grandfather wouldn't have died. Next year, I would have the chance to follow my grandfather back to the Feng family and become an inner disciple. But because of you, I lost this chance. Tell me, you bitch, do you deserve to die? Feng Xiaohan said angrily. A trace of madness appeared on his face. He looked the unruly princess up and down. Hee, now that the sacred concubine has imprisoned you in the cold palace, do you still think that you can leave? If I kill you, the sacred concubine will not blame me. How dare you kill me? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Father will not let you go. A trace of fear appeared in the unruly princess's eyes, because she could feel the deep killing intent in Feng Xiaohan's words. It seemed that he was not joking. Your Majesty, do you think he dares to touch me? If a member of the Feng family commits a crime outside, we can just send him back to the Feng family and let the elders deal with him. Do you think the elders will take my life because of a mere 9th princess? Feng Xiaohan laughed coldly. At this time, a palace maid who had been standing to the side quietly said in a low voice, Young Master Feng, if you want to do it quickly. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it will be. If the Emperor suddenly comes to see the 9th princess, I'm afraid we will be killed on the spot. Fine, I'll kill her right now. Feng Xiaohan's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent, and he raised the top-grade, profound-class sword in his hand high. The unruly princess's eyes were filled with despair. Go to hell! Feng Xiaohan roared and swung the sword down. How dare you! Ningqi happened to hear the roar, and he immediately ran 2 steps forward and kicked the door open. He saw the unruly princess in extreme danger. Without hesitation, he took out the Dragon Slayer sword and slashed at Feng Xiaohan. Chapter 243. One man holds the pass roar. An ice dragon instantly rushed towards Feng Xiaohan, directly breaking the top-grade, profound-class sword in her hand. Feng Xiaohan and the other 2 were stunned by the sudden change and looked at Ningqi. At the door, Saint Consort Cold Sky's eyes flashed with shock. This aura, could it be the Snow Dragon's inheritance? How is this kid related to the Snow Dragon tribe? Could it be that he is a half-dragon? In fact, the Dragon Slayer saber had obtained the Ice Dragon's inheritance and had nothing to do with the Snow Dragon's inheritance. But the difference could only be distinguished by real dragons. It was normal for Saint Consort Cold Sky to mistake it for someone else. Go to hell! Ningqi didn't stop. With a crazed look in his eyes, he attacked Feng Xiaohan. 18 dragons subduing palms. 5 silver dragons flew out in an instant, bringing with them a strong yang aura. This palm was enough to kill any king of Dou in a second. Feng Xiaohan was shocked and said angrily, Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the cold palace? From Ningqi's clothes, he could tell that Ningqi wasn't from the palace. When he realized that Ningqi was only a peak Douling, but he was attacking him like a madman, Feng Xiaohan's eyes showed a trace of mockery. Since you want to die, don't blame me. With that thought in mind, he grinned hideously and struck Ningqi with his palm. Boom! Feng Xiaohan was sent flying backward. slamming heavily into a pillar and then bouncing to the ground. How is this possible? How could I be defeated by a peak Doling? Fang Xiaohan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. At this time, Ning Qi continued to charge at him. Just as he was about to kill Fang Xiaohan, Saint Consort Cold Sky made her move. Ning Qi was instantly sent flying by a force. Saint Consort Cold Sky said calmly, "This person is a member of the Fang family. Don't kill him." Saint Consort. Fang Xiaohan finally saw Saint Consort Cold Sky. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi and sneered, "No matter who you are, you dare to trespass into the forbidden area. You will die today." When the palace maid saw sacred concubine Cold Sky, she immediately knelt on the ground and trembled. Ning Qi stood up from the ground. Since he could not kill Fang Xiaohan, he did not force the issue. He walked toward the unruly princess and cut off the chains on her body with his sword. The unruly princess stared blankly at Ning Qi. There was a trace of disbelief in her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and she threw herself into Ning Qi's embrace. She hugged Ning Qi tightly and cried, "Ning Qi, I almost died! I almost died!" Tears instantly soaked Ning Qi's collar. Ning Qi could feel that her body was still slightly trembling. "I know you're fine now." Ning Qi lightly patted the back of the unruly princess and looked at the Saint Concubine. "Saint Concubine, can I take the princess away now?" The Saint Concubine was silent for a moment. Just when Ning Qi thought she was going to change her mind, she slowly nodded and said, "I'll give you 3 days. Come see me in 3 days. Without my permission, you cannot leave the White Tiger Empire. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." "Got it." Ning Qi nodded expressionlessly, then directly carried the unruly princess and walked out. Fang Xiaohan watched this scene with his mouth agape. Seeing that Ning Qi was about to disappear from his sight with the unruly princess, he hurriedly said to the Saint Concubine, "Saint Concubine, quickly stop them." The Saint Concubine looked at Fang Xiaohan coldly. "Who gave you the courage to come here and privately torture the 9th princess?" Fang Xiaohan was stunned when he heard this. Only then did he remember that he did not come here with the Saint Concubine's permission. It was his own idea. At this moment, he finally understood that the fellow was most likely brought here by the Saint Concubine, and the Saint Concubine's purpose was to release the 9th princess. Thinking of this, Fang Xiaohan immediately lowered his head. "Saint Concubine, this subordinate knows his mistake. Return to the Fang clan tomorrow. I don't need subordinates who act on their own and don't listen to orders." The Saint Concubine said coldly, then turned around and left. Only then did the palace maid breathe a sigh of relief. She raised her head, her expression incomparably fearful. She looked at Fang Xiaohan with some reproach. "Young Master Fang, you almost killed me." Fang Xiaohan ignored her. He stood up, his face deathly pale, and staggered out. The unruly princess wrapped her arms around Ning Qi's neck, her eyes fixed on him. She did not know what agreement Ning Qi and the Saint Concubine had reached, nor did she know why Ning Qi was here. But she did know that her life was saved by Ning Qi. A strange feeling gradually grew in her heart. "Ning Qi, why are you here?" the unruly princess asked softly. "We'll talk when we get back." "Ning Qi, why did the Saint Concubine let me go?" "We'll talk when we get back." "Why didn't she kill you?" "She knows you killed by house guards." "We'll talk when we get back." "You." The unruly princess's eyes flashed with anger. Smack! Ning Qi casually slapped her on the butt. This time, not only did it affect the unruly princess's wounds, but it also made her dumbfounded. Then, her face became incomparably red like a red apple. Inside the palace, eunuchs, palace maids, and guards all looked at Ning Qi and the unruly princess with shock in their eyes. "Isn't that the 9th princess?" "Yes. She should be in the cold palace. Why is she here? Who's the man holding her?" Could it be that this person went to the cold palace and rescued the ninth princess? Quick, go and report to the saint concubine. Stop! Who are you? How dare you wander around the palace? Several armed guards looked at each other and immediately blocked in front of Ning Chi. Get lost, Ning Chi said indifferently. How dare you? Take him down. 18 dragons subduing palms. Boom! Several armed guards were instantly seriously injured by Ning Chi and fell to the ground. Ning Chi did not even look at them and walked straight out of the palace. A group of guards rushed over after hearing the news and were all knocked down by Ning Chi with one palm. This person is only a peak doling. How can a peak do Wang not be a match for him? What a powerful palm technique. Could it be a heaven-class martial technique? Isn't that little Nine? The third princess and a group of other princes and princesses came together and just happened to see the scene of Ning Chi holding the unruly princess and knocking down a group of armed guards with one palm. Third sister, who is that guy? Someone asked in shock. The third princess looked coldly at Ning Chi. She would never forget this guy who had helped the ninth princess and won against her alchemist, Sima Si. This person is the alchemist in Little Nine's residence. He was also the one who killed 13th Brother's guards. Some of them were brought out by the saint concubine from the Fong family. That's why Little Nine was locked up in the cold palace. It looks like he's here to save the damsel in distress. Cuckoo! Can a peak doling like him leave the important place of my White Tiger Empire's imperial palace? Ridiculous. Chapter 244. Flustered and confused, so it's that guy. I heard that he has a rank 7 dragon behind him. 13th brother was killed by that dragon. From the looks of it, the rumors in the marketplace are 70 to 80% credible. The relationship between the two of them is indeed not ordinary. However, this person doesn't seem to be very smart. Although I don't know how he managed to save Little Nine, it's impossible for him to leave the palace. The prince's voice had just fallen when dozens of Do Huangs heard the news and flew over, instantly surrounding Ning Chi. Take him down. One of the peak Do Huangs looked at Ning Chi coldly. At the same time, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. How did Ning Chi sneak into the palace? All of you, stop! It was the sacred concubine who let us leave. How dare you disobey her orders? Facing outsiders, the unruly princess immediately revealed her true nature. Even though she was injured and almost killed by Fang Xiaohan, she still shouted in a stern voice. What? The sacred concubine let them leave? The group of Do Huangs was slightly startled. The third princess and the others revealed shocked expressions. Third sister, didn't you say that this was the person who killed the old man that the sacred concubine brought from the Fong family? Why did the sacred concubine let them leave? The third princess frowned and said in a low voice, It's not like you don't know Little Nine. Maybe she's lying. How could the sacred concubine let them leave? Ninth princess, do you have proof? The Do Huangs said in a deep voice. Go ask her yourself. I'm tired now. I want to go home. Ning Chi, let's go. Once she finished speaking, the unruly princess pressed her face tightly against Ning Chi's chest and closed her eyes. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled into an evil smile. Sweeping his gaze across the group of Do Huangs, he strode out of the palace. This posture did not seem to be a lie. None of the Do Huangs dared to stop him. Just like that, Ning Chi swaggered out of the palace with the ninth princess in his arms under the watchful eyes of countless people. The guards at the gate tried to stop him, but were knocked unconscious by Ning Chi. The incident today was seen by countless people, so the news was like a hurricane that spread throughout the circle of the first-rate nobles of the White Tiger Empire in a short period of time. Everyone knew that there was an alchemy grandmaster from the countryside named Ning Chi, who single-handedly led the ninth princess to defeat countless armed guards of the imperial palace, and finally left the imperial palace under the watchful eyes of everyone. Through word of mouth, even those Do Huangs were defeated by Ning Qi in the stories. Many unmarried girls felt their blood boil when they heard this story. They dreamed that their future husbands would be like Ning Qi. Inside the palace, quick, ask the Saint concubine if she's really going to let the 9th princess go. The Do Huang leader ordered his subordinates. Yes. Ning Qi carried the unruly princess back to the mansion. The guards at the door had been withdrawn at some point. There were only him and the 9th princess in the huge princess mansion. Where is your chamber? Ning Qi asked. This way. Turn left, turn right, go straight, turn left again. When Ning Qi carried the unruly princess to her boudoir, he carefully laid her flat on the bed and quietly looked into her eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths, time gradually passed. The unruly princess's face became redder and redder. She was a little flustered. What is he going to do? Is he going to kiss me? No, I'll get pregnant. Why is he looking at me like that? Yeah, he's still looking at me. His eyes are so deep. How come I just realized that Ning Qi is also quite good-looking? Just when the unruly princess was flustered, Ning Qi opened his mouth. He took out a pill from his pocket and stuffed it into the unruly princess's mouth. You have some injuries on your body. Eat this healing pill. As the pill entered her stomach, the unruly princess instantly felt warm inside, and the pain on her body was not so obvious. You still haven't told me what's going on. Why did the Saint concubine let you enter the imperial palace? Why didn't she kill you? The unruly princess asked curiously. Ning Qi said indifferently, she must have taken a fancy to my alchemy skills. What? She wants you to refine pills for her? No. You're mine. The unruly princess was anxious. We'll talk about this later. I can't beat her now, and I can't compete with her in terms of power. What else can I do? Where's 3rd Master Deng? Where was he taken to? And your little gray? Ning Qi changed the subject. I don't know. I was called into the imperial palace by my father that day. As soon as I entered, I was locked up by the Saint concubine. The unruly princess frowned. I'm the one who got you into trouble. Ning Qi sighed. You also saved me. We're even. The unruly princess whispered. Your Highness, are you inside? A female voice came from outside. It's Wu Maji. A hint of joy appeared on the unruly princess's face. She must know where Deng San and Little Gray are. Then she shouted to the door, Wu Maji, come in quickly. I'm inside. The door slowly opened. Wu Maji nodded slightly when she saw Ning Qi. A hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes. Then she said to the unruly princess, Your Highness, I was also locked up by the Saint concubine during this period. I was just released. Please forgive me, Your Highness. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Where is Deng San? He's been released too, right? And Little Gray? The unruly princess asked. Deng San and the others should have been released too. As for Little Gray, Wu Maji's face darkened. What happened to Little Gray? The unruly princess suddenly had a bad feeling. Little Gray was given to the 13th prince by the emperor to make up for the casualties this time. Wu Maji said with a sullen face. What? He gave it to him. How could father do this? The unruly princess's face turned pale. No, I'm going to get Little Gray back. Then she immediately got up from the bed. Ning Qi reached out and put his hand on her shoulder. Your Highness, you should rest first. As for Little Gray, I'll find a way to get it back for you. After saying that, he turned and left. The 9th princess stared blankly at Ning Qi's back and asked Wu Maji, He can get Little Gray back from by how? Wu Maji nodded, then shook her head and said in a low voice, Your Highness, I can't see through him now. Do you know how he brought you back from the Saint concubine? The unruly princess shook her head with a confused look. As soon as Ning Qi left the 9th princess's residence, he saw a person wearing a bamboo hat standing on the opposite street. After seeing Ning Qi, she slowly walked over. "Has it been solved?" Li Macho asked in a low voice. "It's solved, but there's still some loose ends. Go back to the inn and wait for me." Ning Qi said, "Okay." Li Macho nodded and decisively turned and left. Chapter 245. Evil Master, Evil Dog in the Tiger Prison. Chen Haiyang glanced at the outside of the prison from time to time with an anxious look on his face. "Why aren't they letting us go? The sacred concubine has taken the culprit, Ning Qi, away." "Brother Qin, don't worry. Maybe the imperial edict is on its way." Someone comforted him in a low voice. Lin Chong looked at him mockingly and chuckled. "Chen Haiyang, even if you can get out, can you get past the princess?" Mai Xinglong sneered. "I'm afraid the princess will skin him alive." Chen Haiyang's expression turned ugly when he heard this. He glanced at the two of them and snorted. "I saved the princess. On the other hand, the two of you are standing on Ning Qi's side and not thinking for the princess. Thinking for the princess means betraying one's own people." Lin Chong sneered. "Don't be so sarcastic. If we can get out, we can quarrel later." Someone snorted coldly with an impatient look on his face. Lin Chong snorted and ignored Chen Haiyang. At this moment, Chen Haiyang suddenly saw Shangguan Feihong walking towards him with Wan Hudong and the others. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Lin Chong and Mai Xinglong looked at each other and helped each other to stand up. Shangguan Feihong looked at Lin Chong and the others and laughed. "My brothers have been wronged during this period of time. Wan Hudong, hurry up and open the door." "Yes, my lord." Wan Hudong's heart was filled with a trace of doubt as he stepped forward and unlocked the cell door. Chen Haiyang hurriedly asked, "Lord Shangguan, are you letting us go?" "Yes, the 9th princess has already returned to her residence. You should go back quickly." Shangguan Feihong smiled and nodded. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. As long as the sacred concubine catches the culprit, she won't implicate us." Chen Haiyang revealed a proud smile as he glanced at Lin Chong and Mai Xinglong. The others immediately flattered Chen Haiyang, saying that he had foresight. Lin Chong hurriedly asked Shangguan Feihong, "Lord Shangguan, how is Ning Qi? Did the sacred concubine kill him?" "He dared to kill the old man that the sacred concubine brought out from the Fong family." Chen Haiyang sneered. However, Shangguan Feihong had an unfathomable smile on his face as he said to Lin Chong, "No, the sacred concubine didn't kill him. In fact, he was the one who brought the 9th princess out of the cold palace. This matter has spread like wildfire, and everyone will know once they get out. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." With that, he clasped his hands together and left. "He didn't kill them?" Chen Haiyang was dumbfounded. The people around him subconsciously took a few steps back, distancing themselves from him. Wan Hudong was just as shocked as him. "That kid actually didn't die? Where did he come from? I'm done for. Not only have I offended Lord Shangguan, but I've also kicked an iron plate." Wan Hudong's face was deathly pale. Lin Chong laughed heartily and walked out with Mai Xinglong. When he passed by Chen Haiyang, he gave him a mocking look. By the time they returned to Princess Zhou's mansion, 3rd Master Deng had also returned. "Princess!" Everyone half knelt on the ground, their expressions filled with excitement. The unruly princess nodded and said, "It's been hard on all of you. Get up. Wu Maji, go get some healing pills and chi-amassing pills for them." "Wait, Your Highness, I have something to report," Lin Chong suddenly said loudly. Chen Haiyang, who was kneeling at the side, looked guilty when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and stood up abruptly. He clasped his hands together at the 9th princess and said, "Your Highness, I did something wrong to save Your Highness. Please forgive me." Instead of letting Lin Chong complain, he might as well make the first move. "Oh, what is it?" The unruly princess had a puzzled look on her face as she looked at Lin Chong and Chen Haiyang. You tell me first. She pointed at Lin Chong. Lin Chong sneered at Chen Haiyang and told her everything that Chen Haiyang had done. The unruly princess's expression turned uglier the more she listened. Finally, she looked at Chen Haiyang angrily. Is what he said true? Chen Haiyang quickly said, I've wronged you, Your Highness. I had no choice but to do it to save Your Highness. So, you can betray your own people. Dang San looked at him coldly. When Chen Haiyang saw that even Dang San was in this position, he immediately knew that this matter would not end well. You can explain this to Ning Qi yourself when he comes back, the unruly princess said angrily. Your Highness, I heard that Ning Qi was the one who brought you out of the palace. Where is he now? Dang Sen asked. The 13th prince's residence. Hey, who are you looking for? This is the 13th prince's residence. Don't look around, or I'll dig your eyes out. At the entrance of the majestic palace, a guard shouted at Ning Qi fiercely. Ning Qi chuckled. The master is evil, and so is the dog. What did you say? Do you want to die? The guard was furious. Suddenly, another guard pulled him back and said in a low voice, Don't talk nonsense. Ask him first. Then he asked Ning Qi in a deep voice, Who are you? Ning Qi smiled. You don't deserve to know. Go tell Bai Hao that I, Ning Qi, am here to see him. You dare call the prince by his name. You're dead. The guard was startled. Then he threatened Ning Qi and left in a hurry. It seemed like he was going to find Bai Hao. Not long after, Bai Hao came out surrounded by a group of guards. He looked at Ning Qi coldly. He had already received a message from the sacred concubine, telling him not to make things difficult for Ning Qi. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare disobey the sacred concubine's order. Bai Hao said coldly, What are you doing here? Ning Qi smiled. I heard that the 9th princess's demonic beast, the sky-dominating ape, is with you. I'm here to take it back. The 9th princess has taken care of it for a long time, so I hope the 13th prince can help her. Sky-dominating ape. Bai Hao's lips curled into a sneer. He looked at Ning Qi mockingly. That was given to me by my imperial father. What qualifications do you have to come here to take it back? Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you just because you're useful to my mother. I heard that alchemists can still refine pills without their legs. How about this? Let me cut off your legs and I'll return the sky-dominating ape to you. How about this? I'll break your legs now and take the sky-dominating ape from your house. How about this? Ning Qi smiled. How dare you? How dare you threaten the 13th prince? Be careful, or I'll kill your entire family. Prince, let me take him down and throw him in the water prison. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant. The guard beside Bai Hao said angrily. Perhaps it was because too many peak Emperor Do Zhuang had died last time, but the level of Bai Hao's guards had dropped. Their cultivation ranged from 1 to 6 stars. This did not match his status at all. It was no wonder that he hated Ning Qi to the bone. Chapter 246. Shi Duanjin, their leader, was a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, and he looked like an immortal. Behind him, there were more than 10 Taoist children. Although they were called Taoist children, they were actually in their 30s. Only a few of them looked like they were 13 or 14 years old. They stopped in front of the imperial palace. Master Shi, you came at the right time. Bai Hao's eyes flashed with joy. He immediately sneered at Ning Qi. This is the chief alchemist of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab, Shi Duanjin. Ning Qi, since you are also an alchemist, why don't you compete with Master Shi? If you win, I'll give you the Sky Ape. Shi Duanjin? Ning Qi glanced at the middle-aged man and checked his attributes. White Tiger Alchemy Lab. Shi Duanjin level. 7-star Do Huang cultivation skill. Earth Class Inferno Art Martial Skill. Earth Class Fire Dragon Whip Alchemy. 4th Class Health Points. 72,000. Shi Duanjin looked at Ningqi and smiled. Oh, you are the alchemist of the 9th Princess's mansion. You are indeed a talented alchemist at such a young age. No wonder even the Saint Concubine is impressed by you. Is there any misunderstanding between you and the 13th Prince? Why don't I be the peacemaker and clear up the misunderstanding? We don't need to fight each other. Master Shi, you flatter me. I'm afraid the misunderstanding between me and the 13th Prince can't be solved with just a few words. Ningqi smiled. Shi Duanjin's expression changed slightly, and his lips curled into a sneer. If that's the case, I won't say anything else. I heard that the Saint Concubine values your alchemy skills very much. I would like to learn from you. Bai Hao sneered and said, Ningqi, are you afraid? Don't you want the Sky Ape? If you win against Master Shi, I'll give it back to you. What if I lose? Ningqi smiled. It's okay if you lose. Just crawl around my palace and bark a few times. Bai Hao smiled. After a pause, his lips curled into a mocking smile. What? You don't dare! Okay then. What do you want to compete with me in? Ningqi smiled faintly. Shi Duanjin smiled faintly. Don't worry. I have something important to discuss with the 13th Prince today. How about this? Tomorrow, I will invite the sacred Concubine Cold Sky to preside over this competition. As for the competition, let the sacred Concubine Cold Sky decide. Then I will wait for the good news in the 9th Princess residence. 13th Prince, remember to bring the sky-dominating ape tomorrow. Ningqi cupped his hands and turned to leave. Bai Hao glared at Ningqi's back until he disappeared from his sight. Then he looked at Shi Duanjin and asked, Master Shi, why did you come to me? Shi Duanjin said, Prince, I have already refined 10 of the pills you wanted me to refine last time. Have you prepared the things I want? 10. A look of ecstasy appeared on Bai Hao's face, and he immediately said, Grandmaster, please come inside. I've already prepared everything. Back at the princess mansion, the unruly princess looked at Ningqi, who was empty-handed, and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Bai Hao is not willing to return little Gray to me? Ningqi smiled and said, Of course he is not willing, but I made a bet with him. Tomorrow I will have a competition with Shi Duanjin. If I win, he will return little Gray to your highness. What? Really? That's great. A look of joy appeared on the unruly princess' face. Wu Maji's expression changed, and she said, Grandmaster Ning, what if you lose? Bai Hao was not a person who was easy to deal with. Since he was willing to use the sky-dominating ape as a bet, it meant that if Ningqi lost, he would have to pay a greater price. Lose? Don't worry, how can I lose? Ningqi said confidently. Shi Duanjin is the #1 alchemist in the White Tiger Empire. He is only half a step away from the Alchemy King realm. Are you really that confident? Wu Maji looked a little doubtful. Even if it's an Alchemy King, I might not be afraid, let alone a mere alchemy grandmaster. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Ningqi smiled. What bet? Wu Maji said. If I win, you smile at me. How about it? I don't think I've seen you smile even once. Ningqi smiled. Wu Maji frowned slightly and nodded. Okay, then it's settled. Princess, I'll go rest first. Ningqi said. Wait, there's one more thing I need you to decide. The unruly princess reached out to stop Ningqi. What is it? Ningqi's face showed a trace of doubt. The unruly princess clapped her hands, and Chen Haiyang was personally brought up by Deng San. Princess, I'm innocent. Chen Haiyang immediately knelt in front of everyone and cried bitterly. Deng San's face showed a trace of shame, and he said to Ningqi, It's my fault for not teaching such a traitor. Please forgive me, Grandmaster Ning. What is this for? Ningqi frowned slightly. Didn't he betray you in the tiger prison? If you want to kill or torture him, do as you see fit." The unruly princess said, "He, even if he didn't betray me, I would have betrayed myself. Otherwise, how could I see the saintess of cold sky?" Ningqi shook his head with a smile, looked down at Chen Haiyang, and said to the unruly princess, "Let him go." "You're not angry?" The unruly princess was a little surprised. Chen Haiyang was also stunned, and then a trace of ecstasy rose in his heart. Ningqi actually didn't plan to punish him. Ningqi didn't answer, just smiled and turned to leave. A trace of admiration appeared in Deng San's eyes, and he looked at Ningqi's back and said, "Grandmaster Ning is really broad-minded." "Princess, then in the future?" Chen Haiyang looked at the unruly princess expectantly. "In the future, you can wash the stables." The unruly princess tilted her head, then made a decision. Wash the stables? Chen Haiyang looked at the unruly princess in a daze. "What? You don't want to? Then you'll be responsible for the night incense in the mansion." The unruly princess sneered. No, I'm willing to wash the stables," Chen Haiyang said resolutely and decisively. Although it was very shameful for a peak king of combat to wash the stables and do the work of a servant, it was better than playing with the night incense. "Hurry up and thank the princess." Deng Xin glanced at Chen Haiyang and said, "Yes, I thank the princess for your kindness." Chen Haiyang immediately kowtowed a few times. Not far from the 9th princess's mansion, there was a small courtyard. The owner of the courtyard was a minor official of the White Tiger Empire. He seemed to be in his 40s and got along well with his neighbors. Every day when he returned home, he would greet his acquaintances. There was only a servant in his 60s by his side, and other than that, he didn't even have a maid. "Lord Liu, you got off work on time again today?" Chapter 247. White Tiger Refining Room. "Yes, Annie Wu. How's your old man's health recently?" Lord Liu said kindly. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Liu. That's good." With that, Lord Liu brought the old servant home. At this moment, in the courtyard that should have been empty, stood a young man with his back facing the two of them. When Lord Liu saw this, he gave the old man a look. The old man nodded and retreated. Then Lord Liu walked behind the youth and cupped his hands across his chest. "Subordinate Liu Yuanhao greets Elder Bloodless Sword." The youth slowly turned his head. He was the Blood Slaughter Sect Elder, Bloodless Sword. Bloodless Sword faintly said, "My Blood Slaughter Sect only has a single Dark Hall Master in the White Tiger Empire. But you spend all day doing nothing, and you haven't even sent any useful information back to the Blood Slaughter Sect. Liu Yuanhao, do you know your crimes?" A smile appeared on Liu Yuanhao's face. He said, "Within the capital, there are countless Do Huang level experts. There are also many Do Zongs, and the Emperor is a Do Zun level powerhouse. Elder Jian Wuxue, how should this subordinate, a mere 3-star Do Wang, act? If I'm careless and expose my identity, I'm afraid that even if the Blood Fiend ancestor makes an appearance, the Blood Slaughter Sect will also be burned to the ground by the White Tiger Empire, right?" Bloodless Sword coldly snorted as he heard this. He took out Ningqi's portrait and handed it to Liu Yuanhao. "Have you seen this person before?" Liu Yuanhao shook his head and said, "This subordinate has never seen it before. I've obtained news that this person is a revered alchemist of the White Tiger Empire's 9th princess. Have you really not seen him?" Bloodless Sword sneered. "An alchemist employed by the 9th princess residence?" Liu Yuanhao was shocked and said, "If it's really him, then he should be in the 9th princess palace right now." "It really is here." Bloodless Sword's face revealed a happy smile. After chasing for so long, he finally caught up with Ningqi. "Find a chance to lure him out of the capital," Bloodless Sword said. "What, is he our Blood Slaughter Sect's target?" Liu Yuanhao was startled. He immediately frowned and said, "Elder Bloodless Sword, I ask that you consider this matter carefully. If you touch him, I fear that I won't be able to keep my dark hall. Consider, do you know how many Do Huangs of my blood slaughter sect have this person killed? Even Butiai and the other elders died in his hands. If we don't take revenge for this, will our blood slaughter sect still have the right to stand on the dragon's continent? Bloodless, Sword sneered. Even Elder Butier died at his hands? All right then, this subordinate will do his best. Lu Yuanhao helplessly nodded. He had lived in the White Tiger Empire for many years, and he had always held a trace of fear in his heart. If it weren't for Bloodless Sword personally coming here, it would have been impossible for him to move against the exalted alchemist of Princess Nine's palace. The next day, Ning Qi received Shi Duanjin's letter of challenge early in the morning, so he was led by the unruly princess to the legendary White Tiger Alchemy Room. Although it was called an alchemy room, it was actually a huge courtyard that occupied an area of more than 1,000 acres. Before Ning Qi even got close, he could already feel the scorching aura of flames assaulting his nostrils. As he walked closer, he discovered that there were over 1,000 first-tier and second-tier alchemists working together to refine pills. Such a scene was truly shocking. 40% of the pills in the entire White Tiger Empire are refined by them. Even the pills that my Princess Nine's palace receives every month are distributed by them. How much they give or how little they give is completely up to Shi Duanjin. The unruly princess sighed. Isn't this just like a factory on Earth? An assembly line? In a single day, how many tens of thousands of pills are produced? Over the years, the number is simply terrifying. Ning Qi thought to himself. The alchemists only glanced at Ning Qi and the others before no longer paying attention to them. Instead, they focused on refining the pills in their hands. Shi Duanjin is the master of the White Tiger Alchemy Room and also a direct subordinate of the Saint Concubine. She recruited him through her connections with the Fong family. I'm afraid that this alchemy duel with you was the Saint Concubine's idea. Ning Qi, you must win. The unruly princess said, Don't worry, Your Highness. Ning Qi smiled. After a few breaths, Ning Qi found that all the alchemists stopped what they were doing and looked in the same direction. They saw Shi Duanjin slowly walking towards Ning Qi with his Taoist child. This time, there were 3 people beside him. These 3 people were all alchemy grandmasters, but they were half a step behind Shi Duanjin. Obviously, Shi Duanjin was the leader. Greetings, 9th princess. Shi Duanjin nodded at the unruly princess, but didn't show any intention of saluting. Wu Maji's eyes suddenly turned cold. Master Shi is so rude to not salute the 9th princess. Shi Duanjin smiled at Wu Maji, then looked at the unruly princess and said, My waist has been injured recently, so I can't salute. Princess, you won't blame me for such a small matter, right? The unruly princess sneered. She knew that Shi Duanjin was relying on the Saint Concubine, which was why he was so arrogant. However, she really couldn't do anything to Shi Duanjin, so she could only smile and say, It's fine. The Saint Concubine has arrived. Everyone turned around and saw the Saint Concubine reclining on a huge dragon carriage. There was a translucent gauze hanging outside, and she was carried by a dozen palace maids into the White Tiger Alchemy Room. Behind her, there was a large group of guards by Hao and many young boys and girls that Ning Qi had never seen before. Looking at their clothes, they should also be members of the royal family. Subordinate Shi Duanjin greets the Saint Concubine. Shi Duanjin, who had just said that his waist was not good, immediately knelt on the ground and saluted the Saint Concubine. All of you rise. The Saint Concubine's cold voice came from the gauze curtain. Thank you, Saint Concubine. Shi Duanjin and the others slowly stood up, their faces full of respect. I heard that Master Shi and Master Ning are going to compete in alchemy today. Let me be the judge. The Saint Concubine said lightly, Saint Concubine, please tell us. Sher Duanjin cupped his hands and said, "Each of you will concoct a type of pill. According to the rarity and grade of the pill, the winner will be determined. The time limit is 6 hours." The Saint Concubine said. A cold smile flashed in Sher Duanjin's eyes. He looked at Ning Qi and said, "Master Ning, please." 6 hours was more than enough to concoct some low-grade pills. However, concocting a low-grade pill in this kind of situation was no different from admitting defeat. Moreover, some of the well-known high-grade medicinal pills rarely took less than 6 hours to refine. Therefore, the choice of pill to concoct was very important in this alchemy battle. It must not exceed the time limit, and it must be able to win the competition. Looking at Sher Duanjin's expression, Ning Qi knew that he was already prepared. He looked like he was going to win. "Master Sher is so many years older than me. You are my senior, so you should go first. I need to think about what pill to concoct." Ning Qi said with a smile, "In that case, I won't be polite." Chapter 248. Liar? Extreme Heavenly Flame. Ranked 63rd on the Heavenly Flame list. There is no suspense in this competition. Master Sher is the #1 alchemist in our White Tiger Empire. How can a country bumpkin be his opponent? Third sister, last time your subordinate Sima Ci lost to him, this time Master Sher can avenge you. The imperial disciples around Baihao began to discuss in low voices. When the third princess heard this, she looked at Ning Qi and said in a low voice, "I heard that if he loses this time, he'll have to crawl around 13th Brother's imperial palace." Baihao smiled slightly. "Not only that, he will also have to bark a few times. Then we will wait and see." Everyone laughed. "Why hasn't he started alchemy?" Feng Qin frowned and looked at Ning Qi with some doubts in her heart. Could it be that this guy has given up? This alchemy battle only had 6 hours. If he was one step late, it might be the key to victory or defeat. Ning Qi sat less than 7 feet away from Sher Duanjin with one hand holding his chin. He looked at Sher Duanjin in a daze, without the slightest intention of refining alchemy. Wu Ma Ji frowned and whispered to the unruly princess, "Your Highness, the situation is not good." The unruly princess seemed very calm. "Don't worry, Ning Qi has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. If he was not confident, he would not have come here today. Do you remember the alchemy battle between him and Sima Ci? It will be the same today." When Wu Ma Ji heard this, seeing that the unruly princess was so confident in Ning Qi, she did not say anything, but she was still a little worried. If Ning Qi lost, not only would the sky ape not be returned, but the 9th princess residence would also become a laughingstock in the imperial capital. This was what Wu Ma Ji was worried about. As time passed, 2 hours passed quickly. During this time, Sher Duanjin looked up at Ning Qi. Seeing that he had not started alchemy, the corners of his mouth curled up into a trace of ridicule. The alchemists in the White Tiger alchemy room looked at Ning Qi with more and more contempt. "I heard that he is an alchemy grandmaster, but now it seems that he is a liar? I don't think he's a swindler. It's just that his identity as an alchemy grandmaster is a little exaggerated. I think he's a few years younger than me, and I've been practicing alchemy since I was 7 years old. I've been practicing alchemy for 20 years now, but I'm only a second-tier alchemist. It seems that there is nothing to see in this alchemy battle. Let's observe Master Sher and see if we can get some enlightenment from him to improve our alchemy skills." Yes, that's right. Another 2 hours passed. Ning Qi still did not make a move. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he had fallen asleep. He's actually sleeping here. This is a hopeless situation. Tricking the 9th princess is one thing, but today even the Saint Concubine is here to host the alchemy competition. If he tricked the Saint Concubine, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his life. Everyone's eyes were filled with mockery. The other 3 alchemy grandmasters, standing behind Sher Duanjin, looked at each other and saw a little doubt in each other's eyes. If Ning Chi had a backup plan and deliberately wanted to show off his alchemy speed, then he should have done it at least an hour ago, right? But now there was less than 2 hours left. What kind of pill could he refine? Bai Hao chuckled. Ha ha ha, see? I told you that Ning Chi is just a good-looking boy. Brothers and sisters, when the time comes, please come to my mansion and see how he crawls. No problem, I will definitely go. Me too. 13th brother, it's all thanks to you that I, third sister, can vent my anger. The third princess smiled at Bai Hao. Hearing this, Bai Hao's face was full of pride. Does this boy only know how to refine beauty pills? I think so. It seems that he has lost this alchemy battle. If the Saint Concubine gives him more time, and he has the blood essence of the Dragon Clan, it won't be difficult for him to win this alchemy battle. There are no ifs. A loss is a loss. This boy was so arrogant and rude before. I can't be happier to see him lose. Fang Qin and Fang Shu communicated telepathically. Among them, Fang Qin had a lot of complaints about Ning Chi. Fang Shu felt that it was a pity. After 4.5 hours, the golden light in Shi Duanjin's hand burst out, and then the surrounding area was enveloped in a strange fragrance. The pill was completed. Ning Chi lost. A trace of anger flashed in Wu Maji's eyes as she stared at Ning Chi. The unruly princess's face was slightly pale. She didn't want to believe that Ning Chi really didn't have a backup plan. Seeing that Ning Chi was still sitting in the same place, Shi Duanjin laughed loudly and strode toward the Saint Concubine. Then he respectfully held up the pill with both hands and said, Saint Concubine, please accept this middle grade 9 transformation bone pill. 9 transformation bone pill. Middle grade, profound rank. Everyone's face showed a look of shock. Even Bai Hao was staring greedily at the medicinal pill. 9 transformation bone pill. It was divided into low-grade yellow rank and top-grade profound rank. It was a rare and miraculous pill. It had the effect of being reborn. A low Huang level 9 transformation bone pill was enough to allow a doja, whose talent was not very good, to become a first-rate doja. If one took 9 pills in a row, it would be enough to create a genius. For example, the royal family of the White Tiger Empire had a good bloodline, so every member of the royal family had better aptitude than the geniuses of second-rate and third-rate sections. Zhantai Qingxian of the Qin Tang Empire was regarded as the number 1 woman of the younger generation. However, her aptitude was not that outstanding in the White Tiger Empire. It was even inferior to the unruly princess. In other words, the aptitude of Bai Hao and the others was slightly inferior to the younger generation of the 9 States Empire. As for the 9 transformation bone pill, it could make an ordinary farmer in the countryside have aptitude comparable to that of a member of the royal family. Of course, a low-grade 9 transformation bone pill could not do it. At most, it could make his aptitude similar to that of a genius from a third-rate sect, such as Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. However, if he took a higher-grade 9 transformation bone pill, it would be a different story. If he took 9 middle-grade 9 transformation bone pills in a row, then it was very likely that this farmer could become a genius with aptitude similar to Bai Hao. Aptitude determined a person's lifetime achievements. Therefore, this kind of pill had always been a strategic item for the various large clans, empires, and sects. There was almost no circulation in the market. If those rogue cultivators obtained one, they would definitely faint from ecstasy. Middle grade 9 transformation bone pill. Not bad. Chapter 249. Replace weight. Ning Chi, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stood up and rudely interrupted the saint consort. What is this liar trying to do? Is he still not willing to give up? Let's see what tricks he can play. Everyone looked at Ning Chi mockingly. The saint consort said coldly, What are you trying to say? Ning Chi smiled and said, Didn't you give me 6 hours? There's still half an hour left, and I haven't lost yet. Ha ha ha. Shi Duanjin couldn't stop laughing and looked at Ning Chi while clutching his stomach. You haven't lost yet? I'm dying of laughter. Now, there's only less than an hour left. Are you able to refine a medicinal pill that's better than my mid-grade, profound rank 9 transformation bone pill? Are you dreaming? Ha ha ha. Why don't you die from laughter? Idiot. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. You. Sure, Duanjin stopped laughing and looked at Ning Qi angrily. Although he didn't know what idiot meant, he could hear the insult in it. Ning Qi, I'm here. Don't be presumptuous. The Saint Consort said coldly. Yes, Saint Consort. Ning Qi said, Are you sure you want to refine pills in the remaining time? The Saint Consort said indifferently, I'm very sure, but Ning Qi dragged out his words as he looked at Shi Duanjin. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. But what? A trace of impatience appeared on the Saint Concubine's face. With the veil covering her face, no one could see it. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked. To be able to make the Saint Concubine impatient and not kill him, there were probably only a handful of people in the White Tiger Empire who could do this. If I win today, it proves that Master Shi is no longer suitable to be in charge of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab. Then I can completely replace him. What do you think, Saint Consort? Ning Qi smiled. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Then they all looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Ha ha ha, he actually wants to be the owner of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab. It's really ridiculous, arrogant, and stupid. It's not even half an hour now, and he still wants to win this alchemy battle? Is this person crazy? A mid-grade, profound, rank 9 transformation bone pill. I really can't think of any pill that only requires less than half an hour to refine and is even rarer than it. What a lunatic! The alchemists in the White Tiger Pill refining room did not conceal their ridiculing gazes towards Ning Qi. Fong Qin sneered. Even at this stage, he's still stubbornly holding on. He wants to save face and suffer. Why don't he just admit defeat? Fong Shu whispered. Maybe he really does have a backup plan. Fong Qin mocked. You are also a dozong. Do you really think that he can win? Fong Shu's expression changed slightly as she slowly shook her head. Ning Qi, it's fine if you lose. Are you worried that too many people will see you bark like a dog and crawl outside my palace? By how barked? Yeah. Now that everyone knows that you're going to lose, is there a need to stall for time? You still want to be the owner of the White Tiger Pill refinement room? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Can you refine a medicinal pill that's even better than a mid-grade, profound, rank 9 transformation bone pill? What a joke! The members of the royal family mocked one after another. Wu Ma Ji's expression was a bit ugly. Ning Qi being humiliated was the 9th princess being humiliated. She wanted to punch Ning Qi to death now, but when she turned her head to look at the unruly princess, she found that the princess was looking at Ning Qi with eyes full of expectation. Wu Ma Ji was slightly startled and sighed in her heart. You want to take charge of the White Tiger Pill refinement room? This is not a child's play. Don't mention it again. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky said coldly. Sacred Concubine, if he can really win this alchemy battle, I am willing to give up this position. Suddenly, Shi Duanjin spoke. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi fiercely. But if he loses, please allow me to abolish his cultivation. The people who were originally surprised why Shi Duanjin agreed to Ning Qi's unreasonable request finally came to a realization. They sneered in their hearts and looked at Ning Qi gloatingly, waiting to see how he would deal with it next. Abolishing one's cultivation was not a small matter. Well, in that case, Ning Qi, start refining the pill. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky said in a deep voice. Sacred Concubine agreed. Hee, now there is less than half an incense stick left. Let's see what kind of pill this liar will refine. Kid, you're going to learn to bark like a dog. Bai Hao sneered and looked at Ning Qi. Master Ning, don't let me down. Shi Duanjin chuckled at Ning Qi. His words were full of mockery. Ning Qi smiled slightly and opened his palm. The dragon-devouring hellfire instantly emerged. The blue mystical flame was like a beautiful rose, swaying with the wind. What kind of mystical flame is this? I don't think I have seen it before. A second-stage alchemist looked at the dragon-devouring hellfire in Ning Qi's hand in surprise and asked the person beside him. Dragon-devouring hellfire? Shi Duanjin's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that Ning Qi, an alchemist from a small place like the Qin Tang Empire, would have this kind of mystical flame that specialized in restraining the dragon race. Could it be that he had mistakenly entered the dragon graveyard? The dragon-devouring hellfire had always only appeared in the graveyard where many dragon corpses were buried. There was no other way to obtain it. However, the dragon graveyard was heavily guarded, not to mention how difficult it was to enter. Even if the dragon-devouring hellfire had just formed, it would be obliterated by the dragon race. How did he get this dragon-devouring hellfire? The sacred concubine looked at this scene and thought to herself, this kid really has a good relationship with the snow dragon race. They even gave him the dragon-devouring hellfire. What's so special about him? Just as everyone was still surprised by the dragon-devouring hellfire, Ning Qi grabbed a handful of spiritual herbs from his space bag and threw them on the flame. The spiritual herbs instantly turned into liquid. After a few breaths, a golden light flashed and a strange fragrance spread. A golden pill appeared in Ning Qi's hand. The alchemists looked at Ning Qi mockingly. A few breaths to form the pill. Don't tell me he refined a yellow-level rejuvenation pill? Ha ha ha. Maybe it's a pill even worse than the rejuvenation pill. I need 10 minutes to refine a yellow-level rejuvenation pill. You want to take charge of my white tiger alchemy lab with this? How ridiculous. Bahao shook his head with a smile and sighed. Ning Qi, now it's time for you to admit defeat. Wu Maji's eyes revealed a look of disappointment. As expected, Ning Qi didn't bring her any surprises. She was afraid that the princess would be the most upset. Thinking of this, Wu Maji looked at the unruly princess and found that there was something wrong with her expression. Princess, don't be too sad. I'll think of a way to get Little Gray back. Wu Maji comforted her. No, I'm not sad. Look at the pill Ning Qi refined. The unruly princess shook her head and said, Princess, what's so good about this rubbish pill? Chapter 250. Take over the White Tiger refining room, did you notice? Isn't it very similar to the 9 transformation bone pill? Even the smell is extremely similar, just a little thicker. The unruly princess said excitedly. Could it be that the pill he refined is... A look of horror appeared on Wumaji's face. 9 transformation bone pill. Shi Duanjin looked at the pill in Ning Qi's hand and muttered to himself in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief, hearing his muttering to himself. Everyone was stunned at first, then they were shocked. Their gazes all shifted to the pill in Ning Qi's hand. Is it really the 9 transformation bone pill? How could this be? How long did it take for him to do that? It's not even enough for a few breaths. No, it should be some other pill that is similar to the 9 transformation bone Dan. Even Master Shi had spent nearly 6 hours to refine it. How could he possibly use only a few breaths of time to refine the 9 transformation bone pill? He must have used some sort of smokescreen. Ning Qi walked up to the Saint Concubine and said, Saint Concubine, this is a profound, high-grade 9 transformation bone pill. With a whoosh, the elixir was sucked into the veil. Everyone immediately turned their expectant gazes to the Saint Concubine, waiting for her to reject Ning Qi. With Mother's discerning ability, she will absolutely not be deceived by this child. Bahao thought. At this moment, the entire White Tiger pill refining room was incomparably quiet, so quiet that everyone could hear each other's breathing. It is indeed a high-grade, profound, rank 9 transformation bone pill. After a while, the Saint Concubine's voice finally came from inside the tent. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Chi in a daze. How could this be? How could he refine a high-grade, profound rank 9 transformation bone pill at such a terrifying speed? Could it be that he is a king of elixirs? Impossible! How could there be such a young damn king? Then can you explain it to me? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Even Fong Qin and Fong Shu, the 2 grandmasters, were a little shocked. Mother must have seen wrongly. How could it possibly be a high-grade, profound, rank 9 transformation bone pill? Bai Hao's face was ashen, and he simply couldn't believe what was happening. The royal descendants, who had been mocking and ridiculing Ning Chi, were now all silent. The way they looked at Ning Chi was as if they were looking at a monster rather than a human. Ning Chi turned to look at Shi Duanjin and said with a faint smile, "Master Shi, I'm sorry. My pills are of a higher grade than yours. It looks like I'll be in charge of this white tiger pill refining room in the future." Impossible! Impossible! Shi Duanjin acted as if he hadn't heard Ning Chi's words. He continued to mutter to himself. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his throat, and he instantly woke up. It was as if he had aged dozens of years. His eyes were lifeless, and his face was dim. He stood there without saying a word. Ning Chi smiled and looked at Bai Hao. 13th Prince, according to the bet, you should return Little Gray to the 9th Princess. You didn't win. Bai Hao snapped. You are a liar. Then he said to Saint Concubine Cold Sky, Mother, his pill is fake. Please take a closer look. How? Or honor your bet. Saint Concubine Cold Sky said coldly, Yes, Mother. Bai Hao's face fell, and he nodded reluctantly. He waved his hand, and one of his subordinates brought Gray over. It was bound in chains and seemed to have lost a lot of weight. As soon as it saw the 9th princess, it began to squawk and squawk like crazy. Little Gray, the unruly princess, immediately ran forward and looked at it with a pained expression. Then she said to Bai Hao coldly, Tell your subordinates to open the chain. Open it, Bai Hao said coldly to his subordinates. After unlocking the chain, the unruly princess immediately turned around and returned to Wu Maji's side with Little Gray in her arms. At this time, Saint Concubine Cold Sky's cold voice sounded again. From today onwards, Ning Chi will be in charge of the White Tiger Pill refining room. I'm tired. Let's go back. Yes, Saint Concubine. A group of palace maids immediately carried the dragon carriage and left. Fong Qin and Fong Shu were the last to leave. Before leaving, they deliberately looked at Ning Chi. Don't let me find a chance, or I'll make you suffer eternal damnation. Bai Hao cast a resentful glance at Ning Chi and left with the dragon carriage. The 3rd princess and the others hurried to follow. Their faces were still full of shock. Ning Chi walked to the unruly princess and reached out to touch Little Gray. He smiled and said, Your Royal Highness, you and Wu Maji can go back first. I have a big matter to deal with first. At this time, the unruly princess finally reacted. She immediately said, No, as my Princess Palace's consecrated alchemist. You are now the actual person in charge of the White Tiger Alchemy Room. I have to follow you to deal with this matter. Why don't you let me watch from here? At the end of her words, there was a hint of pleading in her tone. This made Wu Maji suddenly have a bad feeling. Well, okay. Ning Chi nodded. Then he looked at Shi Duanjin with a smile and said, Master Shi, it's very normal to have victories and defeats in alchemy battles. Don't worry too much about it. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Haha. Then please take care of me in the future, Master Ning. Shi Duanjin said with a sad smile. The others did not dare to speak. The way they looked at Ning Chi changed from mockery, and disdain to fear, shock and fear. Well said. Why don't you hand over the matter to me now, Master Shi? Ning Chi said with a smile. Please follow me. Shi Duanjin nodded. Only after they disappeared from their line of sight did the over 1,000 alchemists start to whisper to each other, discussing about Ning Qi. They could not understand how Ning Qi was able to refine a high-grade, profound stage 9 transformation bone pill in such a short period of time. No one knew that Ning Qi had spent 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins for this pill. This is the most important place in the White Tiger pill refining room. 80% of the White Tiger Empire's spirit herbs are stored here. Only the White Tiger Saint Emperor and I can enter. I'll give you the key now. Shi Duanjin brought Ning Qi and the others to an incomparably huge stone room. The door of the stone room was made of bronze, and there was a faint aura of a formation coming from it. At the door of the stone room, there were 2 rank 8 demon beasts, profound spirit white tigers. When they saw Ning Qi and the others arrive, they only slowly raised their heads and glanced at them. Then they looked at Little Gray for a while, then closed their eyes and continued to sleep. Little Gray hid in the arms of the unruly princess and peeked at the 2 adult, profound spirit white tigers with some fear. Ning Qi took a round jade token from Shi Duanjin. There was a trace of indescribable aura on it. It was obviously the key to open the bronze door. Ning Qi placed the jade token on the bronze door. A formation similar to the 8 trigrams appeared on the door and slowly rotated. After a while, the bronze door creaked and shrank to the sides. Chapter 251. Allocation of Pills Masterning. Other than being a treasure house, the most valuable thing in the White Tiger Alchemy Room is the group of alchemists outside. They are the local alchemists that the White Tiger Empire has spent a lot of money to cultivate. Usually, the 4 of us manage the alchemist grandmasters, and the alchemist grandmasters manage the alchemists and alchemists under them. However, I rarely pay attention to these things, so if you have any questions, you can ask the 3 of them. Sure, Duanjin pointed at the other 3 alchemist grandmasters and said. The 3 of them hurriedly showed flattering smiles to Ning Qi and then introduced themselves. From left to right, they were Shi Ningzhu, Go Ai, and Yan Shenghan. They were all 4-star Do Huangs. Master Ning, I still have something to do, so I will leave first. Seeing that the 3 of them were even more respectful to Ning Qi than before, Shi Duanjin's expression did not look good. He cupped his hands at Ning Qi and turned to leave. Ning Qi smiled as he watched him leave. His expression gradually became cold. He glanced at Shi Ningzhu and said, How many pills have you distributed to the 9th princess residence? The unruly princess's eyes brightened. She already knew what Ning Qi was going to do. Wu Ma Ji's gaze towards Ning Qi became extremely gentle again. She was a little ashamed that she had misunderstood Ning Qi. Before Shi Ningzhu could answer, Yan Shenghan immediately said, reporting to Master Ning, previously, because of Master Shi, the medicinal pills distributed to the 9th princess's mansion are only 500 yellow-level medicinal pills, 300 profound-level medicinal pills, and 10 earth-level medicinal pills every month. There is no limit to the type of medicinal pills, but they are usually earth-level rejuvenation pills, earth-class rejuvenation pills. The corner of Jiang Tai's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. This pill could be bought in the Qin Tang Empire's 100-herb hall, not to mention the White Tiger Empire. Although it was earth-class, its function was very simple, and its value was far less than any yellow class 9 transformation bone pill. Yes, these are all Master Shi's orders. We could not stand it anymore, but Master Shi is the Saint Concubine's trusted aide. Under his power, we could not do anything. Shi Ningzhu glared at Yan Shenghan and said to Ning Qi with a face full of righteous indignation, as if he was protesting for the unruly princess. I think there is a need to adjust the amount of pills that the 9th princess mansion has. We should change it to 5,000 yellow rank medicinal pills, 3,000 mystic medicinal pills, and 100 earth rank medicinal pills. Gu Ai, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. As soon as he said this, even Ning Qi was shocked and looked at him blankly. suddenly increasing the quota by 10 times? Although Ning Qi had the intention, he only planned to increase it by 2 or 3 times. He did not expect this guy to be even more ruthless than him. The unruly princess was ecstatic. She looked at Go Ai and nodded. Master Go, you're right. I didn't expect there to be such an upright alchemy grandmaster in the White Tiger Alchemy Lab. If Ning Qi is no longer the chief disciple, I'll recommend you. Thank you, ninth princess. Go Ai was overjoyed when she heard this. She quickly bowed deeply to the unruly princess. Shi Ningzhu and Yan Xinghan looked at each other and saw a trace of regret in each other's eyes. They didn't understand Ning Qi's meaning immediately, which was why Go Ai had the upper hand. Okay, let's do as Master Go Ai said. Come, Master Go, let's discuss the development direction of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab in the future. What kind of medicinal pills should we refine next? And those alchemy grandmasters, please introduce them to me. Ning Qi pulled Go Ai's sleeve and walked out of the treasure vault intimately. Sure. Go Ai smiled and immediately discussed with Ning Qi in a low voice. Shi Ningzhu and Yan Xinghan could only follow behind with livid faces. The unruly princess smiled at Wu Maji and said, See, Ning Qi didn't let you down. You didn't have confidence in him before. But now you know that your foresight is not as good as mine. I'm short-sighted. I'm not as good as your highness, Wu Maji said, convinced. After increasing the quota by 10 times, Deng San's cultivation also has a chance to improve. Well, I'll recruit more subordinates and servants. I want them to know that the current owner of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab is the 9th princess of our empire, White Sky Cicada. The unruly princess put her hands on her hips and laughed proudly. Princess and the saint concubine, Wu Maji reminded her in a low voice. At the thought of the saint concubine, the unruly princess was very unhappy. Suddenly, she remembered that Ning Qi hadn't told her the reason why she was saved. Now that Ning Qi was in charge of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab, and the saint concubine was actually in charge of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab. Could it be that she liked Ning Qi? No, I can't let that old witch get away with it. The unruly princess thought to herself. She hurried to catch up with Ning Qi, ready to ask him about it. Have you heard? What did you hear? The chief of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab has changed. How is that possible? It's true. I have a lover who is an alchemist. He told me personally. I heard that the current chief is the guy who carried the 9th princess out of the cold palace yesterday. The 9th princess's lover. Several palace maids gathered together and chatted in low voices while they were free. What are you doing here? A cold voice came from behind. The palace maids were shocked. They turned around and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, 3rd princess. The 3rd princess looked at them coldly. If you're so free, why don't you go to the laundry room? Ah, 3rd princess, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us. As soon as they heard the words laundry room, the palace maids' faces were filled with fear. They hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. 3rd sister, you don't have to vent your anger on them. What do these palace maids know? The 13th prince, by Hao, slowly walked over from afar with a smile on his face. The palace maids were stunned. They didn't expect the 13th prince, who had always been cruel, to speak up for them. The 3rd princess looked at Bai Hao and said coldly, 13th brother, aren't you the angriest? Have you heard? This month, my residence's supply of pills has been reduced by 70%, a full 70%. She smiled bitterly. Do you know what this means? 3rd sister, you don't have to worry. 13th brother has a brilliant plan. 3rd sister, please come to my mansion. If I can't help 3rd sister vent her anger, then I'll take the share of the pills. Bai Hao smiled. The 3rd princess looked suspicious. What plan do you have? An enigmatic smile appeared on Bai Hao's face. Then he looked at the palace maids and smiled evilly. You lot, come back to the mansion with me. Ah. When the palace maids heard this, looks of terror appeared on their faces. Going back with Bai was no better than being banished to the laundry room. They looked at the third princess for help. The third princess snorted and ignored them. With these cauldrons, I'll be able to achieve initial success in my cultivation technique. Chapter 252. Insight into the attribute. Just as the 7 or 8 members of the imperial family were discussing how to deal with Ning Qi, Lu Yuanhao knocked on the door of the 9th princess residence. Who are you? What business do you have with me? Lin Chong, who had mostly recovered from his injuries, was on duty today. He scanned Lu Yuanhao from head to toe. Lu Yuanhao hurriedly smiled. I am Lu Yuanhao, a rank 5 imperial censor of the imperial censor. I wish to see Master Ning Qi. You wish to see Master Ning? Unfortunately, he has entered the palace to see the sage concubine. Lin Chang said. The sage concubine? Lu Yuanhao paused for a moment, then smiled fawningly. Then I will wait at the door. You can do your, well, you should come in and wait. Lin Chang frowned when he saw Lu Yuanhao's good attitude. There were only 2 reasons for wanting to see Ning Qi. The first was to ask Ning Qi to refine pills. The second was to send their children into the White Tiger Alchemy Lab. At this moment, Ning Qi appeared behind them out of nowhere. Lin Chang, this is? Ning Qi looked curiously at Lu Yuanhao. Bloodkill sect, Lu Yuanhao level. 3-star king of fighters cultivation method. Upper mystic blood coagulation martial skill. Supreme grade profound rank chill sword. Health points 128000. Inch the bloodkill sect has found their way here? But this person's health is very high. Does he have a treasure? Surprise flashed in Ning Qi's eyes as he looked at Lu Yuanhao with a fiery gaze. Master Ning, you are back? This is the rank 5 imperial censor, Lu Yuanhao. He said he has something to discuss with you. Lin Chang said. Rank 5 imperial censor. Oh, Lord Lu, what business do you have with me? Ning Qi said with a smile. Master Ning, you are too polite. Just call me Lu Yuanhao. Lord Lu is worthless in front of you. Lu Yuanhao smiled fawningly. Come, don't just stand there. Come in and talk. Ning Qi enthusiastically pulled his arm and directly pulled Lu Yuanhao into the princess palace. Lu Yuanhao was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Ning Qi was so warm to him. Could it be that he liked men? Even Lin Chang was a little confused. Could it be that Lu Yuanhao had some sort of powerful background? Otherwise, why would Grandmaster Ning be so enthusiastic towards him? When they arrived at the guest hall, Ning Qi smiled at Lu Yuanhao and said, Lord Lu, you can speak now. Lu Yuanhao felt that Ning Qi's gaze was a little strange, as if he was constantly sizing him up. He almost forgot what he had prepared to say. After calming down for a moment, Lu Yuanhao opened his mouth and said, It's like this. I heard that you are now in charge of the White Tiger Alchemy Room. Grandmaster Ning must be an even more amazing alchemy grandmaster than Shi Duanjin. I have a spirit grass that has been passed down in my family. It is said that this spirit grass came from a dragon tomb. I would like to ask Grandmaster Ning to take a look at this spirit grass's origin. If it is of any value, I am willing to give it to Grandmaster Ning. Master Lu, why didn't you invite Shi Duanjin and the others to appraise your spirit grass? Ning Qi smiled faintly. To be honest, I have offended Shi Duanjin before, so no alchemy master in the White Tiger Alchemy Room was willing to examine it for me. After the other alchemy masters heard about this, they did not dare to have anything to do with me, so I could only wait until now. I heard that Shi Duanjin was defeated by Grandmaster Ning, which is really satisfying. If the spirit grass that has been passed down in my family has any value, I will give it to Grandmaster Ning as a congratulatory gift. What do you think? Lu Yuanhao said. First, he said that he had a grudge against Shi Duanjin, which resonated with me. Then he used the 2 words Dragon Tomb to arouse my greed. This guy is trying to trick me. All right, let me see what you have up your sleeves. Ningqi laughed in his heart and said to Lu Yuanhao, I see. Then, please take out your spirit grass. I will help you take a look. This, Lu Yuanhao's face revealed an awkward expression as he hesitantly said, that spirit grass is currently being raised in the backyard of my courtyard. It has left the soil before, but 2 of its leaves immediately withered. I don't dare to touch it again. Would it be possible for Grandmaster Ning to come with me? My house is not far, just around the corner of this street. In that case, let's go. Ning Qi said straightforwardly. Lu Yuanhao's face showed a trace of joy. Thank you, Grandmaster Ning. Ning Qi followed Lu Yuanhao out of the princess mansion. Not long after, he arrived in front of Lu Yuanhao's small courtyard. Just as he entered the courtyard with Lu Yuanhao, 2 figures suddenly appeared not far away. The sacred concubine actually asked the 2 of us to follow Ning Qi. She really thinks too highly of him. Fang Qin said discontentedly. Fang Shu said in a low voice he can refine a low-grade profound step pill, and he can also refine a high-grade profound step 9 transformation bone pill. Even in our Fang clan, we don't have such an alchemist. It's normal for the sacred concubine to ask us to keep an eye on him. Her face showed a trace of shyness. If we can also find 2 bottles of Dragon Clan blood essence and let her refine 2 beauty calming pills, won't we also be able to stay young forever? Hearing this, Fang Qin frowned slightly and said in a low voice, It is not that easy to find rank 7 Dragon Clan blood essence. But if there is a chance to go to the 9 States Empire, it is possible to buy Dragon Clan blood essence from the black market. Now that the sacred concubine has returned to the Fang family, she will give the beauty calming pills to the 2 ancestors. After they take it, the sacred concubine will definitely be able to bring back a few bottles of Dragon Clan blood essence. Maybe we will also have a share. Fang Shu said expectantly. That is true. Fang Qin's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Entering the courtyard, Ning Qi first saw an old man watering the flowers and plants by the wall. He did not react at all, as if he did not see Ning Qi and Lu Yuanhao. Lord Lu, where is your family's spirit grass? A trace of doubt crossed Ning Qi's face. Lu Yuanhao smiled. It is in the rear courtyard. Grandmaster Ning, please follow me. As he spoke, he brought Ning Qi to the rear courtyard. Here, there was no aura of any spirit grass. Instead, there was a person with his back to the 2. After hearing their footsteps, he slowly turned his head and looked at Ning Qi. Dragon-slaying Marquis, I have been looking for you for a long time. Lu Yuanhao's figure flashed, and he arrived at bloodless swordside. He looked at Ning Qi apologetically. Who are you? Lord Lu, what is the meaning of this? Ning Qi asked, puzzled. Who am I? Do you remember Butier and the others? Bloodless Sword mockingly looked at Ning Qi. Not only did you kill Qiu Wanli, but you also killed 6 of my blood slaughter sect's emperor-level elders. Even if you were imprisoned for 100 years, you still would not be able to redeem yourself. Oh, so you are from the blood slaughter sect. Lord Lu, I did not think that as a 5th-grade official you would collude with the blood slaughter sect and even deceive me here. Are you really not afraid of being punished by your superiors? Chapter 253. Winner takes all, Grandmaster Ning. You've killed so many of my blood slaughter sect's elders, so you won't be able to escape this place today. I originally wanted to lure you out of the imperial capital, but after I learned that you became the chief disciple of the White Tiger Alchemy Room, I knew that it wouldn't be so easy. You will surely bring a crowd of followers with you when you leave the city, so I can only kill you here. In your next life, remember not to offend the blood slaughter sect. Lu Yuanhao sighed and said, You have another choice. If you hand over your battle artifact, I will grant you a quick death. Otherwise, the Blood Slaughter sect has 108 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Bloodless Sword coldly said, Grant me a quick death? Do I have to thank you for your kindness? Ning Qi revealed a taunting expression. He smiled and said, The truth is that from the very beginning, I already knew that Lu Yuanhao was someone from the Blood Slaughter sect. How is that possible? Lu Yuanhao's face revealed a look of shock. Although my cultivation is low, I can guarantee that I have never revealed my identity in the imperial capital. It is impossible for you to know that I am someone from the Blood Slaughter sect. If you knew he was from the Blood Slaughter sect and still dared to follow me, then I don't know if I should call you arrogant or stupid. Bloodless Sword sneered as he said, Don't forget, this is the White Tiger Empire. Do you think I would be afraid of your Blood Slaughter sect? Ning Qi faintly smiled. What a pity. At this moment, no one can save you. Don't speak any nonsense. If you don't plan on handing over your battle artifact, then I can only kill you and search for it myself. A thick, killing intent was released from Bloodless Sword's body. Ning Qi immediately shouted out, Why haven't you appeared yet? If something happens to me, how will you explain this to Saint Concubine Cold Sky? There are people following him. Lu Yuanhao was shocked. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. His old servant instantly appeared by his side, vigilantly looking all around. At this time, Bloodless Sword fiercely looked up. He could see two graceful figures standing on the courtyard wall. I can't see through their cultivation. Could they be a dozong? Bloodless Sword's heart was in turmoil. He clenched his teeth and struck out at Ning Qi. How dare you? Feng Qin coldly snorted. Her aura instantly locked onto Bloodless Sword. At this time, her palm was several centimeters away from Ning Qi's chest, but she could no longer touch him. This was because she had lost control of her body. In a flash, the two women appeared beside Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. These three are from the Blood Slaughter sect. I never imagined that a spy from the Blood Slaughter sect could become a fifth-rank official in the imperial court. They even wanted to kill me, the chief of the White Tiger Alchemy Workshop. How do you think we should deal with them? Feng Qin glanced at Ning Qi. She coldly snorted and didn't respond. Instead, she walked in front of Bloodless Sword and sneered. You see us and you still want to attack us? How bold of you! As she spoke, she reached out a hand and gently touched Bloodless Sword's dantian. With a popping sound, Bloodless Sword's complexion instantly withered. His jet black hair began to turn white at a visible speed, and his taut skin began to relax. In an instant, he seemed to age 30 to 40 years. From his youthful appearance, he had become an old man. You destroyed my cultivation. Bloodless Sword desperately looked at Feng Qin. Deep within his eyes, there was a trace of shock, unwillingness, and hatred. Lu Yuanhao and the old man stood where they were, not daring to move. Their complexions weren't much better. Seeing a dignified 9-star Do Huang like Bloodless Sword have his cultivation casually wasted, they feared that they would be next. Feng Qin is your big sister. Her attitude isn't good at all. Ning Qi complained to Feng Shu. Feng Shu blinked her large eyes. She clearly didn't think he would say this. For a time, she didn't know how to respond. Feng Qin glanced at Ning Qi and coldly snorted. They are your enemies. I've already dealt with them. As for how you want to deal with them, that's up to you. Ning Qi smiled as he walked in front of Bloodless Sword. He looked him up and down and said, How about it? Didn't I say that you couldn't mess around in the White Tiger Empire? The winner is king, and the loser is a thief. You've won. Kill me. After losing 100 years of cultivation, Bloodless Sword no longer had the will to continue living. Kill you? Who will help me pass on a message to the Blood Slaughter sect? Help me pass on a message to your old ancestor. If he has any other moves, then feel free to use them. I, Ning Chi, will take them all. Ning Chi smiled. You won't kill me? Bloodless Sword was stunned. Hurry up and screw off. Ning Chi waved his hand as if he were swatting away a fly. Humph! Bloodless Sword coldly snorted in his heart. He wanted to fly away, but as he remembered that he had lost all of his cultivation, his complexion became even older. He turned and walked away, one step at a time. Lu Yuanhao let out a breath of relief. Although he was a bit nervous, if Ning Chi didn't kill Bloodless Sword, then he should also let them go, right? As for you two, Ning Chi looked at Lu Yuanhao and his old servant, a brilliant smile on his face. I asked the two misses to help me bring them to the princess palace. What does he want to do? Lu Yuanhao revealed a look of fear. He directly said, Grandmaster Ning, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have offended you. If you let this lowly one go, then I will be eternally grateful. Don't be afraid, Lord Lu. I only want to invite you to the princess palace as a guest. I have no other intentions. If you want to, then you can leave. There's no need to bother the two misses. Ning Chi smiled. Guest? Lu Yuanhao clenched his teeth. He nodded and said, All right, we will go with you. In this current situation, there was no room for bargaining. Since Ning Chi was so polite and didn't attack them, Lu Yuanhao could only gamble on this. Ning Chi, the saint concubine, has ordered that you should not leave the city during the time she returns. Since you know that we are following you, then you should know that you cannot escape our eyes. Fang Qin coldly said. After speaking, her figure gradually faded away. Together with Fang Shu, they disappeared from everyone's line of sight. An escape technique of the Red Sun Empire? No, it should be a smokescreen. Ning Chi quietly said in his heart. Princess Palace. Lu Yuanhao's servant was being guarded by Deng San. Now, only Lu Yuanhao and Ning Chi were left facing each other. Seeing that Ning Chi was only a peak doling, Lu Yuanhao's heart began to stir. At such a close distance, if I were to suddenly attack, I would definitely be able to kill him. But I also cannot escape from this place. Forget it. It's not worth losing my life for the blood slaughter sect. Lu Yuanhao's body relaxed as he thought of this. Grandmaster Ning, do you have any instructions for me? Lu Yuanhao cupped his hands together and asked. He knew that Ning Chi must have a motive for keeping him here alone. Chapter 254. Soul Painter Do Weapon? Lu Yuanhao's face showed a trace of doubt. He moved his palm, and a 1-foot-long dagger appeared in his palm. It emitted the aura of a top-grade Xian level Do weapon. Master Ning, do you want this? He tentatively handed the dagger to Ning Chi. Ning Chi reached out and took it. After glancing at the attributes, he put the dagger into the space bag and said with a faint smile, Also, take it out. This. I won't hide it from Master Ning. I only have this one Do weapon. Lu Yuanhao smiled. Ning Chi glanced at his HP and said with a low smile, How about this? I will destroy your cultivation first, and then we can slowly discuss. What do you think? Master Ning, I really don't have any Do weapon. It will be the same even if you kill me. Lu Yuanhao said with a sad face. Oh, then why do I feel that the blood in your body is so thick that even an ordinary Do Huang can't compare? How do you explain this? Ning Chi sneered. Lu Yuanhao stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly realized why Ning Chi had asked him to stay alone. He hurriedly said, To tell you the truth, when I was 13, I strayed into the boundless forest. I was young and ignorant, and didn't know how terrifying the demonic beasts were. I wandered around and accidentally entered a mysterious place. There was a fruit tree with 7 or 8 red fruits growing on it. I was hungry, so I ate them all. Later, I left in a daze. Later, I was found by an elder of the blood slaughter sect, and was brought back to the sect to cultivate. After cultivating, I found that my chi and blood were many times denser than those of the same cultivation level. Only then did I know it had to be Because of those fruits. After a pause, Lu Yuanhao continued. Later on, I went to the vast forest again, but was never able to enter that place. Ning Qi quietly looked at him. After a while, Lu Yuanhao's scalp went numb. He was afraid that Ning Qi wouldn't believe him. System, is there any way to determine whether he is telling the truth or not? Ning Qi asked in his heart. Lower grade yellow level character detection talisman can determine the truth. The system prompted. Character seeing talisman. Ning Qi took a look and found that it only cost 100 Dragon Slayer coins. He immediately bought it and patted Lu Yuanhao's body. A golden light flashed and instantly entered Lu Yuanhao's body. He was startled and immediately circulated the qi in his body, but he didn't find anything wrong. He looked at Ning Qi in a daze and said, Master Ning, what are you doing? Repeat what you just said to me. Ning Qi smiled. Lu Yuanhao hurriedly repeated. In the end, there was no change in his body, so Ning Qi knew that he was telling the truth. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. He waved his hand and said, Take your servant and get lost. Ah, Lu Yuanhao was stunned for a moment. Then he asked tentatively, Will you let me go? You're not leaving? Do you want to stay for dinner? Ning Qi asked. This lowly one will immediately leave. Immediately leave. Many thanks for Grandmaster Ning's mercy. Lu Yuanhao was overjoyed. Not only was he not tortured, his cultivation was not crippled either. He could leave, just like that. This was simply a blessing to his ancestors. But when he reached the door, Ning Qi's cold shout came again. Wait, is he going back on his word? Lu Yuanhao's figure paused, turned around with difficulty and looked at Ning Qi. Where is the vast forest? If you don't tell me clearly, how can I find such a big place? Ning Qi said. This lowly one will draw it for you. Lu Yuanhao whispered. Ning Qi nodded. Mai Xinglong happened to be outside, so he called him to get a pen and paper. Then the two of them looked at Lu Yuanhao together, waiting for him to write. After Lu Yuanhao got the brush, he first pondered for a moment, then drew a duck egg on the white paper. He smiled embarrassedly and said, This lowly one's painting skills are limited. Please bear with me. After saying that, he immediately drew the 4 directions on the white paper. Not long after, a simple map came out. Lu Yuanhao pointed to a big black spot on it and said, This is where I got lost. As for how to enter that place, I really have no memory at all. Are you satisfied? Really AF * King, Soul Painter. Ning Qi glanced at the graffiti on the white paper. A trace of disdain appeared on his face. He put away the white paper, waved his hand at Lu Yuanhao and said, Get lost! Master Ning, you let him go? Mai Xinglong was stunned. Keep you to feed him? Ning Qi smiled. That's true. Get lost, get lost. In the future, keep your eyes open. Not everyone can be offended. This is because you met a good person like Master Ning. If you met me, you won't be able to walk out of here without leaving your legs behind. Mai Xinglong said, and deliberately looked at Lu Yuanhao's legs. How can I walk out of here without my legs? A trace of doubt rose in Lu Yuanhao's heart. Then he felt the aura of a peak do huang on Mai Xinglong. His whole body quivered, and he turned around to leave. When he finally stepped out of the princess residence with the old servant, the two of them finally relaxed their tense bodies. Young master, he really won't kill us? The old man said in a low voice, his tone full of disbelief. Let's go. We'll talk after we leave the capital. Ning Qi won't kill us. But he didn't say that the White Tiger Empire won't pursue this matter. If they find out that I'm a spy from the Blood Slaughter sect, won't they skin us alive? Lu Yuanhao quickly looked around after saying that, and immediately led the old servant to the south gate. He didn't even bother to tidy up the things in the house. The 13th prince's residence. 13th brother, after talking for so long, You still haven't told us how to deal with Ningqi. He even dared to reduce my share of pills. He definitely doesn't want to live. One of the princes said with a cold face. The third princess also nodded. 10th brother is right. 13th brother, if you have any other plans, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. The members of the royal family, gathered in the imperial residence, had all had their share of pills cut by Ningqi. Coincidentally, they were on the third princess's side, and they usually liked to target the 9th princess. Therefore, Ningqi directly and mercilessly used the authority he had just obtained to suppress this group of people. Bai Hao glanced at the crowd, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. It's very simple, but I need the cooperation of one of you. What is it? The third princess asked with a frown. Look at what this is. Bai Hao took out a dark green pill and looked at the crowd with a smile. This pill was dark green in color, and there was a luster on its surface. Spiritual energy flowed around it, and the moment it appeared in Bai Hao's hand, the room was filled with a strange fragrance. Everyone's face involuntarily flushed. The third princess turned pale with fright as she looked at Bai Hao. What pill is this? Why is it so domineering? Chapter 255. Fong Saint Palace. Bai Hao chuckled. This medicinal pill is called the Jade Maiden Chastity Loss Pill. I specifically ordered my men to kill a 5th-stage green-scaled evil dragon, extract its yang root, and concoct it with my own secret formula. Uft. 13th brother, what are you going to do with this pill? The 10th prince said, looking displeased. Everyone looked at Bai Hao, waiting for an explanation. Bai Hao laughed. What if third sister took that medicinal pill and gave it to Ningqi? What do you think would happen? Wouldn't he become a beast? What do you mean? The third princess looked at Bai Hao coldly. She knew that the kid had always been a fan of such things, but why would he take out such a perverted pill at a time like this? To poison Ningqi with this pill? That would be ridiculous. When Ningqi goes berserk, he will definitely do something to you. Third sister, if father is here, do you think he will kill Ningqi in a fit of rage? When that happens, even if my mother returns to the capital, she won't blame me. At most, she won't speak to father for half a month. Bai Hao smiled. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, the 10th prince slapped the table. That's a good move. If everyone thinks so, it's up to third sister. Bai Hao looked over with a grin. The third princess thought for a moment, then said, All right, I'll do it. Then let's come up with a foolproof plan to trick him into taking this Jade Maiden Chastity Lost Pill. Bai Hao smiled lecherously. Far to the east of the White Tiger Empire, there was a huge city. The city walls alone were hundreds of feet thick and hundreds of feet high. Not even birds could fly in. The stones used to build the city walls were all green crystals that had been settled for thousands of years, mixed with some gunmetal. Ordinary 7th or 8th level beasts would find it difficult to break through. It could be said to be impregnable. The city was called the Fong Saint Palace. It was built by one of the top 9 families in Dongxian, the Fong family. Out of 100 people in the city, at least 99 had the surname Fong, and the Fong Saint Palace had at least 10 million people. This showed how powerful the Fong family was. Even the 3 major dragon clans basically wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. They would only send dragon envoys to give orders when something happened. The Grand Fong family ancestral residence was like the imperial palace of the world's emperors. It occupied thousands of acres of land, and a single corridor was often several miles long. The saint concubine was currently standing respectfully in a courtyard. In front of her was a room with a tightly shut door. 2 old women stood at the door, looking to be in their 70s or 80s. They were in high spirits and emanated an aura that even the saint concubine was afraid of. The way they looked at Saint Consort Cold Sky was full of mockery. They had seen many disciples of the Fong clan like this, who had obtained treasures that they thought were amazing, and then came back to flatter their ancestor. Every one of them came in excitement and left in disappointment. Even though the saint concubine was the daughter of the third elder, the true ruler of the Fong clan wasn't the group on the surface. In the outside world, the saint concubine was respected because of her identity, but when she returned to the Fong clan, she was no different from an ordinary disciple. The sun and moon changed. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, the door slowly opened and an old woman walked out. The wrinkles on her face were so deep that they almost reached her neck. Her old face gave one the feeling that she had lived for thousands of years and was about to enter the grave. However, Saint Concubine knew that she was a doshang. Her cultivation was deep and unfathomable. Thousands of years ago, she was also famous for her beauty. She was a rare, peerless beauty. However, no matter how high her cultivation was, she couldn't stop the erosion of time, which was why she looked like this. Disciple Fong Lingming greets ancestor. The saint concubine bowed respectfully. You, what business do you have with me? The old woman glanced at the saint concubine and said. The saint concubine quickly took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to the old woman with both hands. Ancestor, this is a medicinal pill for you from disciple. A medicinal pill? The old woman sneered and waved her hand. I don't need any medicinal pills. You can leave. The ancestor told you to leave. Why haven't you left yet? The 2 old women guarding the door stepped forward and said coldly to the saint concubine, Ancestor, this is a low-grade mystic class beauty pill. The saint concubine quickly added. The old woman, who was about to return to her room, suddenly stopped and turned around to stare at the saint concubine. What did you just say? What medicinal pill is this? Ancestor, this is a low-grade, mystic class beauty pill. Beauty pill? Hasn't this pill been lost for tens of thousands of years? How can there be such a pill in this world? The old woman moved and appeared in front of the saint concubine. She grabbed the bottle and poured the beauty pill on her palm. The strange fragrance of the beauty pill immediately spread. The old woman's nose twitched, and her eyes showed a trace of shock. This aura, is it life? An ecstatic expression appeared on her face. Under the reflection of the wrinkles on her face, she looked especially ferocious. The 2 old women guarding the door didn't believe it, as if the saint concubine was a liar. They reminded her, Grandmother, be careful, this is poison. Whether it is poison or not, I know. The old woman snorted and swallowed the pill. Then she experienced everything that the saint concubine had experienced. The dark spots on her skin first disappeared, then the wrinkles. Finally, her skin gradually changed from dark yellow to white and tight. The 2 old women guarding the door looked at this scene in shock. Their mouths were slightly open, but they couldn't say anything. After a few breaths, an extremely beautiful middle-aged woman appeared in front of everyone. No one could believe that just a moment ago, she looked like a monster that was about to enter the earth. She touched her face with her hand, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. She laughed loudly. My appearance has recovered to that of a 300-year-old. This is the beauty pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. It really has such a miraculous effect. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, grandmother, on eternal youth. The 2 old women bowed with envy. Then they secretly glanced at the saint concubine, and an idea came to mind. The beautiful woman smiled at the saint concubine and said, All these years, countless descendants have offered me so-called treasures, but none of them can compare to your beauty-suppressing pill. Tell me, what do you want? The saint concubine quickly said, This disciple doesn't want anything. As long as ancestor is happy, this disciple will be happy. You don't want anything. The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes and looked at the saint concubine for a while. Then she slowly said, From now on, your bloodline can directly claim to be my Xingnan successor. The 2 old women guarding the door were shocked, and their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 256. A conspiracy get up. Do you still have the beauty pill? Fang Xingnan smiled. The saint consort hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "This pill was refined by an alchemist subordinate of this disciple. If there are enough spiritual materials, there will be an endless supply. Oh, among your subordinates, there is an alchemist who can refine this pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Do you know where he came from?" Fang Xingnan was slightly surprised. The saint consort said, "This disciple has already investigated. He is a disciple of the Qin Tang Empire's champion marquis. His family is clean. His father is the champion marquis of the Qin Tang Empire, and his mother was a maid who died when she gave birth to him. There is no way he has any relationship with the other 8 clans. He is definitely not a spy." Fang Xingnan nodded. "If that is the case, this child needs to be trained well. It is not impossible to choose a woman from the Fang family to marry him." She paused, then continued, "Do you know what spiritual materials he needs to refine the beauty pill?" "The blood essence of a 7th grade dragon. The bloodline concentration must be above 95%. The saint consort said, "Dragon blood essence? No wonder this pill was lost. I happen to have 2 bottles here. Take them to him. When the time comes, send someone to deliver the beauty pill to me." 2 crystal bottles suddenly appeared in Fang Xingnan's hands. A dragon aura slowly seeped out from the bottles. She handed them to the saint consort and said, "The Fang family has been closely watched by the 3 dragon clans. It is not easy to kill a dragon, but for the beauty pill it is worth the risk. After a while, I will send more dragon blood essence. I hope you do not disappoint me." "This disciple will not disappoint ancestor." The saint consort took the dragon blood essence and nodded firmly. "The White Tiger Empire. The capital. In an inn. When do we leave this place?" Li Macho said lightly. Ning Qi said, "Right now there are 2 grandmasters following me. They may be standing at the door. It will not be easy to leave." Li Macho frowned. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Don't worry. When the saint concubine of Cold Sky comes back, I'll reason with her. She can't lock me up in the capital for the rest of my life, can she?" He took out a few bottles of low-grade, profound qi-gathering pills and threw them to Li Macho. "You can cultivate here for the time being." With that, Ning Qi turned around and left. Fang Shu and Fang Qin looked at his back and frowned. Fang Qin said, "I've seen her. She's just a doling. She should be his woman, but she hid here. Maybe she's afraid of being seen by the 9th princess." Fang Shu said in a low voice, "If that's the case, could it be that between him and the 9th princess there really is adultery?" Fang Qin nodded. "These matters are not under our control. We should follow him well. I heard that the blood evil ancestor is a lunatic. He might really ignore the consequences and personally attack to kill him. That would be troublesome. I heard that the blood evil ancestor is a 2-star dozong. Even if the 2 of us joined hands, we would not be a match for him." Fang Shu said. Ning Qi returned to the 9th princess residence and looked at the progress of Little Purple's transformation. It was estimated that it would take 3 or 4 months. Then he fed Little Gold and let the little white horse out for a stroll in the yard. He suddenly felt that this kind of life was too idle. "I want to advance to the King of Dou. I want to earn Dragon Slayer coins. I want to make a comeback." Just as Ning Qi was muttering to himself, a eunuch walked into the 9th princess residence with an imperial edict. Everyone hurriedly came to the eunuch. "By the will of the heavens, the White Tiger Saint Emperor summons Ning Qi to the Lotus Hall of the palace." The eunuch conveyed the imperial edict and left in a hurry. He did not ask for any rewards. The unruly princess looked at the imperial edict suspiciously and whispered, "Why does father want to see you? He never cares about these things." Ning Qi was stunned. Could it be that the White Tiger Empire is managed by the saint concubine of Cold Sky? Your father only buries his head in training? The unruly princess nodded. She felt that Ning Qi's reaction was a little exaggerated. Isn't it? Only when father's cultivation becomes stronger will the White Tiger Empire become stronger. If he spends time managing these trivial matters, who would be able to train in peace? That's true. But, Your Highness, quickly think, why does the White Tiger Saint Emperor want to see me? After all, the other party was in existence of the Dozun level. Although he did not know how many stars, Ning Qi's heart felt a little numb. He could still remain calm in the face of a one-star Dozong. But if a Dozun wanted his life, 100,000 HP was not enough. He would probably die with a flick of a finger. How would I know? Why don't I go with you? The unruly princess rolled her eyes and said. Wu Maji hurriedly reminded in a low voice. The Saint Emperor only wants to see Master Ning. I'm afraid it will not be good if Your Highness goes there rashly. All right, I have to go even if it's a tiger's den. But why is that eunuch leaving so quickly? If he does not lead the way, how would I know where the Lotus Hall is? How about this? Let Wu Maji lead you there. All right. In the palace, Ning Qi followed Wu Maji in a long and changing corridor. From time to time he would meet palace maids and eunuchs who would greet him. It seemed that as the chief of the White Tiger Alchemy Room, his portrait had been spread throughout the palace. Aya, isn't this Master Ning? Suddenly, an incomparably flirtatious woman led a group of palace maids and blocked the path of Ning Qi and Wu Maji. Young lady you are? Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of doubt. What young lady? This is the heaven-stabilizing, sacred concubine. A palace maid scolded. Heaven-stabilizing, sacred concubine? It seemed that he had to ask the unruly princess how many sacred concubines there were in the palace. Ning Qi cupped his hands together and said with a smile, I greet the heaven-stabilizing, sacred concubine. Oh, Master Ning need not be so polite. The real person is even more handsome than the portrait. At such a young age, your alchemy skills are already so extraordinary. In the future, you will definitely become an alchemy king. I wonder if Master Ning is free tomorrow? I have prepared a banquet. Master Ning, come along. The heaven-stabilizing, sacred concubine said with a smile. This, Wu Maji took a step forward and said in a low voice, Sacred concubine, please step aside. The Saint Emperor wants to see Master Ning now. As for the banquet, let's talk about it later. The heaven-stabilizing, sacred concubine was not angry. She smiled at Ning Qi and said, Then it's a deal. Master Ning must come. After that, she smiled with a group of palace maids and walked past Ning Qi. Ning Qi's expression suddenly changed. At that moment, he felt someone pinch his D**CK. Looking up, he could see an inexplicable smile on the heaven-stabilizing, sacred concubine's side face. Damn it, what kind of palace is this? Is it so thirsty? Is the unruly princess's father really so busy with cultivation that he doesn't care about women? Ning Qi's face was full of shock. Chapter 257. The third princess flew into a rage out of shame. Oh, then let's go. Ning Qi turned his head and said. Soon, the two arrived at the Lotus Hall. Two groups of guards stood at the entrance, all of them one-star Do Huang. Go in, I'll wait for you outside. Wu Maji said. The imperial edict only summoned Ning Qi, so she wasn't qualified to enter. Ning Qi walked straight into the hall. The guards only glanced at him and didn't stop him, as if they already knew he was coming. There was no one in the Lotus Hall. Ning Qi looked around strangely, then chose a chair at random and sat down. He went in. Let's go. Yes. After waiting for about half an hour, Ning Qi finally saw a palace maid leisurely walk out from the back of the Lotus Palace. In her hands there was a plate. In addition to a cup of steaming hot tea, there was also a dark green pill on the plate. Master Ning, this is the Tianshan Snow Lotus Tea and Tianshan Snow Lotus Pill given to you by the Saint Emperor. Please take it. The Saint Emperor will arrive in 10 minutes. The palace maid walked in front of Ning Qi and said. However, there was a strange flush on her face, which was noticed by Ning Qi. Ning Qi narrowed his eyes and glanced at the pill. The properties of the pill were clear at a glance. Top grade yellow level jade maiden chastity pill, the best of all pills of lust. Giving me an aphrodisiac? What the hell is this? The Saint Emperor is definitely not that bored. There are only a few people who have a grudge against me. Needless to say, it must be that brat by Hao. Does he want to embarrass me in the palace? Let's see how you continue acting. Ning Qi smiled slightly and simply took the tea and pills. Suddenly, he stared dumbfounded at the palace maid's back and said, "What is that?" The palace maid subconsciously turned her head and didn't see anything. She immediately turned back and saw that the pill in Ning Qi's hand had disappeared and he was drinking tea. The palace maid frowned slightly. Just as she was about to ask Ning Qi if he had taken the elixir, she saw that Ning Qi's face suddenly turned red and his eyes were full of desire as he looked at her. He ate it, the palace maid thought to herself. When Ning Qi attacked her, she moved and disappeared from the Lotus Palace at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the third princess walked out from behind. She smiled at Ning Qi and said, "Master Ning, why is your face so red?" Ning Qi gasped for breath like an angry calf, staring at the third princess. "What is Grandmaster Ning trying to do?" The third princess gently pulled down the scarf on her shoulder, revealing her fair skin. She was completely teasing Ning Qi. Ning Qi's lips curled into an evil smile as he walked towards the third princess. Meanwhile, Bai Hao appeared at the White Tiger Saint Emperor's place of seclusion. "Father, bad news. The White Tiger Pill Refinery's new chief disciple is about to do something improper to third sister." Boom! The stone door shattered. A tall and strong figure walked out. This person had an incomparably dignified face. He looked to be in his 40s, but there was an explosive power hidden in his body. Although he tried to control it, Bai Hao could not help but take 3 or 4 steps back. This person was the current Saint Emperor of the White Tiger Empire, White Tiger Saint Emperor, a 1-star Dozun. Isn't the chief disciple of the White Tiger Pill Refinery sure Duanjin? He dares to be rude to third sister? How does your mother discipline her subordinates? The White Tiger Saint Emperor said coldly. Bai Hao hurriedly explained the situation. Now he is using the fact that he is the chief disciple of the White Tiger Pill Refinery to embezzle our pills. Today, third sister asked him to meet at the Lotus Palace, but he actually wants to use this to threaten and do something improper to third sister. At the end, Bai Hao's face was filled with pain and anger. "How dare you?" The White Tiger Saint Emperor snorted coldly. He grabbed Bai Hao and soared into the sky towards the Lotus Palace. "Come, follow your desires, don't restrain yourself." The third princess smiled at Ning Qi charmingly. Ning Qi was almost pressed against her. Just when the third princess thought that he was going to make a move, Ning Qi's eyes instantly became extremely clear. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. He said, "I really didn't expect that the imperial family of the White Tiger Empire would choose such a despicable method to deal with me. Pretending to be the Saint Emperor and giving an imperial edict? Giving me an aphrodisiac? The princess personally seducing me? Ha ha ha, what a joke." As he spoke, he retreated, creating a large distance between him and the third princess. At this moment, the third princess's face revealed a trace of shock. She looked at Ning Qi. You didn't eat that pill?" Then, her eyes flashed with anger and humiliation. She said coldly, "If you hadn't embezzled my residence's pills, I wouldn't have resorted to such a method. However, all I need to do now is to rip off my clothes. When the time comes, you won't be able to explain yourself." As she spoke, she was about to make a move, but the door was already opened. The White Tiger Saint Emperor and Bai Hao entered together. "Father!" The third princess's face instantly became incomparably pale. In order not to be at a disadvantage, she had deliberately controlled the time. However, it was now too late to frame Ningqi. The white tiger, Saint Emperor, looked at the two of them. He frowned slightly and said to Bai Hao, "Didn't you say that this person was up to no good?" Bai Hao's face was ashen. His lips moved. He didn't have the guts to point to black and white in the situation in front of him. He could only remain silent. "I am Ningqi. Greetings, Saint Emperor." Ningqi bowed. "Yes, I heard that you replaced Sher Duanjin and are now the chief of the White Tiger Pill Refinement Room?" The White Tiger, Saint Emperor, looked at Ningqi. After discovering that he was only at the peak of the Douling realm, his frown deepened. Ningqi said, reporting to Saint Emperor, "That is indeed the case. Since my beloved concubine wants you to be the chief, then be it. However, my son's portion of the pills cannot be reduced. Do you understand?" The White Tiger, Saint Emperor, said coldly, "I understand." Ningqi nodded. The White Tiger, Saint Emperor, looked at him deeply before turning around and leaving. He didn't ask why he had lied about the military situation. Bai Hao blankly looked at the White Tiger, Saint Emperor's back. After which, he looked at Ningqi with resentment. He coldly snorted and also turned around to leave. He didn't communicate with the Thoid princess. It was obvious that he hated her as well. "Haha, third princess, I am sorry to disappoint you. However, didn't you get what you wanted? Your portion of the pills will be restored to normal next month." Ningqi looked at the third princess mockingly. Since the White Tiger Saint Emperor had personally spoken, he had to give him face. "Don't be too happy." The third princess coldly looked at Ningqi. To be honest, the third princess was really beautiful just now. I almost couldn't control myself. Such an erotic dance is comparable to the singers of the Red Sun Empire. "Thank you, third princess, for letting me enjoy such a good show. I will take my leave first," Ningqi said with a smile. He cupped his hands together and turned around to leave. Damn it, he actually compared me to the singers. Chapter 258. An encounter with the demon dragon king outside the Lotus Palace. Wu Maji and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the White Tiger Saint Emperor leave, followed by Bai Hao, and then she saw Ningqi walk out. "What happened?" Wu Maji immediately asked. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. "It's just a small matter. It's settled." She had seen the White Tiger Saint Emperor bringing Bai Hao to the Lotus Palace, and she thought that Ningqi had offended the White Tiger Saint Emperor in some way. She didn't expect the White Tiger Saint Emperor to leave the Lotus Palace after a few breaths. Why did he summon Ningqi in such a short time? A few days after returning to the princess mansion, holy concubine Cold Sky returned to the imperial capital. She had Fong Qin and Fong Shu call Ningqi into the imperial palace. "Greetings, sacred concubine." Ningqi cupped his hands. A smile appeared on the Saintess Cold Sky's beautiful face. She said to Ningqi, "I'm very satisfied with your beauty-suppressing pill. You can have these 2 bottles of Dragon Clan blood. Refine 2 more pills for me." "Another 2 bottles of Dragon Clan blood essence?" Ningqi was overjoyed as he received it and took a look. He discovered that the purity was above 95%. In that case, together with snow spirits and the 3 bottles from the previous time, he had a total of 6 bottles of blood essence. He was just short of 4 bottles to incubate the ancient sky dragon egg. "Sacred concubine, I'll go and refine it now." Ningqi laughed. After staying in the alchemy room for 2 days and 2 nights, Ningqi walked out with a tired face. He handed the inferior grade, profound tear beauty calming pills to the sacred concubine. These 2 pills had cost him another 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Now he only had 35,700 Dragon Slayer coins left. He was 1 step away from the Heaven Tier Martial Technique, World's Edge Bright Moon Saber. Not bad. Cold Sky Saint Concubine took the pill and glanced at it. She was very satisfied with Ning Qi. Up until now, his success rate had been 100%, and he hadn't wasted a single bottle of Dragon Clan's blood essence. This kind of alchemy technique was indeed not something that Shi Duanjin could compare with. Sacred concubine, can I take a few months off? Seeing that she was very happy, Ning Qi immediately struck while the iron was hot. How many months of leave? What are you going to do? Saint Consort Cold Sky frowned. I need to make a trip to the Cloud Rising sect. It won't take long to go there and back. If the sacred concubine needs me to refine the beauty-suppressing pill, you can wait until I return. Ning Qi laughed. Cloud Rising sect? What can you do in Cloud Rising sect? Saint Consort Cold Sky had a suspicious look on her face. There were a total of 36 top sects in the eastern Xianland. Each sect had at least one dosheng. The Cloud Rising sect was one of them. There were 2 doshengs in the sect, and it was ranked in the top 10 among the 36 top sects. It was several hundred times stronger than the White Tiger Empire. Why would Ning Qi, a peak doling from the Qintang Empire, want to go to the Cloud Rising sect? I have a personal matter to discuss. What do you think, sacred concubine? Ning Qi forced a smile. The Cloud Rising sect isn't too far from here. With me carrying you, we'll be able to return in a month. Saint Consort Cold Sky smiled. Will you take me there? Ning Qi's expression instantly became a little unnatural. What, you're not willing? Saint Consort Cold Sky sneered. She knew what this kid was going to do. Not at all. It's just that I can't believe it. Sacred Consort, you're so precious that you would personally take me to the Cloud Rising sect. I'm flattered. Ning Qi smiled awkwardly. Sacred Consort, why don't we go on your behalf? Fang Qin said with a frown. Yes. Fang Shu nodded. No need. Before returning to the Fang clan, Saint Consort Cold Sky might have let Fang Qin and Fang Shu take charge of this matter. However, now that the old ancestor valued Ning Qi so much, Saint Consort Cold Sky did not want any accidents to happen. It was safer to go personally. There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. After saying that, Saint Consort Cold Sky directly grabbed Ning Qi by his collar and flew out of the palace. Everyone who saw this scene was secretly shocked. She was very fast, and the wind kept pouring into Ning Qi's mouth. He hurriedly shouted, Sacred Consort, slow down. I have a companion who wants to go with me. Don't push your luck. I know you have another woman outside. Don't forget, Little Nine is interested in you. And I also want to introduce a woman from the Fang clan to you. As for that woman, forget about her. Saint Consort Cold Sky chuckled. What? Introduce a woman from the Fang clan to me? You're asking me to marry into the Fang clan. Ning Qi was instantly shocked. Was the influence of the beauty-calming pill really that strong? Ning Qi fell into deep thought. Saint Consort Cold Sky cast a sidelong glance at Ning Qi, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. The Cloud Rising sect was located in the north of Dongxian. In just one day, she had flown hundreds of thousands of li with Ning Qi. This kind of speed was too terrifying. Because of the speed, a layer of ice formed on Ning Qi's body. Sacred Consort, I'm cold. Ning Qi said pitifully, You're not cold. Hold on a little longer. We'll arrive at the Cloud Rising sect soon. After you're done with your business, return to the White Tiger Empire. I won't mistreat you. Saint Consort Cold Sky smiled. Not only did she not slow down, but she actually increased her speed. Ning Qi rolled his eyes and glanced at Saint Consort Cold Sky's beautiful face. He thought to himself, when I become a Dou Emperor, I'll let you come to my residence to wash clothes, as a laundry girl. Just as he was fantasizing, Saint Consort Cold Sky's speed suddenly slowed down until she finally stopped in midair. Ning Chi curiously followed her gaze and saw that on the peak of a mountain not far away, there was a huge battle going on. An incomparably large, black-colored dragon that was over 200 feet long was entangled with an ordinary-looking lady. From the situation of the battle, one could tell that the enormous dragon was at least rank 7, while the lady was at least a 1-star Do Zone. A rank 7 dragon. If I can obtain its essence blood, it'll be another beauty calming pill. Saint Consort Cold Sky's face revealed a wild joy. At this time, the other side also noticed the new Dozong had arrived. They each retreated a certain distance and looked at Saint Consort Cold Sky. Ning Chi saw the dragon's eyes and felt that they were somewhat familiar. It seemed to be, "It's you." The black dragon roared, and black smoke immediately emitted from its body. After a few breaths, the black dragon turned into a black-clothed youth, glaring at Ning Chi with incomparable anger. "Duh! Demon Dragon King!" Ning Chi was stunned. "Demon Dragon King? The demon dragon from the Mountain Sea region? You know each other?" Saint Consort Cold Sky was shocked. "Not only do I know him, I even abducted his wife. This is going to be troublesome." Ning Chi bitterly laughed in his heart. "Where is Xueling? Tell me quickly." The demon dragon king growled. If it wasn't for the fact that Saint Consort Cold Sky made him somewhat afraid, he would have already captured Ning Chi and searched his soul. "Demon Dragon King, why are you looking for Xueling?" "I'm telling you, she has already returned to her family. Why aren't you finding a corner to hide in? If the elders in her family know that you not only killed her guard Kuang Feng, but also imprisoned her, wanting to defile her, they will definitely send rank 8 or 9 dragons to take your life." Chapter 259. Leave my blood and scram. So it's because of that snow dragon. Cold Sky Saint Consort suddenly understood. This indirectly proved that Ning Chi had a close relationship with the Snow Dragon clan. Her desire to recruit Ning Chi grew stronger. If I tie him to the Fong clan will be able to establish a relationship with the Snow Dragon clan. That's an ancient dragon clan, no weaker than the 3 great dragon clans. At that time, the Fong clan will be at the top of the 9 great clans. Cold Sky Saint Consort thought to herself. "Aunt, how dare you threaten me? Die!" The demon dragon king roared and spat out a mouthful of black flame toward Cold Sky Saint Consort and Ning Chi. Cold Sky Saint Consort's face turned cold. An ice wall suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the black flame. But the ice wall melted and disappeared along with the black flame. "Who are you? Why are you protecting this, Aunt?" The demon dragon king coldly looked at Cold Sky Saint Consort. Cold Sky Saint Consort sneered. "I am Cold Sky Saint Consort of the White Tiger Empire. I don't care what grudge you have with him. Leave your blood and scram." How domineering. Ning Chi praised in his mind. Cold Sky Saint Consort? Shock flashed through the demon dragon king's eyes. Although the opponent's cultivation was lower than his, Cold Sky Saint Consort's background made him fearful. The Fong clan. That was a top clan with a Dodi. The woman who was fighting with the demon dragon king revealed a look of surprise when she heard the name Cold Sky Saint Consort. She couldn't help but look at Ning Chi curiously. Then her eyes widened and shrank. This guy is from the White Tiger Empire. This woman was none other than the Thousand Faces spiritual master that Morongwudi was extremely afraid of. She had the same goal as the Demon Dragon King, and that was to find Ning Chi. Could it be that the White Tiger Empire knows what I'm preparing for? Doubt flashed through the Thousand Faces spiritual master's heart. At this moment, the Demon Dragon King made a difficult decision. He crazily laughed 3 times and shouted at Cold Sky Saint Consort, "Bitch! You're just a 1-star dozong. I can kill you with one hand. If you don't hand him to me today, I don't care who's behind you. You can forget about leaving this place." "What?" The Saint Concubine was shocked by the dragon's attitude. Did this dragon not know that she was from the Fong clan? After a moment of surprise, a trace of anger rose on her face. Then let's see if you can really kill me with one hand, Demon Dragon King. She casually pressed a few acupuncture points on Ning Chi's body, then placed him in a safe place. She then took the initiative to rush towards the Demon Dragon King. Ants, since you dare to offend me, I'll kill you first today. The Demon Dragon King roared and transformed into his dragon form, biting towards the saint concubine. Ning Chi stood motionlessly on a huge rock. When he saw this scene, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. If they wanted to beat him, then beat him. Why did they have to seal his acupuncture point? What if a demonic beast appeared? The Demon Dragon King had thought that the sacred concubine was only a 1-star dozong and would be easy to deal with. However, after the battle, he realized that he was wrong. His strength was equivalent to a 9-star dozong, but at this moment he was completely suppressed by the sacred concubine. As expected of a disciple of the Fong clan, a trace of shock flashed through the 1,000 faces Taoist's eyes. Whether it was martial skills or battle awareness, the sacred concubine was superior to the Demon Dragon King. Each of her punches and kicks contained a great amount of strength. She ignored the difference in strength between the two of them and gained the upper hand in a short period of time. So strong! Ning Chi was dumbfounded. All this time he had thought that the sacred concubine's strength was only that of a 1-star dozong on the surface. He didn't expect that she had the ability to fight above her rank, just like him. The fact that she married into the White Tiger Empire means that her position in the Fong clan is very ordinary. If even she has this kind of strength, then wouldn't the true genius of the Fong clan be even more terrifying? Eternal winter. The sacred concubine coldly snorted. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and the Demon Dragon King's movements became noticeably slower. It was as if his joints were frozen. Crystal clear snowflakes floated down from the bright sun in the sky. She took this opportunity to punch the Demon Dragon King's head. The Demon Dragon King held miserably and landed heavily on the mountain peak. His incomparably large body directly smashed half of the mountain peak. You still think that you can kill me with one hand? The sacred concubine looked down at the battered Demon Dragon King with a wooden expression. Damned human! Don't forget that on this continent, the Dragon Clan reigned supreme. The Demon Dragon King roared, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky again. Then he looked at the 1,000 faces Taoist, who hadn't moved yet. What are you still standing there for? Quickly join forces with me to deal with this bitch. As long as you kill her, the entire Mountain Sea region will be yours. I will also help you deal with the 100 Herb sect, and I will help you destroy the Qin Tang Empire. Are you serious? The 1,000 faces Taoist's eyes brightened. I swear on the name of the Dragon Clan that what I said just now is absolutely true. The Demon Dragon King roared. Good. The 1,000 faces Taoist immediately flew to his side and looked at the sacred concubine. The sacred concubine frowned slightly. I don't know where you came from, but have you thought it through? If you join forces with this demon dragon to deal with me, you will have to face the wrath of the White Tiger Empire. The 1,000 faces Taoist smiled and ignored the sacred concubine. Instead, he looked at the Demon Dragon King and said, "Can you hand that kid over to me after you interrogate him?" She pointed at Ning Chi. What do you want him for?" The Demon Dragon King looked at the 1,000 faces Taoist coldly. "I have my reasons. If you agree, I will act. If not, I will turn around and leave." The 1,000 faces Taoist smiled. "Good. As long as I ask for Xue Ling's whereabouts, I will hand him over to you. Are you satisfied now?" The Demon Dragon King said coldly. "Very good." The 1,000 faces Taoist looked at the sacred concubine and smiled. "Sacred concubine, if you weren't from the Fong clan, would you be qualified to stand before us today?" The heavens are really unfair. Some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouths, while others have to go through untold hardships to step onto the path of cultivation. Today, I also want to see how strong the Fong clan's descendants are. Enough nonsense. Both of you come at me together. The sacred concubine sneered. The demon dragon king and the 1,000 faces Taoist glanced at each other and attacked the sacred concubine at the same time. Both of them were 9-star dozong, which put a great deal of pressure on the sacred concubine. Ningqi looked at the 3 people fighting and frowned. Destroy the 100 Grass sect and the Qin Tang Empire? Who is this woman? Why does she want to capture me? Many mysteries appeared in Ning Qi's mind. The battle lasted for half an hour. The nearby mountains were shattered and broken, almost creating a hole in the ground. However, they were very cooperative and didn't let the battle affect Ning Qi. The sacred concubine was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. She had already suffered serious injuries. The demon dragon king and the 1,000 faces Taoist weren't any better. The demon dragon king had lost more than half of his scales, revealing his bloody flesh. Chapter 260. Things were getting out of hand. Don't hold back. Kill her with everything you've got. The demon dragon king roared, and black smoke rose from his body. His body instantly grew by half. His already huge body was now like a dark cloud, covering the sky and covering the sun. As his body grew, so did his aura. Right now, the demon dragon king had the power of a peak grandmaster. The corner of the 1,000 faces mouth curled into a mocking smile. Looking at the saint concubine, he said, "You're the second person to make me use this technique." As soon as she finished speaking, her hands formed a seal. Blood ignition technique, shatter the mountains and rivers. Pale golden fighting energy revolved around her. In the sky, a blade that was hundreds of feet long suddenly appeared. It slashed toward the saint concubine. The blade came from the void, and it seemed as if it would cleave the saint concubine and the ground beneath her in two. The saint concubine looked at this coldly. Suddenly, she raised her hands. Birth of the blood moon. Above her head, a full moon appeared. Different from a real moon, it was red. The red of fresh blood, giving off a bloody feeling. The Fong family's heaven-class martial technique. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 1,000-faced spiritual master and the demon dragon king. But at this point in the battle, they could only advance and not retreat. Boom! A huge cloud of dust filled the sky. Did the saint concubine lose or win? Ning Qi stared at the cloud of dust, but he couldn't see the situation of the 3. He had to wait for the dust to disperse to know the result. After almost the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the dust gradually settled on the ground. Ning Qi looked in front of him in shock. Not only was there a bottomless ravine on the ground, there was also a huge pit. If this pit was filled with water, it would be a lake. Before the battle, this place was still flat. Phew, he sighed in relief. Up in the sky, the saint concubine was still standing in the air with a cold face. There were no wounds on her. It was obvious that the opponent's ultimate technique hadn't hurt her. The demon dragon king and the 1,000 faces were different. One of them had a broken wing, while the other had half of his face sliced off, revealing his white bones. Saint Concubine Cold Sky slowly said, "Now have you all witnessed the power of the Fong clan? You can protect him now, but you can't protect him forever." The demon dragon king roared, turned into a black light, and ran away. As for the 1,000 faces spiritual master beside him, she had already disappeared without a trace. Ning Qi didn't even see how she ran. She simply came and went without a trace. Saint Concubine Cold Sky slowly landed beside Ning Qi and unsealed her acupoints. "Congratulations, sacred concubine. Congratulations, sacred concubine. Sacred concubine is mighty." Before she could finish her flattery, the saint concubine suddenly collapsed on top of Ning Qi. Her eyes were closed, and her aura was extremely weak, as if her life force had been sucked away. Was she forcefully holding on just now? Ning Chi hugged the cold sky Saint Concubine, a trace of fear flashing through his eyes. If he had been any later, both he and the Saint Concubine would have died here today. Since you saved me, I'll save you too. Without thinking, Ning Chi took out a medicinal pill from his spatial bag, which contained high-grade Earth Step Spring Return pills, and fed it to the Saint Concubine. The Saint Concubine's throat moved, and she swallowed the pill. Something's wrong with this taste? Ning Chi's nose twitched, and then he frowned. Suddenly remembering something, his expression changed, and he quickly searched through his spatial bag. Medicinal pills appeared in his hand. Where did the Jade Maiden Chastity lost pill go? It's as green as the spring return pill. Could it be? As expected, he looked at the Saint Concubine. Not only did her aura not grow stronger, but it was also growing weaker and faster. I've sinned. Ning Chi hurriedly took out a high-grade Earth Step Spring Return pill and fed it to the Saint Concubine. Only then did her complexion recover, and her aura grew stronger, but she was still panting. I hope there aren't any side effects. Ning Chi lowered his head, looking at the Saint Concubine's beautiful face, and muttered worriedly. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the Saint Concubine's eyes suddenly opened. Saint Concubine, you're awake. Ning Chi's face lit up, but right now the Saint Concubine's eyes were watery, and she didn't care that she was still in Ning Chi's arms. She just stared at Ning Chi. A faint fragrance came out of her mouth, and it sprayed on Ning Chi's face. The next moment, rip, Ning Chi's clothes were torn to shreds. Saint Concubine, what are you doing? It's over. Even a grandmaster can't resist this medicine. Ning Chi was furious. The Saint Concubine was in a daze, and there was no way she could hear Ning Chi's words. She stared straight at Ning Chi, and the corners of her mouth curled into an evil smile. Rip! Ning Chi's pants were also torn to shreds. He knew that if the Saint Concubine had her way, he'd probably be reduced to ashes when she woke up. So he used the 18 subduing dragon palms. But it was completely useless. The difference in their cultivation was too great. After a miserable struggle, Ning Chi finally gave up. The sun set, the moon rose, the moon set, the sun rose. This cycle went on for 7 days and 7 nights. Then, with a loud cry, the place became incomparably quiet. The Saint Concubine's eyes were closed, and her head rested on Ning Chi's chest. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes. Ning Chi quickly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. No need to pretend. I know you're awake, the Saint Concubine said indifferently. Ning Chi gathered his courage and opened his eyes. Saint Concubine, it's a misunderstanding. What did you give me? There was no emotion in the Saint Concubine's voice. It's like this. I saw that you were seriously injured, so I wanted to give you a high-grade Earth Step rejuvenation pill to prolong your life. But I mistakenly took the Jade Maiden Chastity pill. The two are very similar, so I was anxious. Oh, right, but how planned to use this pill to frame me. He's the real culprit, Ning Chi hurriedly explained. However, the Saint Consort's deeply hidden killing intent gradually faded. She stood up and picked up the clothes that had fallen to the ground. After putting them back on, she said to Ning Chi in a cold voice, "If a third party learns of what happened today, I will kill you." Then she turned to leave. For some reason, Ning Chi asked, "You're not going to send me to the Cloud Rising sect?" "Go by yourself. Just remember to go back to the White Tiger Empire." The Saint Concubine's voice was still ringing in his ears, but she'd already disappeared into the horizon. It's over just like that? She didn't kill me? Ning Chi sat up and murmured to himself. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he hurriedly searched the ground and found the torn clothes. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My clothes were torn, but her clothes were fine. How can I explain this? Chapter 261. Little Z comes out. I should kill him. But no one will refine the beauty pill if I kill him. The pill is very important to the family. Yes, I'm doing it for the family. The Saint Concubine looked determined, but she couldn't forget the scene of 7 days and 7 nights, White Tiger Empire, the imperial capital. After the Saint Concubine returned to the palace, Feng Qin and Feng Shu were surprised. Didn't the Saint Concubine take Ning Qi to the Cloud Rising sect? Why did she come back? Feng Qin, the Saint Concubine said lightly. Yes, Saint Concubine, what can I do for you? Feng Qin stepped forward. Go to that inn and tell the woman who came with Ning Qi to go back. There's no need to wait for him. Yes. Although Feng Qin was full of doubts, she nodded obediently and turned to leave. Before long, she appeared in front of Li Macho. Who are you? Li Macho frowned and looked at Feng Qin vigilantly. Feng Qin said expressionlessly, I know you're Ning Qi's woman, but the Saint Concubine ordered you to leave immediately. Don't wait for Ning Qi anymore. He's not in the imperial capital now. Oh, to Feng Qin's surprise, Li Macho didn't even ask. She stood up and left. Why is she so calm? Could it be that her relationship with Ning Qi isn't what I thought it was? A trace of doubt rose in Feng Qin's heart. After leaving the inn, Li Macho left the imperial capital through the south gate and headed for the Cloud Rising sect. Ning Qi had an agreement with her. If there was any accident and they were separated, she could choose to go back to the Qin Tang Empire or the Cloud Rising sect. In the palace, Saint Concubine. She's already left the White Tiger Empire. Feng Qin stood behind the Saint Concubine and said in a low voice, Yes, I see. You can leave. The Saint Concubine said lightly. The two women looked at each other and left. When there was only the Saint Concubine left in the hall, her eyes showed a complicated expression. Well, there are still 230,000 miles from here to the Cloud Rising sect. How long will it take? We still have to wait for Little Purple to complete her transformation. Ning Qi wore a grass skirt made of banana leaves and held a map he had bought from the dragon-slaying mall. The map covered about 1/10 of Dongxian. It cost Ning Qi 100 Dragon Slayer coins. System, is there any way to speed up Little Purple's transformation? Ning Qi asked. The host's demonic pet, the purple lightning bird, is currently at 78.6%. It can be used to spend 2,140 dragon slaughtering coins to directly reach 100%. Cheaper? One price, 2,100 dragon slaughtering coins. All right, 2140 it is. Just deduct it. Hurry up. Ning Qi said impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, 2140 Dragon Slayer coins were deducted. And then, ding! Congratulations to host's demonic pet, Violet Lightning Bird, for completing its transformation. Ning Qi immediately released Little Violet from the demon pet space. Little Purple, who had already become an inferior 6th-level demonic beast, was a size bigger than before. Purple lightning flickered on its body, and there were 3 rainbow-colored feathers on its forehead. The moment Little Purple appeared, it immediately used its mouth to touch Ning Qi's head intimately. Then it chirped and soared into the sky, flying for about 10 minutes before returning to Ning Qi's side. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It opened its mouth and looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Eat. Ning Qi directly grabbed a large handful of yellow-level supreme-grade spirit fostering pills from the space bag and threw them into Little Purple's mouth. Chirp, chirp. Little Gold, who had been standing on his shoulder, saw this and wanted to snatch the food from the bird's mouth. However, it was slapped to the ground by Little Purple's wings, unable to move. I'll let you guys eat to your heart's content today. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth hooked up into a smile. With a flash of white light, the little white horse was also released from the demon pet space. When it sensed little Violet's aura, it immediately hid behind Ning Chi. It was obvious that it had a deep shadow in its heart towards little Violet. One for each person. Don't quarrel, don't fight, understand? Ning Chi directly took out all the spirit-fostering pills and divided them into 3 portions. In the end, there are only about 200 pills left in the space bag. Seeing this, Little Gold directly jumped into the pill sea and ate with relish. The little white horse glanced at Little Purple and saw that it was quickly devouring the spirit-fostering pills. The clever little white horse opened its mouth wide and directly swallowed all the pills into its stomach in 3 to 5 bites, regardless of whether it could digest it or not. In short, it didn't want to let Little Purple take advantage of it. Little Purple was the first to finish eating. It immediately glanced at the little white horse, but was shocked to find that it was swallowing the last pill. The little white horse snorted and looked at Little Purple proudly, as if saying, "Little guy, you can't snatch it this time." It had eaten at least 8,000 pills, if not 10,000. So after the effect of the pills, it was immediately bathed in a white light and was about to advance again. Ning Chi took it back into the demon pet space. At this time, Little Gold was fighting with Little Purple. It was obviously no match for it, and most of the pills were taken away by Little Purple. The angry Little Gold ran to Ning Chi's shoulder, grabbed Ning Chi's ear with one paw, and pointed at Little Purple with the other, chirping, "Little Purple, didn't I say that one for each person? No one should snatch the other." Ning Chi said in a deep voice. Little Purple immediately stretched its head over, opened its mouth, and spat out more than a dozen spirit-fostering pills. But Ning Chi just saw it eat at least hundreds of pills in one bite. "All right, it has returned the pill to you. Hurry up and eat it." Ning Chi comforted Little Gold, and Little Gold jumped down to pick up a pill and gnawed on it. Perhaps because Little Purple was staring at it covetously, it ate the pills much faster. It almost ate one pill in one bite, but its stomach did not bulge. By the time Little Gold finished eating, half a day had passed. Ning Chi looked at Little Gold expectantly, but other than a little bigger, there were no other changes. Judging from its aura, it was not much different from before. Ning Chi's face immediately fell. "Don't eat spirit-fostering pills in the future. It's a waste. Go find dragon poop and eat it," Ning Chi said. Little Gold did not care about that. It happily climbed onto Little Purple's back and squirmed around its feathers. Seeing that, Ning Chi jumped onto Little Purple's back and pointed in the direction of Cloud Rising Sect, saying, "Fly as fast as you can." Little Purple chirped and soared into the sky, turning into a purple lightning and flying towards the north. Its speed was twice as fast as when it was at level 5. At this speed, it would not take long to reach Cloud Rising Sect. Cloud Rising Sect. It was located in the north of Dongxian. As one of the 36 top sects, its neighbors were the Jiuzhou Empire and a few other sects of the same level. Chapter 262. Cloud Rising City. What a majestic ancient city. Ning Chi followed the map and searched all the way. In the end, he stopped in front of a city with walls that pierced the clouds and an endless stream of people. Above the city gate, there were 3 large words carved out, Cloud Rising City. This must be the city built by the Cloud Rising clan, Ning Chi thought as he walked towards the gate. Perhaps it was because he was dressed too fashionably, but he attracted many stares. There were many emperor and grandmaster fighters. Of course, most of them were king fighters. They looked to be about the same age as Ning Chi and were all talented youths. When they found out that Ning Chi was only at the peak of the fighting spirit realm, they smiled mockingly and ignored Ning Chi. Where did this country bumpkin come from? He doesn't even have clothes on. Is he a barbarian? The entrance fee to the Cloud Rising City is not cheap. Does he have money on him? Sister, this person is so shameless. He doesn't even wear pants. At the back of the group, there were 7 or 8 young women pointing at Ning Chi. One of them frowned at Ning Chi and showed dissatisfaction. Don't worry about it. We are here to join the Cloud Rising clan. Don't cause trouble. The mature-looking lady in purple said softly. Yes, sister. 5 lower spiritual crystals. At the gate, the guards looked at Ning Chi coldly. Spiritual crystals? What are they? Ning Chi's face showed a trace of doubt. Ha ha ha. This country bumpkin doesn't even know what spiritual crystals are. No wonder he doesn't know. Spiritual crystals are only used by the upper echelons. Hey, kid, you can't enter the city without spiritual crystals. Get lost. Don't block my way. A fierce-looking king fighter mocked from behind Ning Chi. Ning Chi looked at him coldly. A yellow-grayed spirit-nurturing pill appeared in his hand. He threw it to the soldier and said, I don't have any spirit crystals. How about this yellow-grayed spirit-nurturing pill? Yellow-class spirit-nurturing pill? Everyone was slightly taken aback. This was somewhat unexpected. This country bumpkin actually had such a pill? On the market, a yellow-class spirit-nurturing pill was equivalent to 10 lower spiritual crystals. Therefore, it was more than enough to enter the city. The sergeant glanced at the elixir, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand at Ning Chi and said, Go in. Thank you. Ning Chi nodded and strode into the city gate. People came and went in Cloud Rising City. The weakest person Ning Chi saw was a didosher. Such people were usually street vendors who sold sesame seed cakes. He was probably one of the lowest people in Cloud Rising City. Brother, Ning Chi came to the side of a peddler and cupped his hands. Before he could finish his words, the other party waved his hand impatiently and said, Go away, I don't give money to beggars. Beggar? Ning Chi glanced at the grass skirt he was wearing. Although it was a little shabby, it was very clean. How did he look like a beggar? Can you tell me where the boutique is? Ning Chi laughed. Why should I tell you? Unless you buy me a piece of sesame seed cake. The man rolled his eyes at Ning Chi. Oh, how much is a piece of sesame seed cake? Ning Chi asked. The man thought that Ning Chi would turn around and leave. He did not expect Ning Chi to ask about the price in such a serious manner. Seeing this, a shrewd look flashed in the man's eyes. He said, A piece of lower spiritual crystal. Many passers-by heard this and turned to look at him. Seeing Ning Chi's rustic look, they smiled gloatingly. A piece of lower spiritual crystal, right? Ning Chi smiled and took out a yellow-level spirit cultivation pill. He threw it on the ground and said, Is this enough? Yellow-level spirit cultivation pill. The peddler's eyes flashed with surprise, and he hurriedly threw himself to the ground. He picked up the pill and blew on it. After confirming that it was not fake, he nodded like a chick and said, Enough, enough. Now, can you tell me how to get to the boutique? Ning Chi looked at him coldly. Go this way, then turn left and go straight. You will see it. The peddler tried to please Ning Chi and showed him the way. At the same time, he was shocked. He did not expect that Ning Chi, dressed like this, would sell a yellow-level spirit cultivation pill. He did not seem to care at all. What did this mean? It meant that Ning Chi's wealth was not as simple as it looked. The passers-by who were watching the show had the same thoughts as the peddler. At the back of the crowd, a few people looked at each other. I will inform the boss. You guys stay and watch him. Okay. Ning Chi followed the peddler's directions and found a small shop. Young master, are you buying clothes? Being a one-star doling, the manager immediately stood up and greeted Ning Chi with a smile after seeing him. Ning Chi sized up the clothes that were hanging outside. His eyes flashed with a trace of amazement. These clothes were not ordinary clothes. They were fighting weapons. The lowest was an upper yellow level 1. The highest was actually a Xian level 1. At this moment, it was casually placed in the lobby. Shopkeeper, how much is that? Ning Chi pointed at the highest and most central black robe and asked. The shopkeeper smiled and said, This flowing flame mysterious robe only costs 200 lower spiritual crystals. Since it is your first time here, I will give you a discount. 195 lower spiritual crystals. How about that? A yellow level spirit cultivation pill is equivalent to how many spiritual crystals? Ning Qi asked. The shopkeeper's eyes brightened. A yellow level spirit cultivation pill is equivalent to 10 lower spiritual crystals. Young master, do you want to use it to pay? If that is the case, I can give you a discount. There is no need for a discount. Ning Qi took out 30 spirit cultivation pills and handed them to the shopkeeper. 20 for the clothes. Help me change 10 into spiritual crystals. Okay. The shopkeeper happily took the spirit cultivation pills. After a while, the grass skirt that had been with Ning Qi for a while was thrown to one side. He changed into the flowing flame, mysterious robe. At the same time, in his palm, there were 10 spiritual crystals that were the size of sugar cubes in his previous life. They were translucent and faintly emitted Do Qi. Young master, this flowing flame mysterious robe can block all attacks below a 6-star Doling. Oh, not counting those heaven's favorites. They are only normal 6-star Doling. If you pour Do Qi into it, you will be able to activate the flowing flame, which is ranked 178th. It is very powerful. If you want to buy clothes in the future, you can come here. I am honest and will definitely give you the best price. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Is that so? Ning Qi tested it out. As expected, after pouring Do Qi into the clothes, a faint layer of flame appeared on the surface of his body. It was many times more powerful than normal flames. It was indeed a strange flame. The craftsmanship here can actually use strange flames on fighting weapons. Interesting. Ning Qi withdrew the strange flame in satisfaction and cupped his hands at the shopkeeper. He asked where the Rising Cloud sect accepted disciples and left the shop. Chapter 263. Duan Ingjun System. Help me identify what kind of item this inferior spiritual crystal is. The inferior spiritual crystal in your hand is formed from the essence of heaven and earth for hundreds of millions of years. It can be used to increase one's cultivation. Hundreds of millions of years. Ning Qi was shocked. No wonder he had never seen a spiritual crystal in the Qin Tang Empire or even the White Tiger Empire. This was the same as the jade on earth, but it had one more function than the jade, which was to increase one's cultivation. The Cloud Rising sect used spiritual crystals instead of silver and gold. The 9 States Empire and the other 9 great clans would probably do the same. At their level, silver and gold were no longer a common currency. Unknowingly, Ning Qi walked into a remote alley. A few black figures appeared in front of him. When Ning Qi saw this, he turned around and saw that there were also a few black shadows behind him. Young man, you just arrived at Cloud Rising City. How can you not pay your respects? A strong middle-aged man had a grim smile on his face as he slowly approached Ning Qi. This group of people were not weak. Each of them was a 1-star king of fighting. The middle-aged man was even a 2-star king of fighting. Ning Qi smiled. Who are you? What business do you have blocking this little brother's path? I am the guardian of the Black Tiger Gang. I see that you are here to participate in the Cloud Rising sect's outer disciple selection, right? If you know what's good for you, then hand over 10 top-grade, yellow-grade spirit fostering pills to us as payment for the passage. Otherwise, forget about participating in the selection. We'll break your legs right now and make you a beggar in Cloud Rising City. The middle-aged man sneered. Black Tiger Gang? There are triads in Cloud Rising City? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. They thought that Ning Qi was afraid and looked him up and down with evil intentions. Suddenly, someone's eyes brightened. Flowing flame robe. Isn't that the treasure of Old Wang's shop? Ha! It's worth at least 200 inferior spiritual crystals. Take it off. The middle-aged, burly man smiled and said, Little brother, take off your clothes. We will give you 5 spirit-raising pills. You only need to give us 5. With my Black Tiger gang protecting you in the future, there's no need for you to participate in the selection meet. With your peak Do Ling cultivation, you will not be able to enter the Cloud Rising sect. What if I don't? Ning Qi laughed. No, brothers, he said he won't. Ha ha ha, beat him to death. The middle-aged man first sneered a few times, then his face changed, and he roared fiercely at Ning Qi. 18 Dragon, subduing palms. The aura of extreme yang instantly filled the entire dark alley. After a few dry howls came from inside, Ning Qi clapped his hands and left the alley. Not long after, a group of badly battered Dowangs walked out while leaning on the wall. This kid is so strong. What kind of martial skill is that? The 8 of us Dowangs were no match for him. I, Liang Gaofei, will definitely take revenge for this. Let's go and find the young sect master. He's also going to the Cloud Rising sect selection meet this time, in the center of Cloud Rising City. Because the Cloud Rising sect's outer disciple selection meet was in a few days, all the inns were filled with people. The streets were filled with young talents who were already Dowangs and Do Ling Dowangs. Some of them spoke in a language that Ning Qi couldn't understand. There were a total of 10 lines at the registration point, and they were all lined up at the corner of the street. Each line had at least 300 to 400 people. Ning Qi found the line with the least number of people and joined it. Hey, are you also here to participate in the selection meet? Not long after, a fat man in his 20s appeared behind him. He was 8 feet tall, and his waist was probably 8 feet as well. At this moment, he was holding a greasy roast goose in his hand. He was eating as he asked Ning Qi. He looked stupid, but his cultivation was a 1-star Dowang, and he was not much older than Ning Qi. Yes, Ning Qi nodded. The system told him to go to Cloud Rising sect. After thinking about it, Ning Qi could only choose to become an outer disciple. If he sneaked in without permission, he might lose his life. Haha, me too, woo-woo! The fat man stuffed the roast goose in his hand into his stomach and used his greasy hand to pat Ning Qi's shoulder. He smiled and said, Come, let's get to know each other. I am Duan Ingjun from the Divine Dragon Mansion of the 9-State Empire. Duan Ingjun? The Divine Dragon Mansion of the 9-State Empire? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He immediately thought of Duan Lingmei. I am Ning Qi from the White Tiger Empire. Ning Qi smiled. White Tiger Empire. Oh, I know. I have some impression of it. However, it is hundreds of thousands of miles away from Cloud Rising City. How did you, a mere peak Do Ling, get here? Duan Ingjun asked curiously. I just walked here. Ning Qi said. Then your luck is really too good. Even I wouldn't dare to go that far without a few companions. Duan Ingjun sighed. He paused and said in a low voice, However, Brother Ning, do you know how strict the Cloud Rising sect's outer disciple selection is? Oh, I would like to hear the details. Ning Qi's expression changed as he smiled faintly. The Cloud Rising sect recruits outer disciples every year. However, the number of outer disciples is always maintained at 1,000. Not one more, not one less. Do you know why? Why? That's because every year, the Cloud Rising sect will lose at least 100 to 200 outer sect disciples, and at most 300 to 400 outer sect disciples. They either die at the hands of the Dragon Clan, or in forbidden grounds, or in conflicts. In short, if there's any danger, the outer sect disciples will be the first to face it, and then the inner sect disciples. As for the true disciples, they can only look down on everyone else. Duan Ingjun laughed coldly. Then, the next year, the Cloud Rising sect will recruit another 1,000 outer disciples. Over the years, many of my former friends and enemies have died after becoming outer disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. Oh, if that is the case, why are there still so many people rushing to join every year? Even now, there are at least 4,000 to 5,000 people queuing up to sign up, right? Ning Qi laughed softly. That is because these people are from various large clans or sections. However, they are unwilling to be limited to this for the rest of their lives. That is why they come to try their luck. Only by becoming an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect and surviving for over 10 years will they have the chance to be promoted to an inner disciple. At that time, the training resources that they will receive will soar by 100 times. Becoming a Do Huang or even a Do Zong is not a dream. Duan Yingjun sighed and said, "Thank you, Brother Duan, for telling me so much information." Ning Qi cupped his hands together. Actually, the reason why I said so much is to tell you that the Cloud Rising sect's outer disciple selection will begin in a few days. It will be very cruel. They will throw us into the vast forest and divide an area for us to fight to the death. The elders will observe from the sky. Only those who catch there I will be taken away and become outer disciples. Those who do not catch there I will be ignored even if they die in front of them. Brother Ning, your cultivation is too low. Look at them. They are at least a 1-star Dowang. If they enter the selection, I'm afraid they will not be able to survive. Chapter 264. Living on the Streets. So, Brother Ning, why don't you give up? Duan Yingjun advised. I still want to give it a try. Ning Qi smiled. How about this? Follow me during the selection. I'll take care of you if I can. Duan Yingjun patted his chest and said, That's great. Thank you, Brother Duan. Ning Qi was pleasantly surprised. Seeing this, Duan Yingjun laughed. It's all right, it's a piece of cake. The registration for the Outer Sect Disciple Selection Assembly went very smoothly. They only registered their name, age, cultivation, and origin. They didn't ask anything else. Brother Ning, do you have a place to stay? After registering, Duan Yingjun asked Ning Qi. Ning Qi said, I just arrived at Cloud Rising City and haven't found a place yet. How about this? There are 2 rooms in my rented courtyard. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place. When the selection begins, you won't be separated. Duan Yingjun invited enthusiastically. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble Brother Duan. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. On the way back, Duan Yingjun kept talking and telling Ning Qi everything about Cloud Rising Sect. Ning Qi just listened quietly and nodded from time to time. Then he expressed his opinion. Duan Yingjun followed Ning Qi's words and talked nonstop. After a short period of interaction, Ning Qi realized that Duan Yingjun was definitely a chatterbox. Oh right, Brother Duan, are you the only one from the Divine Dragon Marquis's mansion to participate in the selection? Ning Qi asked. I'm not the only one. There are more than 10 people who can't survive in the Marquis's mansion. Duan Yingjun smiled bitterly. Oh, Ning Qi didn't ask why he wasn't with the 10 people. They probably didn't have a good relationship. It was better not to rub salt on their wounds. After walking for a short while, Duan Yingjun brought Ning Qi to the entrance of a small courtyard. However, the door was open and there were people talking inside. 10 lower spiritual crystals a day? That's a little expensive. Young master, the rooms here are all full recently. If you don't want to stay here, you can go to other places. You won't be able to find such a cheap place anymore. Brother, 10 crystals it is. We're only staying here for a few days anyway. Once we become outer sect disciples of the Cloud Rising sect, we won't care about these spirit crystals. That's true. All right, we'll rent it for 3 days. All right. When Duan Yingjun heard these words, his expression became extremely angry. He angrily walked in. Ning Qi frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before following Duan Yingjun into the courtyard. In the courtyard, there were 2 young men and an old man in his 50s or 60s who looked like a merchant. Old man, it's not nice of you to do this. I was the one who rented this courtyard. Duan Yingjun said angrily to the old man. Who are you? This yard is ours now. We've given you all our spirit crystals. Among the 2 young men, the younger one looked at Duan Yingjun with disdain. The old man quickly stopped him, then looked at Duan Ingjun with a smile and said, "Young Master Duan, you and this old man only had a verbal agreement before. In reality, you haven't given me your spirit crystals yet. These two young masters offered a higher price than you, so this old man rented the courtyard to them. Young Master Duan, please take a look at other places." Duan Ingjun's face turned red with anger. "Right now, every place is full. Where do you expect me to find a house in such a short time? You're not being nice. Isn't it just spirit crystals? I said, I'll give it to you later today. Don't tell me that the people of the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion will go back on their word. Oh, so you're from the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. No wonder you're so arrogant. Our Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion is not afraid of you." The younger young man's lips curled into a mocking smile. After hearing Duan Ingjun's background, he showed no fear at all. The old man smiled faintly. "Now that the deal is done, young Master Duan, please go back." After speaking, he smiled at the two young men. "Young masters, please stay here peacefully. This old man will take his leave first." "What? Why aren't you two scramming? Do you want us to make a move?" After the old man left, the two young men looked coldly at Duan Ingjun and Ningqi. The aura of a 3-star Do Wang slowly spread out from their bodies. Duan Ingjun's face was ashen. He wanted to quarrel with the two again, but Ningqi pulled his arm and smiled. "Brother Duan, since they want to stay here, let them stay. We'll look for other places. In such a big city, like Cloud Rising City, are we afraid that we won't be able to find a place to stay?" "Ha ha ha. I'm afraid you really won't be able to find it. But it's fine. We'll hide in the corner for a few nights, and it'll be over. From the looks of it, you're also here to participate in the outer disciple selection. Don't let us meet you in the vast forest. Otherwise, you'll be in for a treat." The other party continued to mock them. However, Duan Ingjun had already been pulled out of the courtyard by Ningqi. Along the way, the expression on his face was still indignant. "Brother Ning, I've made a fool of myself." After a while, he smiled bitterly at Ningqi in embarrassment. "No problem." Ningqi smiled and waved his hand. At this time they happened to pass by an incomparably grand building. The building was at least 1,000 feet tall. There were 2 guards standing at the entrance, their bodies emitting the aura of a Do Huang. On the door plaque were the words Immortal Pavilion. "Brother Duan, can't we just stay here? It looks like there are still empty rooms." Ningqi glanced into the Immortal Pavilion. There weren't as many people as he had imagined. Seeing this, Duan Ingjun hurriedly said in a low voice, "Brother Ning, let's forget about it. One night here costs 200 low-grade spirit crystals." As he spoke, he was about to pull Ningqi away. In the end, when he turned around, he saw a man and 2 women blocking their way. "Isn't this Duan Ingjun? Are you here to stay? The price of the Immortal Pavilion isn't cheap. Did your mother, who was born as a servant, save enough spirit crystals for you?" Among the 3 of them, the leader had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. Ningqi glanced at his attributes and discovered that he was also a disciple of the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. He was a 4-star Do Wang Duan Tianning. When he mocked Duan Ingjun, the expressions of the 2 girls behind him were somewhat different. One of them revealed a look of sympathy. The other looked at Duan Ingjun with schadenfreude. After glancing at his plump body, she revealed a look of disgust. Duan Ingjun glanced at the girl who revealed a look of sympathy. A look of adoration flashed across his eyes, and he laughed awkwardly. "Tianning, my friend, and I are just passing by. You guys want to stay in the inn, right? Then we won't disturb you any further. Let's go back to the small courtyard that we just rented. We'll meet again at the selection in a few days." Chapter 265. A slap to the face, however. Duan Tianning did not want to let him go so easily. He moved and blocked Duan Ingjun's path. He smiled and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Aren't you going to introduce your friend?" As he spoke, he sized up Ningqi. after discovering that Ning Qi was only at the peak of the Douling realm. His face revealed an undisguised, mocking expression. Ah, this is Brother Ning Qi from the White Tiger Empire. Duan Ingjun hurriedly said. Duan Ingjun, as a disciple of the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, you should not casually make friends even though you are a bastard. Otherwise, you will bring shame to our Marquis Mansion. The woman who had been looking at Duan Ingjun with disgust slowly spoke. Duan Hualien, what are you saying? Do I need your approval to make friends? Unexpectedly, Duan Ingjun, who had always been a yes man, changed his expression after the woman ridiculed Ning Qi and directly scolded her. You, Duan Ingjun, I was just giving you a piece of advice. Do you want to listen or not? Duan Hualien frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Brother Ning, let's go. Duan Ingjun once again looked at the woman who had not spoken and was about to pull Ning Qi away. However, Ning Qi smiled and said, Brother Duan, have you forgotten that we have already checked out of that small courtyard? Brother Ning, you! Duan Ingjun's face turned red. He could not understand why Ning Qi would expose him. Ha ha ha, so there is no place to stay. This is not good. Those cheap places are already full of people. The selection is about to begin. I'm afraid that you will have to hide in a corner with beggars for the next few days. Duan Tianying laughed softly. Brother Duan, didn't we just agree to stay in the Immortal Pavilion? Your memory is getting worse and worse. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Ning Qi said with a smile. Then he walked into the Immortal Pavilion. The guard at the door heard their conversation. At this time, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Duan Ingjun was stunned when he saw this. He thought that Ning Qi was helping him vent his anger. However, he only had 70 to 80 low-grade spirit crystals on him. How could he afford to stay in the Immortal Pavilion? There was no need to mention Ning Qi. He was only from the White Tiger Empire and was at the peak of the Douling realm. However, if he didn't go in now, Ning Qi would be too ashamed to show his face. Forget it. If you want to embarrass yourself, let's embarrass ourselves together. Gritting his teeth, Duan Ingjun followed Ning Qi into the Immortal Pavilion. Duan Tianying's face revealed a trace of mockery. They want to stay in the Immortals Pavilion? How laughable. Let's go in as well. Lest Duan Ingjun embarrass our divine Dragon Manor later. With that, he brought the two women into the Immortal Pavilion and followed behind Duan Ingjun. Ning Qi directly walked towards the counter. At this time, Duan Ingjun quickly chased after him and whispered, Brother Ning, I appreciate your kindness, but let's leave this place. Brother Duan, don't worry. Just stand to the side. Ning Qi comforted him with a smile. Oh, Duan Ingjun was a little confused. At this time, Ning Qi had already arrived in front of the counter and said to the shopkeeper, Shopkeeper, do you have any vacancies? The shopkeeper glanced at Ning Qi and said indifferently, How many do you want? 2 rooms, of course. Ning Qi smiled. Oh, let me see. Please wait a moment, young master. He lowered his head and flipped through the account book, then raised his head and said, There are still 2 Xian grade rooms, 300 lower spiritual crystals a day. Young master, do you want them? Duan Ingjun frowned. Even a Huang grade room that cost 200 lower spiritual crystals a day was gone. It was even more impossible for him to afford it. Duan Tianing's face revealed a look of mockery, ready to watch a good show. Shopkeeper, are there only these 2 rooms? Are there no other rooms? Ning Qi asked with a smile. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi would take the opportunity to leave after putting on an act, Ning Qi took out 60 yellow grade spirit cultivation pills and handed them over. These 2 rooms, then. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Duan Ingjun was shocked and quickly looked at the spirit cultivation pills. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Yellow grade spirit cultivation pills. 1 pill is 10 lower spiritual crystals. 60 pills are exactly the same as a day's rent. Someone, bring the two young masters upstairs. After the shopkeeper checked the authenticity and grade of the spirit cultivation pills, he put them away and shouted to the waiter who was standing nearby. The waiter immediately ran over and smiled at Ning Chi and Duan Ingjun. "Young masters, please follow me. Brother Duan, don't just stand there. Let's go." Ning Chi saw Duan Ingjun standing there in a daze and could not help but smile. "Oh yes." Duan Ingjun smiled happily and hurriedly followed the waiter upstairs with Ning Chi. As they walked up the stairs, he deliberately glanced at Duan Tanying and saw that his face was extremely pale. At this moment, Duan Ingjun felt extremely carefree. Is that kid really from the White Tiger Empire? How can he take out so many yellow grade spirit cultivation pills at once? Duan Hualien exclaimed. Duan Tanying's lips moved, but he did not speak. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly walked to the counter and said, "Shopkeeper, are there any rooms left?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "Young master, the Celestial Pavilion is temporarily full. Please find another place." How could this be? Duan Tanying returned to the two girls in a daze. Where was he supposed to find a room now? If he had known earlier, he would not have laughed at Duan Ingjun just now. At the very least, he would have been able to get 2 rooms. Duan Tianying, who had been pampered since he was young, would not be able to accept it if he had to live in a shared room with a dozen people. Let's go. There are no more rooms here. Let's look elsewhere. Duan Tanying said with a pale face, "Young master, this is the place. Your rooms are connected and there are specialized maids to serve you. If you need anything, just instruct them. Also, it seems that this is the first time you have come to the Celestial Pavilion. There is an expert who has set up a formation here that is very useful for cultivation. I will take my leave first," the waiter said respectfully. "Thank you." Ning Chi casually threw a yellow grade spirit cultivation pill to him. The waiter's eyes lit up. He bowed to Ning Chi again before retreating happily. He thought to himself, this young master is really open-minded. "I say, Brother Ning, it turns out that you are a hidden person. Tell me quickly, where are you from?" Duan Ingjun finally found an opportunity and said to Ning Chi with some dissatisfaction. Ning Chi said with a smile. Brother Duan misunderstood. "I am an alchemist, so I have the spirit cultivation pill." "What? Brother Ning is an alchemist? Ha ha ha, that's great. I will follow you from now on." Duan Ingjun was overjoyed when he heard this. Chapter 266. Alchemy King Halduan Ingjun blushed and said in a fluster, "Oh, okay, no need for formalities." "Oh, he's still an innocent little boy." Ning Chi was a little surprised. However, from Duan Tianying's mocking words, it could be seen that Duan Ingjun's position in the divine Dragon Marquis mansion was only slightly better than his own. Although he was a 1-star king of Dou, his bearing was similar to that of a second-rate noble in the Qintang Empire. From this, it could be seen how deep the waters of the 9 states empire were. "Young master, shall we enter the room?" The maid smiled at Ning Chi. Ning Chi planned to refine some pills in the next 3 days. It was not convenient to have an outsider in the room. Seeing Duan Ingjun's red face, he immediately had a plan. "Go to Brother Duan's side. He's so fat. He needs at least 2 people to serve him. I don't need it." After saying that, he did not give Duan Ingjun a chance to refuse and directly entered the room. Duan Ingjun was stunned. He wanted to refuse, but when he saw the pitiful appearance of the maidservant with tears in her eyes after Ning Chi refused her, he couldn't bear it and was pushed into the room by the 2 maidservants after a half-hearted refusal. After Ning Chi entered the room, he could feel that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was more than double that of the outside world. No wonder it cost 300 lower spiritual crystals a night. If he cultivated for 24 hours, he could almost recover half of the cost. At this time, he still had about 100 yellow-level spirit cultivation pills on him. After arranging the accommodation, he left the Immortal Pavilion and looked for a place to sell spirit herbs. Alchemy King Hall. Ning Chi stood in front of an incomparably Grand Shop. After glancing at the words on the signboard, he walked in. There were many customers inside. Ningqi even saw no less than 10 grandmasters. They were followed by a large group of young men and women. Ningqi had seen a few of them when he registered. It seemed that they were the elders of some families who brought their juniors to participate in the Cloud Rising Sect's outer disciple selection. He walked around the store a few times and finally found a free waiter. He quickly walked up and said, "Brother, do you have any spirit herbs for refining spirit-raising pills for sale here?" This waiter appeared to be around 30 years old. His cultivation was the same as Ningqi's, which was at the peak of the Doling realm. Such an existence would be a top expert in the Qintang Empire and was enough to become a tyrant. However, in Cloud Rising City, he was a lowly waiter. "Young master, my Dan King Hall has all kinds of spirit herbs. How many do you want for the spirit-raising pill?" The waiter smiled. "May I know the price of this place?" Ningqi asked. Different regions had different prices. He had to find out, lest he made a fool of himself. 1 lower spiritual crystal per serving. If you want more, you can get a discount. The waiter said, 1 lower spiritual crystal. This price was many times higher than 8,000 taels of silver. Ningqi was a little shocked. "Young master, have you made up your mind?" "There are too many guests right now. If young master needs some time to consider, I'll go greet the others first." The waiter smiled. The commission for the spirit-raising pill was very low, so he didn't want to make this deal. He didn't want to lose another big deal because of Ningqi. "How about this? Give me 1,000. Ningqi said, 1,000? All right. I wonder if young master will pay with spiritual crystals or barter. If you barter, the Dan King Hall will charge a small commission." The waiter's eyes brightened. He didn't expect that Ningqi, who was merely at the peak of the Doling realm, would offer 1,000 lower spiritual crystals. If he made this deal, he could get 10 lower spiritual crystals as commission. Although it wasn't a lot, it wasn't low either. Hence, his attitude became more serious. "You can say it's barter. I'll use a yellow level spirit-raising pill to exchange." Ningqi nodded. "Yellow level spirit-raising pill." The waiter's face revealed a look of shock. He couldn't help but look Ningqi up and down. This kind of action was very impolite, but Ningqi didn't mind. "Young master, yellow level spirit-raising pill. Was it made by the elders in your family or by you?" This time, he had already used the honorific title, because even in the Dan King Hall, only one elder and the pavilion master could refine yellow level spirit-raising pill. "Is there any difference?" Ningqi looked at him with a faint smile. The waiter was shocked and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I'll go get your spiritual grass immediately." After speaking, he turned and left in a hurry. Not long after, he returned with a large pile of spiritual grass in front of Ningqi. Ningqi handed over the spirit-raising pill. The waiter glanced at it and said solemnly, "It is indeed yellow level spirit-raising pill. As for the commission, I won't charge it because I have done some research on spirit-raising pills and can distinguish between real and fake. There's no need for an elder to appraise it. I hope that if young master has more yellow level spirit-raising pills in the future, you can choose to come to the Dan King Hall to sell them. I am Feng Si, a disciple of the Feng family of Cloud Rising City. As long as young master sells spirit-raising pills to me, I can offer you a 10% discount." "Well said, well said." Ningqi took the spiritual grass and left. Once he returned to the Immortals Pavilion, he bought a day's training ground and went to refine pills. After Ningqi left, Feng Si immediately found the Dan King Hall's elder Feng, who was also his great-uncle and an alchemy grandmaster. "Great-uncle, someone just used 100 yellow level spirit-raising pills to exchange for 1,000 spiritual grass." "Oh, what spiritual grass?" "The spiritual grass used to refine spirit-raising pills." "What?" Feng Liking's expression suddenly became serious and said in a low voice, "Where did this person come from?" Does he know how to refine yellow-level spirit-raising pills? Great uncle, this person is only at the peak of the Doling realm. He doesn't look very old either. I have never seen him in Cloud Rising City before, so he is obviously an outsider. He should be here for the Cloud Rising sect's outer house disciple selection. I tried to ask him, but he didn't answer me directly. However, I have a feeling that those yellow-level spirit-raising pills were refined by him. Thinking of Ning Qi's indifferent attitude, Feng Si said firmly, "Go find out where he lives. I want to personally take a look." Feng Liking said in a low voice, "Yes, great uncle." With the Feng family's power, it was very easy to find out where a person lived in the Cloud Rising sect. The next day, Ning Qi's address was sent to Feng Liking. He did not greet the other people in the Dan King Hall and walked towards the Immortals Pavilion alone. "Elder Feng, long time no see, but your attitude is still the same." The shopkeeper of the Immortals Pavilion was obviously an old acquaintance of Feng Liking. He immediately walked out from behind the counter and greeted him.